Chapter 29:12. Divine Venerable Dark Shadow's aura field was very powerful. Even the most ordinary suppression made everyone feel like a lone boat in the vast ocean. They kept swaying and activated their Emperor Intent protection. After the first wave of suppression, the second wave of suppression came and its power began to increase. After each wave, there would be supremacies who could not withstand it and left the range of the aura field. There were a total of 9 waves of suppression. The last time Divine Venerable Dark Shadow released a total of 8 waves of aura field, and no one could last until the 9th wave. Compared to the last time, the supremacies this time were much more powerful. After 5 consecutive suppression, there were only 20 supremacies left. All of them were powerful and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. As long as they persevered, they would be qualified to enter the Dark Shadow throne. The 6th wave of suppression came. It was more powerful this time. Compared to the 5th wave of suppression, the aura field contained Tao Intent. In a dozen breaths' time, 3 supremacies were eliminated. In the 7th wave, 4 were eliminated, and there were only 13 supremacies left. In the 8th wave, another 2 were eliminated and there were only 11 left. Exciting. I didn't expect 11 supremacies to last until the 8th wave. It's going to be the 9th wave soon. Our Dark Shadow Palace has become stronger again. The watching supremacies were delighted. Everyone hoped that the Dark Shadow Palace would become stronger, so that they could walk in the Saint Spirit domain with pride. Divine Venerable Dark Shadow was also quite satisfied. Compared to the last time, the Dark Shadow Palace's strength had increased a lot. 11 supremacies had lasted until the 8th wave. They were the future of the Dark Shadow Palace. Especially the younger generation, they had performed very well. The 9th wave is coming. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The power of the 9th wave was completely different from the 8th wave. It contained Tao Intent. The 11 supremacies felt a powerful torrent of power surging toward them. Bang, bang, bang. The Emperor Intent protection shattered on the spot. Immediately, some supremacies could not withstand it and were teleported out. 1, 2, 3. Instantly, 3 supremacies were eliminated. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. One of the middle-aged supremacies hung his head dejectedly, full of reluctance. Just a little bit more, and the 3 of them were teleported out almost at the same time. He was the first to be teleported. He had lost the right to enter the Shadow Throne. The remaining 8 supremacies also used all their abilities to resist this torrent of energy. The next second, another teleportation. The crushing aura of the 9th wave was even more powerful and could deal a fatal blow. Being able to last a second longer was already a pretty good result. Under the pressure of this energy field, the one who performed the best was Jianghu. He unfolded his sword domain and the sword will within it rampaged. However, after blocking the first round of attacks of the 9th wave, Jianghu actually gave up on defending and was teleported away. This was beyond everyone's imagination. It's just a selection. There's no need to determine the victor. As soon as Jianghu came out, he said to his friends with a calm expression on his face, "Wah." Lin Fei also gave up. He appeared outside with a smile on his face. He had already experienced Divine Venerable Shadow's aura. Actually, that was enough. He did not want to expose too much. The most important thing was to get the benefits in the Shadow Throne. Elysian Sun, who had been planning to suppress Lin Fei, saw that Jianghu and Lin Fei had given up. His fighting spirit that had just emerged seemed to have been poured with a basin of cold water, and he was completely dumbfounded. "These 2 guys, do you have to do this? This is a chance to show off in front of the Shadow Palace Master. Are you going to let me show off?" Elysian Sun looked helpless. This was really a trap. "Junior brother, why did you come out? Elysian Sun is very angry with you." Master Chongyang laughed loudly. "Anyway, we've already got a place. There's no need to persist until the end." Wenren Jingong also laughed and said, "But Elysian Sun has no place to show off." At this time, Jianghu also looked over and smiled at Lin Fei. It was a fleeting smile, and if one was not particularly serious, it was almost invisible. The 5 great supremacies were also speechless. "Hantian, your disciple really has a personality. I thought that only Jianghu had a personality. Your disciple is the same." Great Supremacy Heiju said with a smile. "Your disciple not only has a personality, but he is also quite cunning. I originally wanted to see how long he could persist, but it seems that I got excited for nothing." Great Supremacy Glory shook his head and said with a speechless expression. Great Supremacy Hantian secretly praised Lin Fei. He was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. Sometimes it was necessary to hide one's true strength. I was going to say it, but I didn't expect you to be more thoughtful than I was. The competition in the Shadow Throne was not a trivial matter. Although there would not be any danger if one's trump card was seen by others, it would easily arouse the other party's vigilance, and it would not be very effective. How can I control my disciple? Grand Supremacy Han Tian said with a helpless smile. Therefore he has been cultivating alone for the past 100,000 years. The other four Great Supremacies did not know whether to laugh or cry. Great Supremacy Han Tian was showing off his disciple again. Ever since Lin Fei became a supremacy and suppressed the Elysian Sun, they had heard many praises for Lin Fei, which made them very speechless. However, they could not find a disciple who could compare to Lin Fei. What made them even more speechless was that when Great Supremacy Han Tian accepted a personal disciple, he had just happened to pass by and picked up a good disciple out of thin air. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. After Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin took the initiative to give up. Everyone wanted to watch an exciting competition, but they immediately gave up on that idea. The following battles were obviously not interesting. The remaining supremacies decisively gave up resisting. In the blink of an eye, only the Elysian Sun was left, with a huge Buddha behind him. It looked very awkward no matter how they looked at it. In the end, the first place was taken by the Elysian Sun. However, the Elysian Sun's expression did not look good. It was completely because the other party had given up on him. Hierarch Dark Shadow retracted his aura, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Shadow Throne will be open to the public in a month. This was tantamount to setting the tone. 1 month later, everyone could enter the Shadow Throne. The rest of the matter was simple. After saying a few words, Hierarch Dark Shadow left, followed by the 5 Great Supremacies. All the supremacies present came up to congratulate them. The Shadow Throne was an opportunity. If they could obtain that treasure, their chances of becoming a great supremacy in the future would be much higher. If these 10 people entered, no matter what they obtained, it would be a great harvest. Chapter 29:13. The selection for the Shadow Throne was not very intense. After all, it was just a qualification contest. The real competition depended on what good items one could bring out after entering the Shadow Throne. It was normal for some supremacies to return empty-handed after entering. There were also some supremacies who returned with great rewards. The next trip to the Shadow Throne was the most important. Lin Fei did not stay idle after obtaining the qualification to enter the Shadow Throne. He constantly flipped through the information on the Shadow Throne that his master had given him and compared it with the large amount of information in the system to fill in the gaps. He had a deeper understanding of the Shadow Throne. During this period, the Dark Shadow Palace kept spreading news that the 10 supremacies had joined forces with each other. For example, the Elysian Sun hooked up with the veteran supremacy Yi Fei and formed a small team. The other supremacies also began to choose to join forces with others. The Shadow Throne was a very unfamiliar and dangerous place. Every time the Shadow Throne opened, most people would choose to join forces. If they did not join forces, they would not be able to make it through. Lin Fei did not care much when he heard this news. His goal for this trip was to kill the shadow beasts in the Shadow Throne and plunder their life energy. He really did not care much about the treasures. The only treasure that could move Lin Fei now was the Divine Essence Sand. 150 caddies of it was something that would give him a headache. Until now, Lin Fei still had no clue. As for the Tianhe Kingdom, there was only a handful of Divine Essence Sand left after the last time, so he was not interested. He could only take it one step at a time. Junior brother, are you planning to join forces with others? Are you going to enter the Shadow Throne alone? Half a month later. Eldest senior brother Chongyang came over and asked anxiously. Among the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace, the most discussed topic was the Dark Shadow Throne. Eldest senior brother, even if I want to join forces with others, they will not agree. Lin Fei said with a bitter smile. If they really wanted to join forces, they would have come a long time ago. They would not be as quiet as they are now. I've been pushed out by them. Eldest brother Chongyang was a meticulous person. He immediately understood what his junior brother said. It must be the Elysian Son of Heaven's doing. If it wasn't for him, with junior brother's strength, those supremacies would definitely come looking for you. Eldest brother Chongyang was also angry. Eldest senior brother, the Shadow Throne isn't a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. If they can challenge it, why can't I? Besides, I'm a supremacy of the body tempering school, and I have a protective technique. No matter what, I'm not that weak. Lin Fei said. Eldest senior brother, won't you come over and just talk to me about this? Eldest senior brother Chongyang gave a hollow laugh. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to discuss something with junior brother. Now it seems that it's a little troublesome. After all, junior brother is now alone without any teammates. It's too difficult to do it. Forget it. This was the first time his eldest senior brother had come to discuss something with him. Lin Fei asked curiously. Wait a minute, eldest senior brother. Since you're here, why don't you tell me? What if I have a solution? Eldest senior brother Chongyang had indeed come to look for Lin Fei. After hearing his junior brother's words, it made sense. After all, his junior brother couldn't be treated as an ordinary supremacy. Actually, it's like this. Eldest senior brother Chongyang organized his words. Junior brother should have some understanding of the Shadow Throne. It's a special place with rich resources, but it's also very dangerous. Even supremacies have to be careful when they enter. They don't have the strength to do as they please. However, the resources in the Shadow Throne are very popular among the supremacies. Every time the Shadow Throne opens, many supremacies will ask to buy some of the things in the Shadow Throne. As you know, supremacies of the body tempering school don't have as much money as supremacies with emperor intent. Eldest senior brother Chongyang understood what he meant. Eldest senior brother, you mean that junior brother should help you get some resources from the Shadow Throne? Eldest senior brother Chongyang nodded. That was my original intention, but I don't think it's possible now. Lin Fei had an idea. Eldest senior brother, can you tell me what kind of things are in the Shadow Throne that are more popular outside? I might really be able to bring them out. There's no harm in telling you. Eldest senior brother Chongyang had been to the Shadow Throne in the past, and the dangers inside were still fresh in his memory. If he didn't collaborate with others, it would be very difficult to collect those resources. There are many resources in the Shadow Throne, and the most valuable are the ores, eldest senior brother Chongyang explained. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he was very detailed and didn't leave out any resources. Lin Fei listened very carefully, and an idea popped up in his mind. Perhaps I can become a merchant. With the supremacy's emphasis on this, I reckon that selling it to the Shadow Palace would bring me a huge sum of money. I might even be able to easily exchange it for the divine origin energy sand outside. Initially, he was still worried about the divine origin energy sand, but after hearing eldest senior brother Chongyang's words, Lin Fei immediately had an idea. It seemed like he could go in and make a fortune. Eldest senior brother Chongyang left. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He personally went to the Shadow Palace to find out more about the items produced by the Shadow Throne. You don't say, the prices are really not cheap. The items in the Shadow Throne are unique in the Saint Spirit domain, so it's normal for the prices to be high. If eldest senior brother has this idea, I reckon that the Elysian sons and the others have the same idea. Lin Fei returned to his cave abode and started to register. It wasn't difficult for him to obtain a price list from the Shadow Palace. No one would dare to offend a rising supremacy like him. The ores are the most popular. Apart from that, there are also the Shadow Treasures and the Shadow Beast's leather armor. Each of them is good stuff and they can be forged into supremacy-level battle armor. Lin Fei finally had something to do. I have the system by my side so no one can compete with me for the items in the Shadow Throne. Aren't you guys planning to cheat me? Let's see who's cheating who. This time I'm going to do a big sweep. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The day to enter the Shadow Throne had arrived. Lin Fei arrived rather early. Supremacy Lin Fei, this is your teleportation stone. Once he entered, a middle-aged supremacy came up to him. After greeting him, he took out a piece of jade. This is the teleportation stone that the palace lord personally refined. When you encounter danger, you can use it to teleport out. Lin Fei valued the Shadow Throne even more. The teleportation stone that the Shadow Palace lord personally refined was definitely extraordinary. Even a supremacy's life could be threatened by it. Chapter 29:14. The higher-ups are quite thoughtful. They even prepared teleportation stones. Lin Fei put away the teleportation stone. He was looking forward to the Shadow Throne trip. Although there were some materials left in the library, there were no images. In Lin Fei's view, this was to maintain the mystery of the Shadow Throne. Not long later, another 3 supremacies arrived, and they were all veteran supremacies. Supremacy Yi Fei, Supremacy Su Heng, and Supremacy Huang Lang entered at almost the same time. When they saw Lin Fei, Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang only glanced at him before walking to the other side to get their teleportation stones. Supremacy Su Heng nodded slightly at Lin Fei, showing his friendliness. Since Lin Fei had already nodded, he wouldn't reject him, so he greeted him with a smile. I'm disliked by the veteran supremacies. Lin Fei could sense enmity from them. My physique cultivator strength is still a threat to them. Elysian Sun is also a good move to rope everyone in so quickly. What a pity. Supremacy Su Heng stood not far away. Beside him were two young supremacies. They were Supremacy Pain Star and Supremacy Luo Hua. They had advanced for hundreds of thousands of years and had decent potential. That's right. The Shadow Throne isn't an ordinary place. It's filled with danger. Palace Lord even prepared teleportation stones for us. Lin Fei probably won't be able to move an inch alone. He might not even be able to pass the first level. Supremacy Pain Star had a lukewarm impression of Lin Fei. Supremacy Luo Hua was a woman, and she wasn't young anymore. She shook her head slightly and revealed a trace of regret. He has offended too many people. Even if someone wants to team up with him, they have to consider the consequences of offending the supremacies of the Shadow Palace. Su Heng had a good impression of Lin Fei. It wasn't easy for a physique cultivator to reach this step. If not for the previous incident, Su Heng would have invited Lin Fei to join the team. With a physique cultivator, the team would be able to last longer. Supreme Lord Yi Fei and Supreme Lord Huang Lang stood together. Behind them stood two young Supreme Lords. They were Supreme Lord River Mountain and Supreme Lord Wu Qing. That guy probably doesn't know that he's been abandoned. Yi Fei smiled with his eyes squinted. His smile was extremely cold. That's right. It wasn't easy to get the qualification. Once he gets in, he'll be kicked out in less than 3 days. Supreme Lord Huang Lang's aura was very heavy, mighty. At this moment he was filled with a cold smile. Everyone knows that the Shadow Throne is a strange land. If you want to search for treasures inside, you have to join hands with others. If you go in alone, not many people will be able to last until the end. As veteran supremacies, the two of them didn't like Lin Fei at all. Many of their disciples had been captured by the punishment hall and were still serving there. Even if they asked someone to tell them, the result would be the same. The moment the Shadow Throne's quota was announced, some supremacies immediately came to find trouble for Lin Fei. They wanted to prevent them from forming a team with Lin Fei. To begin with, they were already unhappy with Lin Fei, so they naturally wouldn't reject their request. All of them smiled and agreed. After releasing the news, no one dared to look for Lin Fei anymore. Brother Sheng is here. Elysian Sun walked into the palace with a smile. He glanced at Lin Fei, who was standing at a corner. When he saw that there was no one around, the smile on his face became even more radiant. Vice Hall Master Lin, why are you alone? Elysian Sun wasn't in a hurry to collect the teleportation stone. Now that there was such a good opportunity to ridicule Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't miss it. Even now, his face was still burning from the incident a month ago. Originally they wanted to have a duel to see who could last until the end. In the end, both Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian gave up. In the end, their efforts were in vain. Their first place seemed to have become a joke. Although Elysian Sun was unhappy with Dugu Yijian's actions, he really didn't dare to do anything to him. Dugu Yijian's sword Dao killing move was one of the 10 great sects and was extremely powerful. Hence he bore a grudge against Lin Fei. With the new and old grudges added together, no matter how he looked at Lin Fei, he didn't like it. Can't I do it alone? Lin Fei smiled. Elysian Sun was choked and felt uncomfortable all over. He squinted his eyes and said, I just feel that the Shadow Throne isn't an ordinary place. It's dangerous to be alone. It's a pity that Vice Hall Master Lin has missed this rare opportunity. I really feel pity for you. Unlike me, who teamed up with a few people. I believe that this trip will definitely be very rewarding. Is that so? We've all entered the Shadow Throne. Could it be that Vice Hall Master wholly knows the situation inside? Lin Fei laughed. I'm guessing that you won't be able to obtain anything good on this trip, because I'll be able to obtain more than you. Why don't you follow me? If I'm happy, I'll give you a share so that you won't end up empty-handed. The surrounding supremacies shook their heads slightly when they heard this. He's too arrogant. The Shadow Throne is full of danger and there are a large number of shadow beasts. He actually dares to boast so shamelessly. He must be out of his mind. I reckon that he'll be the first to roll out. He's too shameless. None of the supremacies believed Lin Fei's words. Alone? Not even a body-tempering cultivator. Elysian Sun was full of ridicule. Vice Hall Master Lin is indeed Vice Hall Master Lin. You're full of confidence. Then I'll congratulate you in advance. I hope that you'll be able to obtain more treasures than us. Lin Fei smiled and said, when the time comes, just don't be so depressed that you want to cry. We're all generous people. Why would we? Elysian Sun said, Vice Hall Master Lin, on the other hand, if you encounter any danger, you can look for me. As a colleague, I'll definitely help you. Ah. Elysian Sun could already see Lin Fei's miserable appearance. Dugu Yijian was the last to arrive. He was also alone. After Dugu Yijin arrived, Su Heng went up to greet him and made an invitation, but the other party tactfully rejected. Elysian Sun narrowed his eyes and transmitted a message to Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang. This time our Shadow Throne will be the biggest winner. As long as Dugu Yijin didn't join Supremacy Su Heng's team, Elysian Sun would be completely at ease. Regardless of how powerful they would always be at a disadvantage if they were alone in the Shadow Throne. This was the accumulated experience of the supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace. Back then, there were many heroic supremacies who ventured into the Shadow Throne alone. Afterwards, they all came out in a miserable state and became a joke in everyone's eyes. Until now, no one would go to the Shadow Throne alone. No matter how bad it was, they had to join the team. There was strength in numbers. Only then would they be able to obtain the corresponding treasures in the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin's actions were completely foolish. Elysian Sun was even less worried that the two of them would team up. Dugu Yijin was famous for being stubborn. Chapter 29:15. Everyone retracted their thoughts. Their goal was the same. Even though Lin Fei's arrogant words made them feel ridiculous, when they retracted their thoughts, they looked at Lin Fei with pity. This foolish and arrogant fellow would soon regret his words. If he lowered his head and joined the Elysian Sun's team, it should not be difficult for him to pass the first level. After all, a peak supremacy of the body tempering school was still worthy of everyone's attention. When everyone retracted their gazes, Dugu Yijin calmly looked at Lin Fei with a strange expression. Lin Fei did not care so much. In this day and age, no one will believe the truth. He muttered to himself. Follow me. A supremacy opened up a passage and walked in first. The people behind him followed one after another. The passage was not very long. After a while they came to an independent space. This space was very small and was no different from a cave abode. But when they stepped in, the passage behind them disappeared. It was as if they had arrived in an independent space out of thin air. Such an independent space did not have any location information. The supremacies present did not have the ability to find this independent space. It seems like there's no hope. Lin Fei shook his head. He still wanted to try to find the Shadow Throne through the clues left behind. When he had nothing to do, he could go in and take advantage of it. Master, this space is very special. It should have been set up by the Shadow Palace Lord himself. It moves around at any time and there is no way to catch it. I suspect that it is outside the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei had actually thought of it as well. The Saint Spirit domain was very big. Although it seemed easy for Lin Fei to come up from the lower world, it was not easy to leave the Saint Spirit domain. However, it was not easy to get out of the Saint Spirit domain again. There was a layer of frightening material energy outside the void. He only found out about this after entering the Dark Shadow Palace. That material energy sealed the Saint Spirit domain up and down, forming an independent space. There were records of this in the ancient books in the library, and Lin Fei happened to know about it. If the Shadow Throne was placed in an ordinary void, Lin Fei would have plenty of ways to find it. However, if it was placed in that kind of material energy, it would be equivalent to blocking everything. With his current methods, he would not be able to find any traces of it. Soon Lin Fei noticed the black stone door in front of him. On the stone door there was a portrait of a huge head. It was vivid and lifelike, and those deep eyes seemed to contain an immense power. If one stared at them for a while, they would feel as if their entire being would be sucked into them, unable to extricate themselves. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone quickly circulated their energy to resist. Behind this door is the Shadow Throne. Everyone get ready. I'm going to open the stone door. The middle-aged High Lord reminded everyone. Open. Two sparkling and translucent black pearls flew out of the middle-aged Reverend's hand and into the empty eye of the portrait. Boom boom boom. As the object was inserted into the eye of the painting, the cave started to shake without any warning, following which two beams of light shot out and intersected with each other. They rotated endlessly and forcefully opened up a black tunnel that led to a mysterious place. You can go in. The middle-aged High Lord was obviously used to this kind of situation. Hoo 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 hoo. In the black tunnel, boundless roars could be heard. Just listening to it made one's scalp go numb. The expressions of the 10 reverends finally changed. Just the sound alone made them feel a huge sense of danger. This was something that they didn't usually feel. Was this the throne of shadows? Before entering, everyone could already feel the boundless danger. The Shadow Throne truly lives up to its name. Ah! Elysian Sun laughed loudly and was filled with excitement. He waved his hand. Let's go in. Their group was the first to enter. With the 10 reverends, Elysian Sun's group had 5 people, which was also the strongest group. Elysian Sun was the last to enter. "Vice Hall Master Lin, I'll be waiting for you inside." He went in proudly. The second group was Su Heng, and a total of 3 reverends followed closely behind. In the cave, only Dugu Yijian and Lin Fei were left. The two of them exchanged glances and turned into streams of light, rushing in one after another. The passageway slowly closed up and disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged supremacy took out 2 black pearls and turned around to leave the cave dwelling. The huge cave dwelling collapsed as if it had never existed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian arrived at almost the same time. They immediately discovered that they were in a place similar to an intersection. In front of them there were 10 tunnels. Each tunnel was like the entrance to hell. At the same time, it was accompanied by endless roars that made everyone's hair stand on end. From these roars they sensed a dangerous aura. This should be the first floor of the Shadow Throne, the Shadow Corridor. Elysian Sun squinted his eyes. It said that each Shadow Corridor is different in danger. Some tunnels have a slim chance of survival. We have to choose carefully. Just as he finished speaking, Dugu Yijian was the first to choose a tunnel and rushed in. His golden sword domain was also released. In an instant, endless shattering sounds could be heard. Lin Fei followed closely behind and chose the tunnel closest to the side. He didn't care what the rest would choose. "You'll regret it if you leave so quickly." The Elysian Son of Heaven laughed out loud and took out a treasure. It was a rainbow-colored pearl that was dazzling and gave off a mysterious aura. "Brother Elysian, good move. You actually got such a good thing." Yi Fei laughed. "The rainbow pearl of fortune can turn misfortune into fortune. It's a rare treasure in our Saint Spirit domain." Huang Lang revealed a look of joy and admired Elysian Sun's move. "I've paid a great price for this." Although Elysian Sun felt a little heartache, he was still rather happy. With the rainbow pearl of fortune, we can avoid some dangers and reach the Shadow Throne. That's our chance. Alright, let the rainbow pearl choose for us now. As Elysian Sun used a technique to activate the rainbow pearl of fortune, it turned into a rainbow and flew across the sky, sandwiching the 5th tunnel in the middle. "It's him." Su Heng and the 2 supremacies also felt the pressure. "We really have to pay a price this time." Even the rainbow pearl of fortune was taken out. Turning misfortune into fortune was a simple phrase, but it had a great significance. Along the way they didn't know how much trouble they could avoid. For example, the first floor's shadow corridor was probably the fastest for them to pass through. "Let's take this tunnel." Su Heng calmed his heart and used a special technique to calculate. Finally he chose the 6th tunnel. Chapter 29:16. This is the Shadow Corridor. However, the name doesn't look like it. It's just a shadow corridor. Who would come up with such a stupid name? Lin Fei chose a corridor and rushed in. It was completely different from the shadow corridor he had imagined. This was clearly a corridor that was dug out. The walls were full of potholes and there were traces left behind everywhere. Hua hua hua. Not long after stepping into the shadow corridor, Lin Fei immediately felt a gravitational force descending from the sky. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies pressing down on him, causing his body to make cracking sounds. Lin Fei's body was bent down from the pressure. The gravitational force came too suddenly. "Aotian, open for me." A jingguang erupted from Lin Fei's body and went against the gravitational force. Lin Fei slowly straightened his body and revealed a solemn expression. "It's really as the information says. The shadow corridor on this floor of the Shadow Throne is filled with danger. This passage of mine is a gravitational field. Those with weaker physical bodies would be crushed to the ground on the spot. I wonder what they've encountered." Lin Fei adapted to the gravitational force and found that he was greatly restricted. His movement speed was very slow. In addition, his divine sense was also restricted. He could only see a distance of 10 meters in front of him. What a scam. No wonder the High Lords who came before all turned pale at the mention of the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei turned on the system and let it check ahead. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. The system could scan the situation ahead. Hee, let me see what dangers there are in the shadow corridor. As Lin Fei spoke, he had only taken a few steps when 2 beams of light flashed and slid towards his chest. With 2 clanging sounds, Lin Fei was forced to take a few steps back. The lights appeared again. This time it wasn't 2 but 5. When did they sneak over? Lin Fei waved his hand and took out the sky splitter hammer, smashing it towards the light. However, his hands were a beat too slow, and his body suffered another 3 attacks, causing him to feel a burning pain. I actually lost to a monster in the darkness in terms of speed for the first time. Lin Fei was speechless. Under the restrictions of the gravitational field, his speed was much slower. Compared to the monsters in the dark, there was a certain gap, so it was not surprising that he was hit. It's a good thing I have the body of proud heaven celestial stage 8. If it were those Emperor will supremacies, it wouldn't be so comfortable. With a thought from Lin Fei, the 5 beams of light turned into 10 beams of light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. I let you guys hit me for a bit and you got cocky. Now watch me. Using the Sky Splitter hammer as his hand, Lin Fei swung it heavily, executing the first move, spatial oscillation. Bang bang bang. The shockwave spread out. A dull sound rang out, and 5 humanoid monsters appeared in the dark corridor. The most eye-catching thing was that their hands were like blades, gleaming with a cold light. After their bodies swayed slightly, they pounced forward again. These should be shadow swordsmen, a very powerful species. Their movement speed is extremely fast, and with the gravitational field suppressing me, it's no wonder I can't hit them. Lin Fei recognized them as the most common shadow swordsmen on the first floor, a terrifying existence. Spatial oscillation. The shadow swordsmen were directly sent flying. The power of the Sky Splitter hammer in Lin Fei's hand exploded, smashing on the shadow swordsmen one by one, causing them to spit out green blood. What a strong defense, they actually didn't die after taking the attack. No wonder they said to form a team. It's not easy to fight alone, their strength is already at the peak of the second stage. This was the strongest opponent Lin Fei had encountered so far. Soon his face was full of smiles. I was worried that the monsters in the Shadow Throne wouldn't be enough, but now it seems like I was worrying too much. The stronger the shadow swordsman, the more vigorous the life force in their body. Killing one and plundering it is much better than killing the supremacies outside. Haha, shadow swordsman, here I come. Lin Fei released the seal on the Sky Splitter hammer. With a thought, the Sky Splitter hammer turned into the Sky Splitter rod, turning into countless shadows, smashing on the shadow swordsman. The first strike, the shadow swordsmen were covered in cracks. The second strike, the shadow swordsmen were smashed into pieces. Wah wah wah. A large amount of life force surged into Lin Fei's body, and he instantly felt like he had eaten honey, feeling refreshed from the bottom of his heart. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Lin Fei raised his voice. Under the attack of the Sky Splitter rod, the shadow swordsmen that were terrifying in the eyes of the supremacies were killed in 2 strikes. With the death of 5 shadow swordsmen, a large amount of life force dissipated and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Shadow swordsman, here I come. After releasing the seal, even though Lin Fei's speed was restricted, his power was great. That bit of restriction was broken in front of the Sky Splitter rod. The shadow corridor was very long. There were many shadow swordsmen in hiding, and after suffering at the start, Lin Fei knew how to deal with them. Under the immense power of the Sky Splitter rod, the shadow swordsmen charging forward were just sending themselves to death. 1 shadow swordsman, 2 shadow swordsmen, 10 shadow swordsmen, 20 shadow swordsmen. Lin Fei dragged his heavy body, and the Sky Splitter rod became a terrifying divine weapon. Every time it was swung out, it would hit the shadow swordsman, and its power was displayed to the extreme in this small corridor. Ao Tian's middle stage 8 stage physique also started to slowly increase. This seems to be shadow grass. After killing 30 shadow swordsmen, Lin Fei found a type of black grass on a rock wall. After carefully inspecting it, a name immediately popped up in his mind. This is good stuff. Dark shadow grass was a plant that only grew in the Dark Shadow Throne. This shadow grass contained a trace of Shadow Emperor intent. It was rumored that by continuously absorbing and refining it, one could grasp the powerful shadow stealth. It had the power of Saint Spirit level 9, and even supremacies would find it hard to detect. The Shadow Palace bought it at a high price. This time, we'll really have a great harvest in the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and plucked them all, continuing forward. In another corridor, the 5 Elysian children seemed to be more relaxed. Along the way they did not encounter much danger, and with the cooperation of the 5 supremacies, they had a great harvest. Brother Sheng, our luck is pretty good. We've already harvested 3 stalks of shadow grass. Supremacy Yi Fei said happily. Fortunately we have the rainbow pearl. Otherwise we wouldn't have it so easy. This is just the beginning this time. This time we're going to have a great harvest. Supremacy Huang Lang said with a smile. The Elysian children were also very excited. The rainbow pearl was indeed miraculous, and his efforts to obtain it were not in vain. I'm thinking that Lin Fei is probably suffering now. He might even be teleported out. What a pity, it was such a good opportunity. The Elysian children's words sounded very proud. He's probably regretting it now. In the future, if he wants to enter the Shadow Throne, he can forget about it if he doesn't accumulate enough contribution points. Ah. Chapter 29:17. Shadow Corridor. In one of the dark passages. Bang bang bang. Countless black shadows flashed by and constantly whipped the Shadow Swordsman, causing the Shadow Swordsman to be unable to rush up and could only linger outside until they were killed. Awesome. The person who attacked was very fast. The black rod in his hand was constantly dancing, and a black shadow appeared and whipped the Shadow Swordsman. In the Shadow Corridor, one could hear cracking sounds. That was the sound of the body breaking. Another 3 shadow grass in hand. Lin Fei quickly picked up the shadow grass and continued to move forward. This was his 3rd month in the Shadow Corridor. There were too many Shadow Swordsmen. In these 3 months, Lin Fei almost never stopped, fighting with the Shadow Swordsman all the time. The Sky Splitter rod in his hand was very smooth, killing the Shadow Swordsman became easier. The biggest gain was his Proud Heaven 8th layer. Unknowingly from the middle stage to the peak of the middle stage about to break through to the late stage, it was definitely a huge improvement. Under the Proud Heaven body, Lin Fei's physical body was even stronger. Several times he was attacked by the Shadow Swordsman, it only left a very shallow wound on his body. Looking at the time, it should be almost the end. Although he was alone but along the way his movement was still very fast, he believed that he was not slower than those people. It seemed that his guess was right. Following this, the number of Shadow Swordsmen began to decrease. It was easier to deal with. Master, it seems to be the end in front. However, you have to be careful. There is a powerful Shadow Swordsman hidden on your left side. It seems like it is a small team leader. One of them is equivalent to a dozen Shadow Swordsmen. After the divine sense was restricted, Lin Fei kept the system open. After recording the aura, the Shadow Swordsman had no place to hide. It was exposed. Got it? Just as they were about to get close, Lin Fei made the first move. He swung his Sky Splitter staff, smashing it against the stone wall. The dark shadow blade hand that was hiding there rushed out and several beams of cold light appeared. Lin Fei also saw clearly. The Shadow Swordsman that attacked him was twice as big as the previous ones. It was like a small mountain and was very strong. The Sky Splitter staff swept horizontally and shattered the cold light. He then used the move Spacequake. The dark shadow blade hand swayed slightly before continuing to attack. A cold light appeared. It was created by the other party's extremely fast speed, and it was quite terrifying. A peak supremacy expert. Lin Fei's fleshly body had been strengthened. Even though the opponent's attacks were sharp, with the heaven-splitting rod in his hand, he wasn't worried that the opponent could beat him. The heaven-splitting rod was like a poisonous snake, constantly striking the weak spots of the Umbra blade hand. Under the suppression of the gravitational field, Lin Fei's physical body improved a little. He was able to break through the suppression of the gravitational field. Every time he hit the Shadow Swordsman's weak point, once, twice, thrice, the Shadow Swordsman howled, but it couldn't touch Lin Fei at all. After another heavy strike, the shadowy bladesman was sent flying. In midair, its powerful body shattered into pieces, and a thick life force surged into Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Something seems to have fallen. Lin Fei grabbed the air, and a shiny object appeared in his hand. This was something like a crystal, but the biggest difference was that the crystal contained a wave of energy, a very pure energy. Master, this is good stuff. It should be life energy inside. I didn't expect the Saint Spirit world to have such a special life form race. Your Hierarch Umbra is very powerful. The little fiend said in surprise. No wonder I felt a familiar aura from the crystal. Lin Fei suddenly realized that he couldn't react in time. In the next second he grabbed the life crystal and tried to absorb the life energy. Under the forceful plundering, the life energy in the life crystal flowed into Lin Fei's body like water. The majestic life energy was very pure, dozens of times purer than the plundering. Hua hua hua. This life energy kept circulating in Lin Fei's body. His physical body was slightly improved again. Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage. From Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage to Late Stage, it really didn't take long. Lin Fei could feel that Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage had a huge change in his physical body. It lasted for a long time. Kacha sounds came from Lin Fei's body. His eyes burst with light, and his eyes became deep like a bottomless pit. Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage. With my current physical defense, even a peak supremacy can't easily hurt me. Only those great supremacies can pose a threat to me. The heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body was a brand new top-notch body cultivation technique derived from countless cultivation techniques. Every small realm increase would increase one's strength. Proud Heaven level 8 late stage, although not yet at the peak, Lin Fei's strength had increased by a lot. If there are a few of these life crystals, I will quickly break through to the peak of the 8th level of Proud Heaven realm. I just don't know in the other passageways whether or not there is this kind of shadow swordsman overseeing. If there is, he killed the last shadow swordsman. Lin Fei looked around and found the dark shadow grass. There were 13 of them and they were all in one place. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to take them. At the end of the shadow corridor, Lin Fei walked out. He thought he would go to the next floor. But just as he came out, a terrifying and dangerous aura instantly fell on his body. The sky splitter rod also quickly appeared in his hand. At the end of the shadow corridor, it was not the next floor but a place similar to a cave. The area was not very big and it was about the size of a palace. But in such a place, not far from Lin Fei, there was a black circular altar, surrounded by 9 pillars. In the center of the altar stood a burly being. He was clad in black armor and held a large black shield in each hand. He was taller than a person, and his other hand was holding a black axe. At this moment, his cold eyes were looking over. Intruder, die. Boom, boom, boom. The void exploded and a terrifying attack came. Lin Fei instantly felt cold all over, and the sky splitter rod in his hand slashed, splitting the void in two. Bang, bang, bang. The huge impact instantly hit Lin Fei's body, and his body also slightly swayed. Crush. The black axe cut across the sky, and the huge body came in front of Lin Fei, attacking with a big move. Damn, this has the battle power of a great supremacy. Chapter 29:18. Lin Fei really didn't think that he would be the first to come out. It seems like I was too fast. In one exchange, he encountered a shadow mutant with the battle power of a great sovereign. Its strength was very terrifying, and its power was fierce and tyrannical, crushing all the way. The moment he came into contact, the other party's power rushed in, continuously crushing the life energy in his body. After a dozen exchanges, Lin Fei figured out what it was. Shadow Commander. The boss of this floor. Only by defeating the Shadow Commander can you go to the next floor. Lin Fei also discovered the strength of the Shadow Commander. It could completely explode with the strength of a great sovereign, and its armor had the attack immunity ability. During this period, his attacks landed on the Shadow Commander's body several times, but he didn't suffer much damage. Later, after analyzing it with the system, he found out that it had the ability to avoid damage. In addition, the Shadow Commander had the ability to move freely in this place without any restrictions. With the first strike, the Shadow Commander dodged and turned around to attack, catching people off guard. Lin Fei relied on Proud Heaven's late-stage 8th layer physical body, but he also suffered several injuries. Each time, it brought about a huge destructive power and he went on a rampage all the way. The Shadow Commander was very strong, but Lin Fei had Proud Heaven and the Sky Splitter Rod, so it shouldn't be difficult to kill it. However, after exchanging over 100 blows, the Dark Shadow Commander was injured and forced to retreat. He had thought that he would be able to obtain a life crystal, but in the next moment, the Dark Shadow Commander returned to the altar, fully healed. After going back and forth a few times, Lin Fei was completely speechless. This was simply a bug. When he was about to die, he ran back to recover. Fortunately, Lin Fei's physical body was strong, and when he fought with the Shadow Commander, he could steal some of its life energy so he wouldn't be unable to recover. How can I fight like this? After 3 days and 3 nights. When Lin Fei saw the Dark Shadow Commander resurrect to full health once more, he was utterly defeated. It's really difficult for me to kill the Dark Shadow Commander alone. Even if I go all out, I won't be able to stop the Dark Shadow Commander from reviving to full health. In this place, he's almost invincible. What the hell? He really couldn't stop the Shadow Commander. The Shadow Commander's unlimited movement was extremely terrifying. If I want to kill the Dark Shadow Commander, I have to join forces with someone else. It's really difficult to kill him alone. With this thought in mind, Lin Fei did not expect to be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander. What a joke. With this setting, even if he went all out, he would not be able to do it. He changed his method and started to wander around the Dark Shadow Commander. For Lin Fei, defense was always the easiest. It was even more convenient to move around. Half a month later, someone came out from one of the tunnels. Haha, looks like we're the first to come out. Once they were out of the Dark Shadow corridor, the Elysian Son of Heaven laughed heartily. Even though there was a trace of fatigue on his face, at least they had made it out of the Dark Shadow corridor safely. But in the next second, the Dark Shadow Commander changed its target. After fighting for half a month, the Dark Shadow Commander was still unable to capture his opponent. Instead, he was injured everywhere. Gritting his teeth when he sensed that someone was coming, he immediately changed his method. With a spatial movement, he appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven and chopped down with his axe. Cold light shot out in all directions. Caught off guard, the Elysian Son of Heaven was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. High Lord Yi Fei and High Lord Huang Lang, as well as High Lord Chuan Shan and High Lord Wu Qin, immediately reacted and took out their treasures to protect in front of them. However, facing the attack of the Dark Shadow Commander, the four of them changed their expressions. Too powerful. In a short period of time, they seemed to have walked a circle on the edge of death. What the hell is this? The Elysian Son of Heaven's blood and chi surged. The Emperor's will protection around his body was also shattered into a mess. The battle armor on his body was also dented. Looks shocking. Brother Shing, be careful. This seems to be the Dark Shadow Commander recorded in the information. High Lord Yi Fei reminded, it's very powerful. It seems to be invincible. It was not easy to get out of the Dark Shadow corridor. Before he could even catch his breath, he encountered the Dark Shadow Commander. The Elysian Son of Heaven was filled with anger. What bullsh *T Dark Shadow Commander, see how I kill him. A dream in vain. A huge bubble enveloped the Dark Shadow Commander. With a loud bang, the Dark Shadow Commander was injured. This move was a Sacred Soul Level 9 secret technique. It was very powerful, especially its lethality. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very confident in his strength. After defeating the Dark Shadow Commander in one move, he became high-spirited. He attacked again and again. Vairocana appeared behind him, Buddha's light shone. The Dark Shadow Commander's body constantly emitted black smoke. On the opposite side, Lin Fei replaced the Sky Splitter rod in his hand with the Sky Splitter hammer and watched the Elysian Son of Heaven attack the Dark Shadow Commander. You'll be dumbfounded later. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Brother Shing, let us help you. High Lord Yi Fei and the other three attacked. They could see that although the Dark Shadow Commander was retreating, it was impossible for the Elysian Son of Heaven to severely injure or even kill it. He was far from enough. When the five of them joined forces, their offensive power increased greatly. Although the Dark Shadow Commander was powerful and kept using big moves, it still could not do anything to them. Alright, the Dark Shadow Commander is seriously injured. The Elysian Son of Heaven released a big move. The Dark Shadow Commander was on the verge of collapse. He laughed. Everyone, let's attack together and kill the Dark Shadow Commander. Maybe it will drop something good. High Lord Yi Fei also laughed. However, in the next second, under the siege of the five, the Dark Shadow Commander disappeared and returned to the altar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His injuries were healed and he was full of blood. His battle power was restored to its peak. With a move, he appeared behind High Lord Yi Fei and slashed down. High Lord Yi Fei, who took the attack head-on, vomited blood and was sent flying. How is this possible? Wasn't the Dark Shadow Commander heavily injured and on the verge of death? Why isn't he injured at all? The Elysian Son of Heaven's eyes widened, unable to react. It's like he was never injured. Not good, he's coming again. While they were hesitating, the Dark Shadow Commander's big axe kept attacking. After a large-scale attack, High Lord Huang Lang and the other two High Lords were all sent flying, leaving only the Elysian Son of Heaven. Buddha's palm. The Elysian Son of Heaven was enraged. He had never used this move before. The Dark Shadow Commander in front of him was extremely terrifying, causing him to feel immense pressure. This was a feeling that High Lord powerhouses would not feel. The Elysian Son of Heaven did not believe that the Dark Shadow Commander could withstand it. The Great Buddha behind him followed the Elysian Son's palm, and the Great Buddha followed suit. The two palms fused together and countless Great Buddhas appeared on the palms. Bang, bang. Before the attack reached the Dark Shadow Commander's body, its powerful physical defense also began to collapse, turning into black flesh and blood. More than half of the Dark Shadow Commander's body almost melted away. Seeing that it was about to hit, the Dark Shadow Commander moved again and directly returned to the altar. Its flesh and blood were reconstructed. The Buddha's palm slapped horizontally and landed heavily on the altar. A Jingguang appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven's palm, forcibly blocking it. The altar behind it did not move at all. Damn it, this is the Buddha's palm. The Elysian Son of Heaven could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Holy Deputy Hall Master, stop fighting. You won't be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander like this. Don't waste your energy. Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere. The Elysian Son of Heaven found it a little familiar. This sounds like Lin Fei's voice. How is this possible? How did he get here? Chapter 29:19. Holy Son of Heaven finally saw Lin Fei. Holy Son of Heaven was confused. The first thought that came to his mind was, why is he here? Didn't you go out? Why are you here? Holy Son of Heaven had long assumed that Lin Fei was no longer in the Shadow Throne. The five of them had chosen the safe Shadow Corridor. They had suffered so much during this time, so Lin Fei must have left by now. But now he did not go out. He was even looking at them with a smile. Supremacy Yi Fei and the others also noticed Lin Fei's presence. Their expressions were similar to Holy Son of Heaven's. They were all dumbfounded. Lin Fei actually came earlier than them. The most shocking thing was that not only did he come early, but he also survived the Shadow Commander's attack. What kind of joke was this? They thought that their eyes must be playing tricks on them. This was definitely not the Lin Fei they knew. He was not just a little bit stronger. From the moment they entered the Shadow Throne, they did not take Lin Fei seriously. He had successfully passed through the Shadow Corridor alone. Those Shadow Swordsmen were not easy to deal with. Why do I have to go out? Lin Fei smiled. Speaking of which, I was lucky. I did not encounter any Shadow Swordsmen along the way. Only the gravitational field was a little uncomfortable. Then I came here smoothly. Could it be that you were under a lot of pressure along the way? Then I can only say that you are unlucky. Luck? Hearing this, Holy Son of Heaven could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After the Shadow Commander healed, he was the first to attack Holy Son of Heaven. Could it be that my Rainbow Lucky Pearl is not good? Holy Son of Heaven shook his head. Why was Lin Fei luckier than him? Other than this explanation, he really did not believe that Lin Fei could pass through alone. What a lucky bastard. It was not easy for them to come over. When they heard these words, their faces felt like they were being slapped. After all, there were 5 of them. Lin Fei's appearance here was a huge blow to Holy Son of Heaven's group. They were most unwilling to see Lin Fei appear here. In the current situation, they could only watch as the Shadow Commander madly attacked them, not giving them a chance to catch their breaths. This Shadow Commander isn't easy to deal with. It can teleport and revive at full health. Take your time. Lin Fei stood on one side of the cliff and watched with a smile. Bastard. The Holy Son of Heaven cursed, but he still wanted to fight with the Shadow Commander. With the 5 of them working together, it didn't take long before they were all injured. They had lost count of how many medicinal pills they had taken, but every time they tried to kill the Dark Shadow Commander, he would always escape. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Saint Son of Heaven and the others looked tired, especially the 2 old Supremacy Lords. They had to protect the 2 newcomers. After 5 days, their bodies were riddled with wounds. Looking at the Dark Shadow Commanders again, they seemed to be completely fine. Gradually, they had grasped the Dark Shadow Commander's attacking methods, becoming extremely difficult to deal with. During this time, it wasn't that they didn't split up to attack the altar. Unfortunately, the Dark Shadow Commander would immediately return to the altar. They couldn't do anything. Vice Hallmaster Lin, as someone who came in together, aren't you going to help? If we can't kill the Dark Shadow Commander, we can forget about going to the next level. Yi Fei looked at Lin Fei, who seemed to be fine. He was furious. Why did they have to endure the Dark Shadow Commander's ferocious attacks while he had nothing to do? After 5 days, Yi Fei also felt a huge pressure. The opponent was too strong. Every strike was filled with boundless power, and it was extremely strenuous for them to block. They had also consumed a lot of energy, so they wanted to pull Lin Fei down. At the very least, a body refinement supremacy could resist the Umbra Commander head-on. Lin Fei shook his head. Forget it. If the 5 of you can't do it, I'll just be looking for a beating. I feel pretty good now. It doesn't matter if I can't go to the next level. This was obviously a blatant lie. They didn't think so. Everyone was furious, but they didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Commander's tireless attacks were the most troublesome. The longer it went on, the harder it was to block. During this time, Sage Qianzi and the rest launched fierce attacks, but they still couldn't kill the Dark Shadow Commander. On the contrary, they were in a sorry state and they hated Lin Fei to death. Good luck, I have high hopes for you guys. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you guys. Lin Fei felt that they had no motivation, so he simply cheered them on. The Dark Shadow Commander had suffered in Lin Fei's hands. After thinking about it, Sage Qianzi and the rest were easier to deal with. With a killing move like the Buddha's palm, the Dark Shadow Commander locked onto them. Aha, we're finally out. 3 days later, Su Heng brought 2 newcomers out. They saw a chaotic scene. The Dark Shadow Commander's terrifying aura swept out. After discovering the newcomers, it gave up on Sage Qianzi and the rest and attacked Su Heng. A shield appeared in front of them. Dark Shadow Commander. Su Heng's expression changed as he understood. Sage Qianzi and the rest finally heaved a sigh of relief, but they didn't dare to be careless. The opponent could move, especially in this place where treasures couldn't restrict it. If it turned around and attacked, they would be the unlucky ones. Too troublesome. Sage Qianzi panted and took out a pill to eat. Yifei and the other two did the same. They quickly recovered their energy. In these few days they didn't know how many pills they had eaten. Even they felt heartache. The Shadow Commander on the first floor had already caused them to suffer greatly. Especially when Lin Fei was watching from the side. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Now that Su Heng had appeared, it was as though they had gotten rid of a problem. If the Dark Shadow Throne was too attractive, they would want to leave. Facing the Dark Shadow Commander was too terrifying. It couldn't be killed and it couldn't be killed. Who would be willing to deal with it? Supremacy Su Heng's shield didn't last long before it shattered. The Umbra Commander's frenzied attacks also made Supremacy Su Heng feel immense pressure. He finally understood that Holy Son of Heaven's expression was one of schadenfreude. I can't block it, it's too strong. Whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, dozens of sword intents flew out from the Dark Shadow corridor. Bo, bo. Bloody wounds exploded on the Dark Shadow Commander's body as sword intents filled the air. Supremacy Su Heng was secretly delighted. Such a terrifying killing intent, it was definitely the solitary sword that came out. At the end of the Dark Shadow corridor, Dugu Yijian walked out in a sorry state. He put two fingers together and a sword intent slashed out, sending the Dark Shadow Commander flying and crashing into the wall. Thank you, Brother Dugu. The Dark Shadow Commander is too troublesome. Su Heng said gratefully. You're welcome. We're all in the same boat. Chapter 29-20. The 10 supremacies finally gathered together again. At this moment, everyone's mentality was different. The Dark Shadow Commander did not care who they were. It raised its shield, and the axe in its hand raised strong winds and huge waves, attacking indiscriminately. So. Spatial movement was also executed to the extreme. Everyone was very smart and carried out a certain level of defense. They did not attack the Dark Shadow Commander. No matter which side, they could forget about killing the Dark Shadow Commander. Half a day later. This small place was divided into 4 groups. The Dark Shadow Commander took turns to attack, giving everyone a headache. If they could not kill it, they would not be able to bear the exhaustion if they continued. How to kill the Dark Shadow Commander was a problem. Elysian Sun was the first to speak. If this continued, it would not end well for anyone. They could only work together. Destroying that altar was the most important. Without that unlimited recovery, the Dark Shadow Commander could not continue to threaten their lives. Work together. It was imperative. I think we cannot continue. We have to work together to deal with the Dark Shadow Commander. Otherwise, none of us will be able to go to the next floor. Elysian Sun suggested, and his tone became solemn. A few days passed and they still could not take down the Dark Shadow Commander. Instead, their exhaustion increased. Every day they stayed here meant one more day of exhaustion. That's right, we have to work together. The Dark Shadow Commander must die. With our strength, if we work together, as long as we have the right strategy, we will definitely be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander. Supremacy Yifei followed. If we don't work together, none of us will be able to pass. I believe that everyone has experienced the power of the Dark Shadow Commander. High Lord Huang Lang stood up. Only by working together will we have a chance against the Dark Shadow Commander. Their team had the most people. Once Elysian Sun suggested it, Supremacy Su Heng considered for a moment and chose to agree. They had worked so hard to come here, they did not wish to be stopped by the Dark Shadow Commander. I have no problem with that. Elysian Sun looked at Dugu Yijian. What about Brother Dugu? I have no problem either. Dugu Yijian's sword intent was very destructive, but it was still lacking against the Dark Shadow Commander. He could not kill it in one strike. Finally, only Lin Fei was left. I have no problem joining the team, we are only working together for a short period of time. However, there is one thing I have to make clear. Lin Fei also wanted to go to the next floor as soon as possible. After killing the Shadow Commander, what about the items that drop? The Shadow Commander had a strong vitality, and Lin Fei had the little demon analyze it. The other party's vitality was countless times more tyrannical than that of the Shadow Swordsman squad captain, at least 5 times more. What interested Lin Fei the most was whether the Dark Shadow Commander would drop life crystals. That was the most important thing. If he could absorb and refine this life crystal, he would definitely be able to raise his physical body's cultivation by a large margin. No matter what, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. The Elysian Son of Heaven glanced at Lin Fei. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about. We can divide the items into 10 portions. The 5 of us can take 5 portions. Brother Su and the other 2 can take 3 portions. You and Dugu Yijian can take 1 each. There shouldn't be any objections, right? The Elysian Son of Heaven said after pondering for a moment. Lin Fei was the first to shake his head. Then forget it. I don't know how 1 portion will be calculated. Maybe you guys will choose it first and the rest will be given to us. If that's the case, I probably won't have a chance of getting anything good. Since that's the case, I'm not going to make a move. Anyway, I'm already satisfied to be able to reach this point. Before making things clear, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. Dugu Yijian's expression was calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Su Heng and the other 2's expressions also changed. They understood the Elysian Son of Heaven's meaning. If the items dropped, it seemed that the Elysian Son of Heaven's group would have the first choice. According to the Elysian Son of Heaven's idea, the physique cultivator Lin Fei had to join. Otherwise, who would fight the Shadow Commander? Could it be them? Previously, they had all experienced the prowess of the Shadow Commander. Without the support of a physique cultivator, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Previously, they didn't attach any importance to Lin Fei, but now he had become extremely important. After all, the Elysian Son of Heaven wasn't a physique cultivator, and his physique wasn't as strong as Lin Fei's. That won't do. Although we are temporarily working together, we still have to do things according to the rules. The Elysian Son of Heaven wasn't willing to compromise. He had to get the biggest share of killing the Shadow Commander. Lin Fei was very clear about the Elysian Son of Heaven's character. He couldn't wait for Lin Fei to get out of the Shadow Throne. It was impossible for him to give Lin Fei any benefits. Lin Fei was also confident that without his help, the Shadow Commander wouldn't be so easy to kill. Then I'll back out. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. You guys kill first. I'll cheer you guys on from this side. Brother Sheng, this fellow Lin Fei isn't willing to join us. Instead, he wants to take advantage of the situation. Why don't we chase him out? Yi Fei transmitted his voice. If we keep him around, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen to him. This fellow can pass the first round. If he goes to the second level, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. The Elysian Son of Heaven thought about it and agreed. Even without Lin Fei, they had 9 people. It shouldn't be difficult to kill the Shadow Commander. He believed that Su Heng and Dugu Yijian wouldn't interfere. Lin Fei had offended many supremacies in the Shadow Palace. Even if he went out, no one would take it seriously. Resources needed to be fought over. This was something that the higher-ups tacitly agreed to. Then chase Lin Fei out. Does he really think that I lack a physique cultivator like him? The Elysian Son transmitted his voice to Yi Fei and the other supremacies. Very quickly they came up with a countermeasure. When the Shadow Commander once again appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven, the Elysian Son of Heaven directly used Buddha's palm and destroyed half of the Shadow Commander's body. This time, the Elysian Son of Heaven intentionally controlled his strength. The Shadow Commander fell into a berserk state. It launched a frenzied attack. The Elysian Son of Heaven flew in the direction of Lin Fei. Yi Fei and the others behind him did the same. This was a detail that they had noticed in the past few days. They wanted the Shadow Commander to attack Lin Fei. With the addition of the 5 of them, they should be able to chase Lin Fei out of the Shadow Throne. You guys are really shameless. Lin Fei was instantly locked down by 6 terrifying auras. The Elysian Son of Heaven gritted his teeth and used Buddha's palm. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was still worth it if it could chase Lin Fei out. If he didn't listen to us, there was no point in staying here. The huge palm came whistling over. It didn't give Lin Fei any chance to resist. The other 4 supremacies cooperated very well. Since they had attacked, they didn't hold back. Their strength was almost combined into one. It wasn't inferior to a thunderous strike. Its power was comparable to a grand supremacy strike. The Shadow Commander, who had fallen into a berserk state, also used a big move. A series of black shadows appeared. Its power increased explosively as it blasted towards Lin Fei. Chapter 29-21. No one had expected Elysian Son of Heaven to really make a move. Actually, this kind of thing was very normal. While the Dark Shadow Palace looked harmonious, it was not. The internal strife was intense, and this was also a way for experts to train themselves. It was no joke that a general success was built on thousands of bones. As long as they did not kill each other, everyone acted as if nothing had happened. Even Lord Divinity Dark Shadow walked up step by step like this. There were no shortcuts. The Dark Shadow Throne was actually such a place to fight. Especially for experts like Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijian. They were young and had high cultivation, so it was difficult to get along. Strife was unavoidable. Supremacy Su Heng watched quietly. "Are we going to make a move later?" the young Supremacy Pain Star asked. "Lin Fei is a little too arrogant. Serves him right for being unlucky. Wouldn't it have been fine if he had just agreed to it?" Supremacy Su Heng really did not want to interfere in this matter. "Let's watch slowly. No matter how they fight, they will eventually rope us in to deal with the Dark Shadow Commander." Supremacy Su Heng was also a wily old fox. There was no need to interfere in such a meaningless matter. What a pity. Pain Star and Falling Flowers Supremacy shook their heads. If it were them, they would definitely not offend Elysian Son of Heaven and his group. Moreover, the Dark Shadow Commander was involved, and his strength was not as simple as it seemed. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he was still a peak supremacy. Just the Dark Shadow Commander alone was an expert that surpassed the peak supremacy level. Dugu Yijin did not have much of an opinion on whether or not to join forces. Instead, he was more and more interested in Lin Fei. 1 against 5 supremacies, and a Dark Shadow Commander that surpassed the peak supremacy level. I wonder what gives you the right to say such bold words. I really look forward to it. In Dugu Yijin's mind, he was constantly analyzing how to make a move, and how to fight for a chance to counterattack under such a siege. This was also one of his favorite ways. Thinking non-stop. Lin Fei had long predicted that they would act shamelessly. It was not that such a thing had never happened in the records of the Dark Shadow Palace. The little fiend had copied the first and second floors. These secrets were no longer secrets in Lin Fei's eyes. Proud Sky Protection. Against the attacks of 5 supremacies and 1 Dark Shadow Commander, Lin Yun had no choice but to retreat. Lin Fei activated the Proud Heavens Barricade, causing a thin layer of golden light to appear around him. The Sky Splitter hammer in his hand smashed out towards the void, causing the entire void to become flat. Boom! Endless waves swept out. Bang bang bang. As the waves spread out, a portion of the combined attacks from the Sacred Sons of Heaven and the others were neutralized. The remaining portion of the attacks all collided with Jingguang, constantly melting and disintegrating until they completely disappeared. The faces of Elysian Son of Heaven, Exalt Yi Fei, and Exalt Huang Lang darkened. His strength has actually increased again. What kind of joke is this? His protective technique has also become more powerful. What the hell? All 3 of them were peak supremacies. Just the power of that blow alone was enough for them to feel the changes within it. It was the true power of a big move. The most terrifying thing was that protective technique. It was so powerful that it formed an absolute layer of defense. The 5 of them, together with the attack of the Dark Shadow Commander, actually did not pose the slightest threat to Lin Fei. Do you guys still want to continue? Lin Fei held the Sky Splitter hammer and smiled. If it's not enough, you guys can continue. However, let me get rid of this annoying guy first. Swoosh. Lin Fei's speed increased to the limit. Everyone could only hear the thumping sound. The huge body of the Dark Shadow Commander flew out and slammed heavily into the rock wall. The speed was too fast. After reaching the late stage of the 8th level of Proud Heavens, Lin Fei's physical body could display even faster speed. Too fast. Dugu Yijin's eyes lit up. This is a sign that the physical body has improved again. The stronger the physical body, the faster the speed. Even if it was an ordinary movement technique, with the support of a tyrannical physical body, it could be reached to the extreme. Also, that power just now, directly breaking through the surface with a huge area of effect attack. The Dark Shadow Commander looked like it was not injured, but in fact it was seriously injured. What a domineering method. At this moment, Dugu Yijin was stunned by Lin Fei's performance. Just based on that move, Lin Fei's strength had surpassed everyone. If he could fight the Dark Shadow Commander alone, he would not lose. Of course, if the fight dragged on, the Dark Shadow Commander would still win. He actually sent the Dark Shadow Commander flying. The Dark Shadow Commander had no ability to resist. If it was said that Lin Fei could easily block their joint attack. But at this moment, when the Dark Shadow Commander was sent flying, it was enough to shock them. Among everyone present, other than Dugu Yijin, probably no one could easily injure the Dark Shadow Commander. Even the Elysian Son of Heaven was the same. His killer move, Buddha's Palm. The power was peerless, but it was not that powerful. It was obviously a level lower. The Elysian Son's expression turned ugly. This kind of attack, I wonder how many times you can release it. The Elysian Son really did not believe that Lin Fei's strength could still increase in such a short time. Kill. The 5 of them attacked again. After the Dark Shadow Commander suffered a big move, it pounced towards Supremacy Su Heng, who was not far away. Dugui Jin followed up with a sword strike. Streams of sword intent blasted on the Dark Shadow Commander's body. Lin Fei's speed was no slower than the Dark Shadow Commander's movement speed. A hammer smashed towards the Elysian Son of Heaven's face. A loud cracking sound. The Emperor Will body protection was shattered. The second hammer followed, smashing heavily on the Elysian Son's chest. Cracks appeared on his battle armor, and his entire person was sent flying. Spatial oscillation. After his attack succeeded, terrifying energy rippled around Lin Fei's body. The slightly weaker Mountain Supremacy and Ruthless Supremacy were directly sent flying. Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang were impacted, and their bodies swayed. In the next second, more than 10 shadows came crashing over. They joined forces to block 7 or 8 of them, but there were still 7 or 8 shadows that landed on their bodies, and they were directly beaten silly. Now do you still want to fight? After his strength increased, Lin Fei's strength was even greater than before. Even if he restrained a portion of his strength, he could still easily defeat them. We don't want to fight anymore. We are from the Dark Shadow Palace, let's talk things out. Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang could feel the explosive and destructive power in their bodies the most. It was rampaging all the way and they were forced to use all their strength to suppress that power. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Brother Xing, it was not easy for us to come here. Vice Hall Master Lin's strength is also here. Why don't we join forces? Dugui Jin smiled and said, as for the distribution of the items, we will first ask Lin Fei. Chapter 29-22. The Dark Shadow Commander was also sent flying, his body riddled with bloody gashes and bruises. Howling, he returned to the altar in bedraggled fashion, where he began to heal his wounds. Yi Fei also thought that Dugui Jin was right. Now they finally knew how powerful Lin Fei was. He really lived up to his reputation. No wonder he could suppress the Elysian Sun. Yi Fei himself also suffered a little. Compared to the last time, Lin Fei's strength had improved a lot. His use of strength was even more terrifying. He could easily break through their Emperor Will protection. If they continued, there would be no benefits. They could see that if Lin Fei didn't join them, Dugui Jin might stand on the side. At that time, with the 8 of them injured, no one would be able to take down the Dark Shadow Commander. Sure. The Elysian Sun was reluctant. The chaotic destructive power in his body told him one thing. Lin Fei's strength seemed to be above him. Deputy Hall Leader Lin, it was just a misunderstanding. Yi Fei said shamelessly. Don't mind it. We were just testing. We are not targeting Deputy Hall Leader Lin. Lin Fei secretly scolded them for being shameless, but on the surface he chuckled. I'll cut to the chase. Everyone's goal is the same, so I'll be frank. The Dark Shadow Commander's final blow must be dealt by me. As for where it will fall, that will depend on personal advantage. Whoever can snatch it first will get it. What do you all think? Yi Fei and the Elysian Sun were prepared to pay a big price. As long as it was not an extremely dangerous person, they would agree. With Lin Fei's participation, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. But after hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone doubted that they had heard wrongly. So simple. The Dark Shadow Commander's last attack? This did not seem too much. Could there be some secret? But no matter how they guessed, they could not find any secret. As for snatching it by themselves, they were not worried. After all, there were 5 of them. Even if Lin Fei was fast, he could still delay the other party. This requirement was too low. Sure, no problem at all. Revered Lord Yi Fei quickly agreed. Everyone can make an oath and we can start the operation. No matter what Lin Fei thought, they would not refuse these 2 conditions. Without waiting for Lin Fei to say anything, they immediately swore an oath, afraid that Lin Fei would change his mind. Su Heng and the others did not understand. What is Lin Fei trying to do? These 2 conditions did not affect Supremacy Su Heng. Deep down in his heart, he actually hoped that this was the case. There were 3 of them and their chances were still very high. Dugui Jin gave a thumbs up to Lin Fei. Interesting, really interesting. What happened next was simple. Leave the Dark Shadow Commander to me and Brother Dugu. After a simple discussion, Lin Fei chose to attack the Shadow Commander while the Elysian children and the others attacked the altar. That place could not be so sturdy. As long as they kept attacking, there would always be a chance. No one had any objections. If they could, they would rather attack the altar than the Shadow Commander. Kill. Lin Fei executed spatial oscillation, which shook the Shadow Commander's body. He followed up, and countless shadows appeared behind him. The Sky Splitter hammer in his hand smashed onto the Shadow Commander's body. Haha, if you guys make a move, wouldn't the Dark Shadow Commander's life energy be wasted for nothing? This thing is good stuff. Lin Fei's current fleshly body was at the late stage of Prideful Heaven Tier 8. He could still absorb as much as he could without too many restrictions. Brother Dugu, can your domain stop the Shadow Commander for a short while? Lin Fei's attacks were very fast, and he did not give the Shadow Commander any chance to move. After his strength increased, he could keep up with the Shadow Commander's movement speed. However, he felt that he was still lacking and he needed Dugu Ijin's help. Sure. Dugu Ijin was still a man of few words. He unleashed his sword domain. Return. Under Lin Fei's barrage of attacks, the Dark Shadow Commander moved. Dugu Ijin did not give it an opportunity. His sword slashed through the air, cutting off the Dark Shadow Commander's path. Lin Fei took this opportunity to force the Dark Shadow Commander out. Although the Shadow Commander was unable to reach the altar, it was still able to reach the edge of the altar. The injuries on its body had actually recovered to a certain extent. Lin Fei caught up. Looks like we can only kill the Shadow Commander by destroying the altar. What an amazing method. Dugu Ijin revealed a look of surprise. Just now, when he slashed through the air, the Shadow Commander was injured, but it still rushed over. Chase him out. Everyone immediately attacked the Dark Shadow Commander, forcing it away from the altar. Lin Fei and Dugu Ijin attacked the most fiercely. The Shadow Commander quickly rushed out of the altar's range. Once it left the range, they continued to attack the altar. Vice Hall Master Lin, we cannot attack too fiercely. Otherwise, everyone's efforts would be in vain. We have to wander around and slowly drag it out. Lin Fei felt that this was a good idea. Time passed day by day. Lin Fei and Dugu Ijin had been attacking the Shadow Commander for a month. Every time they would make the Elysian children and the rest destroy the altar. Only Lin Fei was able to attack for a month without any consumption. The Elysian children and the rest did not have it easy. They were as tired as dogs. Fortunately, the altar was starting to show signs of damage. Lin Fei had already grasped the Shadow Commander's attacking habits. Every time he returned, he would cut off the path ahead of time. With Dugu Ijin's cooperation, the Shadow Commander's recovery speed became slower and slower. This feels great. It's a pity that I only have one chance like this. After a month of absorbing and plundering, Lin Fei's prideful celestial 8th layer had increased by quite a bit. His physical strength had also become more tyrannical and terrifying. Lin Fei absolutely believed that if he used an elemental energy weapon, he would be able to send the Shadow Commander flying with a single strike. Crack, 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 crack. A loud sound came from the altar. A few of the altar's pillars finally fell. Now is the best chance. In this month, they had discovered that the pillars on the altar were clearly not ordinary. Therefore, as long as the pillars were broken, their recovery speed would decrease. Kill? Lin Fei and Dugu Ijin did not hold back. They unleashed their ultimate moves at the Shadow Commander. Roar, roar, roar. Under the continuous attacks, the Shadow Commander's life force became weaker and weaker. It constantly tried to return to the altar, but it was beaten out every time. Even if it had the ability to move, in this narrow space, if it wanted to block the attacks, it would not be a problem. Die. The Shadow Commander's aura was very weak. Lin Fei unleashed his Thunderclap leap, tearing the Dark Shadow Commander's body to shreds. An extremely dense wave of life energy poured into his body like a flood. Chapter 29-23. A huge amount of life energy surged into his body, and Lin Fei felt like he was about to explode. Lin Fei had never thought that he would plunder so much life energy at the last moment. It was unbelievably dense, and even the powerful Proud Heaven could not adapt to it for a moment. In the past, the life energy absorbed was like a small river, but this time, it was like a surging river. If it was an ordinary heavenly god body, it would have exploded and died the moment it entered. Refine it all. Lin Fei activated Proud Heaven, and his entire body was like a millstone, constantly suppressing the life energy. His flesh and blood cells also opened up bottomless pits, constantly devouring, refining, and absorbing. Fortunately, Lin Fei had improved and managed to suppress it. All that was left was to slowly refine it, and his essence, energy, and spirit had also recovered to its peak. Elysian Sun and the rest had been paying attention to the Dark Shadow Commander. This thing would drop good things after its death, which was also a major feature of the Dark Shadow Throne. A dream come true. When the Dark Shadow Commander died, a resplendent light appeared. Elysian Sun's attack came, and his first target was to trap Lin Fei. Quick, snatch it. There seems to be life crystals. Good stuff. No one cared so much about it. When it dropped, Lin Fei had asked Little Fiend to keep a close eye on it. Master, there's nothing good left. There are only 10 or so life crystals of average quality. It seems that Master has plundered too much, and the remaining life energy can only be converted into 10 or so life crystals. Other than that, there seems to be an axe and a shield which can be considered good treasures. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Looks like I've taken the big one. The life energy that he had plundered from the Dark Shadow Commander had completely exceeded his expectations. Now that he thought about it, it seemed to be the case. The axe and shield were both supreme-grade heaven divine weapons, and they were of no use to Lin Fei. Lin Fei gave up and went to fight for them. He was not too interested in those life crystals. Great, there's actually a life crystal. Good stuff. Elysian Sons of Heaven and the others were also delighted. The life crystal was a special existence. It was a high-level secret in the ancient records of the Dark Shadow Palace. Very few people below the supremacy level knew about it. The life crystal could not only be used to strengthen one's physical body for cultivation, but it could also be used to heal injuries and extend one's lifespan. Unfortunately, other than a few restricted areas, it was almost impossible to find life crystals. To High Lords they were treasures. After killing the Dark Shadow Commander they could drop more than 10 life crystals. This would definitely make everyone happy. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, I'm sorry. The Elysian Sun finally revealed a trace of pride. The 5 of them had snatched a total of 7 life crystals, including the Shadow Commander's shield. That was a good item. Even under Lin Fei's attacks, it had not been damaged. Crack 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 crack. After killing the Dark Shadow Commander, a loud sound came from one of the walls, and a passage appeared in front of everyone. This should be the entrance to the next level. They had checked before and did not find any entrance on the wall. Now it seemed that the Dark Shadow Throne was full of mysteries. After dividing up the items dropped by the Dark Shadow Commander, everyone fixed their eyes on the altar. Unfortunately, with the death of the Dark Shadow Commander, the entire altar had become a pile of ruins. After searching for a while they did not find anything good. They could not help but feel that it was a pity. After cultivating in this place for half a month, the Elysian Sons of Heaven and the others were the first to leave. They could not wait to go to the next level, which was the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Lin Fei did not want to stand out too much, so he took out elixirs to recover. In fact, he was silently refining the life energy, and his prideful Heaven Tier 8 body was constantly breaking through the limits. Even so, there was still a large part of Lin Fei's body left. According to the current prideful Heaven Tier 8 body, he was almost at his limit. What should he do with the remaining life energy? This had become a big problem. The plunder skill was a passive skill. Lin Fei could not stop it. But if he continued, he did not have the Origin Energy God Sand to unlock it. If he continued, his body would soon not be able to withstand the influx of life energy. Lin Fei had a headache. Actually, Master does not need to have a headache. The life energy in your body cannot be completely refined, but it can be condensed into life crystals. Little Fiend said proudly. Just a few days ago, the system deciphered the production method of life crystals. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It can't be, the system deciphered the production method of life crystals. He still remembered from the ancient records of the Dark Shadow Palace that life crystals were special items. By now, almost no one knew how to produce them. Thus, the value of life crystals had increased. The reason why the body tempering style could not become strong was because it was too difficult to cultivate. Back then, there were many body tempering style experts, and it was actually because of the help of life crystals. At that time, the body tempering style supremacies were all very powerful. Coupled with the life crystals that they carried with them, they were very domineering. In the Saint Spirit domain they could do whatever they wanted. Later, the number of life crystals decreased, and the production method also disappeared. Now the number of life crystals was very low. Even if there were any, they were in the hands of the 3 top forces. The words that came out of the little devil's mouth really shocked Lin Fei. Deciphering the production method of life crystals is actually not difficult. After all, the current system is a high-level system. Little Fiend said, Master can use the excess life crystals to temporarily produce life crystals. When you break through to the 9th level of Sky-Defying Realm, you can use it to refine. Your strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei was very satisfied. This good news came at the right time. Master, I will now impart the production method of life crystals to you. A production method immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind and he laughed. Haha, that's great. Su Heng and the rest also entered. Now only Dugu Yijian was left outside. He couldn't help but be startled by Lin Fei's inexplicable laughter. From the moment he entered until now, he felt that he could not see through Lin Fei anymore. So that's how it is. No wonder no one in the Saint Spirit domain can refine life crystals. This step is too important. Lin Fei quickly looked through it and was amazed by this production method. It was indeed a secret method. Lin Fei originally wanted to wait for Dugu Yijian to enter before refining the life crystals. But Dugu Yijian was lazy and didn't leave, which made him speechless. Not intending to go in? Lin Fei asked casually. If they enter, they might not reach the next level. If they have this time, they might as well take a good rest. Anyway, everyone wants to go to the Shadow Throne. No matter what, we have to cooperate. Dugu Yijian also learned to be smart. Chapter 29-24. Lin Fei did not want to reveal that he knew how to create vital crystals. Given the system's nature, the vital crystal creation method was definitely the best in the Saint Spirit domain. Once it was revealed, he believed that everyone in the Saint Spirit domain would go crazy. Lin Fei had to proceed carefully. Fortunately, Dugu Yijian did not stay for long before leaving. I'm not the only smart person here. After the incident with the Shadow Commander, Lin Fei believed that there would definitely be such a powerful shadow mutant in the next level. If he wanted to go there, he had to work together. I'd better deal with the drawbacks in my body first. After confirming that there was no one around, Lin Fei began to create the vital crystals. The process was not very complicated. It was nothing more than compression. It sounded simple, but in fact, without the method, one would not be able to comprehend it in their lifetime. Slowly, Lin Fei mobilized the life energy in his body, continuously compressing and condensing it. Something that looked like a vital crystal appeared right before his eyes. The entire process only took the time for a stick of incense to burn. This was because he was still unfamiliar with it. Looking at the sparkling and translucent vital crystal, Lin Fei could not help but sigh. To be able to purify life energy through a thin layer of matter was truly uncanny. If I use vital crystals to exchange for the Essence Force Divine Sand, I reckon many people will go crazy. With the first piece, Lin Fei immediately began to create the second piece. 3 days later, Lin Fei was proficient in creating vital crystals. In a day, he could create thousands of vital crystals, each of which was of excellent quality. Lin Fei used a total of half a month to create nearly 20,000 vital crystals. Without that sense of crisis, he heaved a sigh of relief. After a short rest, Lin Fei entered the second level. Second level, Shadow Labyrinth. When Lin Fei came out of the passageway, he was immediately immersed in endless darkness. My divine senses are actually limited to less than 3 meters. On the first level, his divine senses had also been restricted, but here the suppression was even more severe. Both his eyes and divine senses seemed to have lost their function. So this is the famous Shadow Labyrinth. It restricts everything. It's no wonder that many people can't pass through this level and lose the ability to search with their divine senses. The Shadow Labyrinth is really full of danger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 gusts of cold wind came. Lin Fei's body shook, and the surroundings became quiet again. Its stealth ability is even stronger than the Umbra Swordsman. The surrounding dark environment is a great help to the Umbra demonic beast. Let me think, this should be the Umbra Assassin, an existence even stronger than the Umbra Swordsman. The moment this thought appeared, more than 10 gusts of cold wind came from all directions. Lin Fei did not see the shadows of the Shadow Assassins. They had all blended into the darkness and were truly undetectable. Lin Fei did not care that the Shadow Assassin could display his perfect power here. Little demon, show me the floor plan. Bang bang bang. The Shadow Assassin's attacks weren't very strong, but they were very hard to defend against, and they would attack in the next second. Lin Fei activated Proud Heaven Body Fortification and rushed forward. It really is a maze. When the 2D map opened, Lin Fei saw a huge maze. It was twisting and turning. Coupled with the fact that they had lost their spiritual sense, anyone would have a headache. Poof poof poof. Lin Fei's sky-defying stage 8 reached his limit, casually flicking his finger. That finger seemed to pass through the void, flicking onto the Shadow Assassins in the night, causing them to collapse one after another. Now that my physical strength is stronger, the Dark Shadow Assassin's movements are fast, but compared to me he is still a lot slower. Lin Fei shook his head and followed the path given by the system. There were indeed many assassins in the Shadow Labyrinth. While Lin Fei was moving, there was a constant stream of sneak attacks. After the spatial shock activated, the Dark Shadow Assassins weren't so lucky. One by one they were sent flying and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The second time they came up, they were shattered into pieces. How strong the Dark Shadow Assassins were, how strong their defense was, with just one move Lin Fei was able to probe them out. Killing them didn't take any time at all. Lin Fei moved quickly all the way. If those high lords who came in knew of this situation, they would all be dumbfounded. There had never been a high lord who could move quickly in the shadow labyrinth. Those dark shadow assassins were extremely sensitive to sound, and they would definitely attract a large group of dark shadow assassins to surround and attack. Master, you have to go to the left. This shadow labyrinth has just undergone a small change. If Master keeps going forward, he will enter a dead end. There are a lot of dark shadow assassins inside. It can be considered a nest. Lin Fei immediately opened the 2D map of the shadow labyrinth in the system. After carefully looking at the opposite side, there was indeed a change. Although the change wasn't big, this change caused the shadow labyrinth to unknowingly undergo a huge change. If not for the little devil's reminder, Lin Fei really wouldn't have noticed it. I really don't know who set this up. It's really shameless. It's really difficult to pass through the second floor. With this change, I need to constantly calculate and analyze. Coupled with the constant attacks of the dark shadow assassins, I really won't be able to persist for such a long time. Lin Fei gained a new understanding of the shadow labyrinth. It really was different from the rest. Elysian Son of Heaven, Dugui Jian, and the others are probably having a hard time now. Lin Fei's heart stirred and he couldn't help but laugh. The shadow labyrinth quietly changed. With the help of the system, Lin Fei began to move toward the center of the shadow labyrinth. In the center there was a circular place that looked like an altar. Without guessing, it was obvious that this was the way to go to the next floor. Although the 2D map didn't seem big when it came to moving, the area was not ordinary. But when he really moved, the area wasn't just an ordinary big one. Even with the help of the planar map, Lin Fei walked for 10 years, and he barely passed the outer perimeter. In these 10 years, Lin Fei absorbed a huge amount of life energy, and the 8th level of Prideful Heaven Realm was constantly maintained at the limit. The life crystals had also increased from around 20,000 to the current 100,000 life crystals. If word of this spread out, it would be shocking. It was a pity that Lin Fei didn't meet any other supremacies. Thinking about it, the shadow labyrinth was so big and he spent 10 years, and he even had the help of the system to reach this place. Those people probably wouldn't be so lucky. After passing through the outer perimeter, he arrived here. The changes were even greater. It changed once a day and there was no time for people to think. Lin Fei's movement was still so fast. I can't block it anymore. There are too many dark shadow assassins. What should I do? Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Lin Fei stopped, and the dark shadow assassins that had just scuttled out all turned into dust. It seems to be the voice of Supremacy Su Hang. Chapter 29-25. Supremacy Su Hang and the other two were running for their lives like stray dogs. There were too many dark shadow assassins. They kept on attacking, one wave after another, delaying their steps. In addition to their divine senses being suppressed, the three of them were covered in wounds and looked battered and exhausted. Supremacy Su Heng revealed a fatigued expression. 10 years. Ever since they entered, they had never stopped fighting. It seems like we can't pass this level of the dark shadow labyrinth. Supremacy Su Heng had the relevant information, which was why he was able to reach this level step by step. As the dark shadow labyrinth continued to change, he felt that he was getting further and further away from that place. Each time he thought he was on the right path, he would deviate at the next moment. The speed and strength of his attacks started to weaken, and he was only left with 60% of his peak strength. Killing the dark shadow assassins wasn't that easy anymore. There's only one choice left. Supremacy Su Heng swept out with his sword, repelling the pursuing dark shadow assassins. Looking at the dark shadow assassins that kept on attacking, he couldn't help but shake his head. I was still too overconfident. The dark shadow assassins formed an encirclement. The three of them couldn't defend against such a large number of dark shadow assassins even if they joined hands, and they completely resigned to their fate. Ping ping ping. Another wave of dark shadow assassins attacked. Suddenly, without any warning, a terrifying aura descended, crashing into the dark shadow assassins like a tidal wave. As the aura swept over, the dark shadow assassins were instantly turned into dust, disappearing in a puff of smoke. The danger in Supremacy Su Heng's eyes was instantly resolved. Someone helped. That's great. Supremacy Su Heng's heart shook, and a person popped up in his mind. Is it Vice Hall Master Lin? Su Heng felt that only Lin Fei had such a ferocious and domineering strength, and no one else could compare to him. Supremacy Su, are you guys alright? A figure emerged from the darkness, and appeared in Supremacy Su Heng's vision. Exalt Su Heng's heart trembled. His strength has increased again. With a single strike, he killed the dark shadow assassin as though he was killing an ant. This is too abnormal. There aren't many body refinement exalts like him. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to deal with these Umbra assassins. In these 10 years he had lost quite a few treasures, and only now did he barely manage to find a part of the weaknesses of the Umbra assassins. Su Heng felt that it was impossible for him to be as domineering as Lin Fei, who could sweep away thousands of enemies. The gap was too great. Brother Lin, thank you for your help. Otherwise I would really have to leave. Su Heng heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Fei gratefully. Even the way he addressed Lin Fei had unknowingly changed. Just the three of you? Not with them? Lin Fei asked curiously. Exalt Su Heng laughed bitterly. The Elysian Heavenly Sons and the rest are not interested in joining us. Originally, I thought that with the notes left behind by Senior, we would be able to make it through. Lin Fei had a good impression of Supremacy Su Heng. At least he wouldn't put on airs. It's fate that we met. I have some understanding of this shadow labyrinth. If you don't mind, you can come with me. In the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei had almost become the public enemy of those supremacies. He didn't mind showing his good intentions now. If Supremacy Su Heng didn't appreciate it, Lin Fei wouldn't say anything. It could only mean that Supremacy Su Heng had missed out on a great opportunity. I don't mind at all. With Brother Lin leading the way, we might even be the first to reach the innermost area. Su Heng Exalt was not a blind person, and he hurriedly agreed. Ever since Lin Fei clashed with the Elysian Son of Heaven several times, he had always had the upper hand. He walked through the shadow labyrinth as though he was walking on flat ground. Even if Su Heng had the time, he wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. What caught people's attention the most was that Lin Fei's strength seemed to be constantly improving. Why would Su Heng give up such a good opportunity? Let's go. Lin Fei nodded slightly and walked in the direction they came from. Supremacy Su Heng quickly rejoiced that his choice was right. Brother Lin, will something happen if we walk like this? Moving at high speed, Supremacy Su Heng felt uneasy. Don't worry, just follow me. At the start, Supremacy Su Heng moved like this as well. Very quickly he suffered from the endless attacks of the shadow assassins. After suffering a few times, he didn't dare to do it again. Lin Fei was in front, Supremacy Su Heng was at the back, and the two young supremacies were in the middle. As the Sky Splitter hammer swung continuously, the shadow assassins in the darkness were continuously crushed. Supremacy Su Heng and the other two were dumbfounded. This was too domineering. A month later they got used to Lin Fei's violent methods. Aha, our luck is not bad. We found the Shadow Crimson Cliff. Supremacy Su Heng's essence, chi, and spirit had all recovered. He never felt that being with Lin Fei in the Shadow Labyrinth would be so easy. He didn't need to worry, didn't need to think about anything, and only needed to deal with the fish that slipped through the net. Originally he was worried that they would go the wrong way, but Lin Fei seemed to know how to navigate the Shadow Labyrinth. This was simply too heaven-defying. Supremacy Su Heng didn't think that he knew all the changes in the Shadow Labyrinth. To be able to proceed smoothly, it was all because of his monstrous divination ability. Supremacy Su Heng worshipped this ability 10,000 times over. A year later, Supremacy Su Heng and the other two did not have any objections. Picking up items from the back became what they were most happy to do. Lin Fei didn't care about what they were thinking. From the look of worship in Supremacy Su Heng's eyes, he knew that he must have misunderstood. He was naturally happy and didn't explain. Although the drop rate was very low and Lin Fei didn't care about it, just the wave after wave of shadow assassins was enough to obtain a large amount of life energy. Lin Fei only took a small portion and gave the rest to them. This made Supremacy Su Heng and the others extremely happy. Their impression of Lin Fei was getting better and better. Even with the addition of Supremacy Su Heng and the others, Lin Fei's movement speed didn't slow down, and he was rushing towards the center. All the changes in the Shadow Labyrinth were useless in front of him. I think I'm almost there. That place was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei estimated that he would arrive in at most 10 months. It was a pity that he didn't meet Elysian Sun and the others along the way. Lin Fei wanted to see their miserable looks, and he believed that it would be very interesting. Dugui Jian was also nowhere to be seen. Lin Fei only needed to hurry. From the 10 months there were still 3 months left. On the way in the Shadow Labyrinth, Lin Fei smelled a sharp sword intent. Look, these shadow assassins seem to have been killed in a single strike. Even now there are still sword intents left. It should be left behind by Dugui Jian. Supremacy Su Heng looked at the corpse of the shadow assassin. There was a black line left on the surface and it wasn't very obvious. So he left even faster than me. Lin Fei took a closer look and recognized the wound on the surface. It was left by Dugui Jian. Master, this person's strength is the same as Master's, and he has also experienced a huge increase. His sword art is even more terrifying. Don't look at the wound on the surface, the internal organs have turned into a pool of blood. Lin Fei agreed with the little devil's words. The shadow assassins here are very powerful, and all of them are supremacies. He is a sword Dao genius, and it is normal for him to break through under such training. Not long later, Lin Fei caught up to Dugui Jian, who was killing the shadow assassins. With a light sword, the shadow assassins all fell to the ground. Clean and decisive. Chapter 29-26. Dugui Jian stopped, turned around, and revealed a look of surprise. If you can break through, why can't I? Dugui Jian was in high spirits. He held his sword and slashed towards Lin Fei. This sword was extremely powerful, like a white line. A smile also appeared on Lin Fei's face. Good. He swept the sky splitter hammer in his hand, and a thick purple light whizzed up. A sword and a hammer collided heavily. The void in front of the two of them, under the impact of the powerful force, created a black hole in the void. After a short while it recovered, but one could still see the destructive power within. After Dugui Jian attacked, he put away the weapon in his hand and no longer attacked. Su Heng and the other two who were standing behind him had goosebumps. Especially that sword, which was extremely powerful and contained a terrifying sword Dao killing intent. Even the Emperor's will protection body trembled slightly. Lin Fei and Dugui Jian stopped after exchanging a move. Not only did your strength improve quickly, but you also have a clear understanding of the Shadow Labyrinth. If word gets out that you can reach here, who knows how many people will be dumbfounded. Dugui Jian had his own information, and with his powerful analysis and calculation ability, he walked step by step, but it was not easy. The fact that Lin Fei was able to make it this far was too surprising. The Shadow Labyrinth was more like a test. Try your luck? It might be possible in the Shadow Corridor, but not here. No matter how good one's luck was, it could not be good all the time. This was why Dugui Jian admired Lin Fei. As for Su Heng, he seemed to be following Lin Fei's lead. Needless to say, he definitely followed. My calculation ability is unparalleled in the world. The Shadow Labyrinth is constantly changing, but it is still a little lacking here. Are you interested to experience it together? It's better than walking around blindly. Lin Fei invited. Sure, I also want to experience your unparalleled calculation ability. Dugui Jian really did not believe it. The Shadow Labyrinth was famous for being difficult to walk. Lin Fei did not believe that Dugui Jian would refuse his invitation. The fact that he was able to come this far was the best proof. From Supremacy Su Heng, he knew that until now, there was not a single supremacy in the Dark Shadow Palace who had complete information on the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Very few people could make it this far. At this point, all that was left was the ability to calculate. It was a test of a person's ability. For Dugui Jian to reach here, his luck was rather good. He was much better than Su Heng. If they hadn't met Lin Fei, they would have been teleported out. In fact, Dugui Jian really wanted to see Lin Fei's ability. He wouldn't be surprised if anyone else came here, but Lin Fei was different. The supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace appeared polite on the surface, but in reality, they were trying to ostracize him. It was not easy to obtain information about the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Even in the library, they had only left behind the outer route. Lin Fei almost didn't need to calculate, he kept going in circles. Dugui Jian attacked from the side. Both of them were very strong. As they pushed their way through, not a single Dark Shadow assassin could stop them. Dugui Jian was soon convinced. These roads were all unfamiliar to him, but he could pass them all. What he worried about the most didn't happen, such as reaching a dead end and encountering the lair of the Dark Shadow assassins. Dugui Jian had encountered such a situation countless times, and every time he ended up in a sorry state. Seeing that Lin Fei passed through without any mishaps, his interest was piqued. Perhaps this fellow really knew some secret. Dugui Jian couldn't help but admire him for finding the intersection time and time again. Lin Fei was better than him in terms of calculation. The surrounding Dark Shadow assassins gradually decreased, but their abilities became extremely strong. The most incredible thing was that they were harder to kill. Usually one move was enough to kill them, but now they needed more than 5 moves. This also proved that they were very close to the end. Unknowingly, there were 5 people in Lin Fei's group. Their abilities had increased greatly. There wasn't much danger along the way. At most, it would take them a little longer. There seems to be fighting sounds ahead. It should be Elysian Sun and the rest. Supremacy Su Heng heard the commotion. The others heard it as well. Elysian Sun is really amazing. Relying on that rainbow pearl and the information, he walked even further than us. Dugui Jin didn't speak much, but every sentence was important. They should have encountered some trouble. Lin Fei smiled. Previously I was still thinking about them. I didn't expect to actually encounter them. At an intersection ahead, Elysian Sun and the rest had encountered trouble. Originally there were 5 of them, but now there were only 3. The 2 young supremacy had left. Clearly they had been separated by the Dark Shadow assassins. Now Elysian Sun and the rest had their backs against each other. Their bodies were covered in injuries and they looked rather miserable. Brother Xing, this is the lair of the Dark Shadow assassins and there are too many of them. We can't charge through it all. Supremacy Yi Fei's expression was solemn as he constantly attacked the places in front of him that he couldn't see. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have gone to the other side. Elysian Sun was also regretful. The rainbow pearl is sometimes unreliable. We actually walked into a dead end and even encountered a lair. Let's charge again, Supremacy Huanglang suggested. Alright. The 3 of them charged forward again. Elysian Sun took the lead, while Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huanglang supported him from the side. Not long after they charged out, they were forced to retreat. There were too many Dark Shadow assassins. Isn't this the Holy Vice Hall Master? I was wondering where you guys were going, so it turns out that you were hiding here. How does it feel? Isn't it very exciting? Or are you planning to undergo a life and death training here? In the darkness, Lin Fei's laughter could be heard. Damn, it's that brat Lin Fei's voice. Supremacy Yi Fei's eyes revealed shock. It can't be, he can come here. Supremacy Huanglang was shocked. How did he come here? This place was infinitely close to the end of the Shadow Labyrinth. The name that Elysian Son of Heaven didn't want to hear the most was Lin Fei's name. Why was this guy doing better than him the entire time? After all, he was someone with the rainbow pearl, yet he encountered such a troublesome matter. Training? What a joke. Elysian Son of Heaven almost couldn't breathe. You guys guessed right, I really am Lin Fei, nothing is impossible, my luck is not bad, I have always been behind you guys. Lin Fei's voice sounded out again. Elysian Son of Heaven took the opportunity to say, what exactly are you trying to do? Actually, it's very simple. I'll help you guys, but you guys will need to pay a large sum of money. Elysian Son of Heaven continuously struck out with his palm and said angrily, don't even think about it, a mere Dark Shadow assassin can stop us. Chapter 29-27. In the depths of the Shadow Labyrinth. Looks like their luck isn't too good. Lin Fei smiled and said to everyone. Others couldn't see clearly, but with the system in hand they could see everything clearly. The 3 of them were in a sorry state. They were unlucky enough to encounter a nest of powerful shadow assassins. These shadow assassins were very smart. They constantly moved around and didn't attack blindly. They were rather organized. As time went on, the pressure increased and the chances of the shadow assassins winning increased. Dugui Jin could barely see the situation and shook his head. They're really unlucky. Those powerful shadow assassins won't let them off so easily. Supremacy Su Heng wasn't surprised by Lin Fei's words. It was already good enough that they didn't throw stones. If it were someone else, he would definitely chase them out. That's right. That's why they deserve to bleed. Dugui Jin said. Elysian Sons are unlucky to encounter you. Only you dare to extort money from them. Lin Fei chuckled. As long as they want to stay, they'll definitely have to pay a huge price. Those shadow assassins aren't to be trifled with. You guys have a share in this. Haha, I knew you'd drag us down. Dugui Jin wasn't angry at all. Supremacy Su Heng didn't dare to say anything. Along the way it was all thanks to Lin Fei. Otherwise they would have left long ago and wouldn't have the chance to stand here. He naturally wouldn't refute whatever Lin Fei said. Moreover, Dugui Jin was here. Since he didn't say anything, he wouldn't be stupid enough to say anything. What should we do now? The 3 of them resisted the sneak attack of the shadow assassins. They were wary of Lin Fei outside. That rascal wasn't easy to deal with. Who knew if he would make a move? After all, at the shadow corridor they had joined forces to attack him. If that rascal is petty, we won't be able to deal with him. Supremacy Yi Fei's expression wasn't good. They were already in trouble and now there was Lin Fei. It wasn't a joke. I think he wouldn't dare. Supremacy Huanglang said. No one dared to confirm this. The person he was facing was none other than Lin Fei, the public enemy of the High Lord of the Dark Shadow Palace. The people outside were probably all dumbfounded. Lin Fei, who everyone was most pessimistic about, had reached this step. He was only a step away from the end of the Shadow Labyrinth. Just thinking about it made people angry. Of the 5 of them, after a long struggle, there were only 3 left. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Lin Fei never left. All the best. Work harder. There aren't many dark shadow assassins left. You guys can do it. In the past 3 months he had heard this kind of thing countless times. The Elysian Heavenly Sons and the others gritted their teeth. It was unknown whether or not Lin Fei was doing this on purpose, but the shadow assassins kept surging forward, and it was impossible to kill them all. They had consumed a lot of energy and they wanted nothing more than to go out and cut Lin Fei into pieces. This won't do. I can't hold on anymore. The shadow assassin seems to have been provoked. He's been attacking non-stop. Even a supremacy powerhouse would feel immense pressure at this moment. No matter how many dark shadow assassins they killed, they couldn't leave this place. If they were not careful, they would be hit 4 or 5 times, and their life energy was constantly being consumed. For them, there was nothing to worry about as long as their life energy was consumed. However, the current situation didn't look good. Brother Sage, why don't we listen to Lin Fei's opinion? High Lord Yi Fei said with a pale face. I think it's possible. The Elysian Sun couldn't refuse. Vice Hall Master Lin, what do I have to do for you to help? High Lord Yi Fei asked shamelessly. This kind of torturous consumption would be very unpleasant to anyone. The Elysian Sun raised his Buddhist light shield and withstood the attacks of the dark shadow assassins. Aha, so you guys need help. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you didn't, how would I know? Lin Fei's laughter sounded. Your holy Vice Hall Master is really powerful. Why don't I see him saying anything? Lin Fei wanted the Elysian Sun to be unhappy. If you guys dare to do this, then I dare to do the same. High Lord Yi Fei revealed a trace of helplessness. This Vice Hall Master Lin Fei was really not easy to talk to. He was obviously targeting the Elysian Sun. The Elysian Sun was already very vexed by the dark shadow assassins. Now that Lin Fei had appeared, he was even more unhappy. Vice Hall Master Lin, you're amazing. What do I have to do for you to help? You should know that without us, you definitely won't be able to kill your way through the Shadow Labyrinth. If you help us now, it'll be beneficial for everyone. The Elysian Sun was also very cunning. He brought up the existence of the Shadow Labyrinth to prevent himself from being put in a difficult position. The Elysian Sun was very clear that no one would let go of this opportunity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 sharp air-piercing sounds could be heard. They charged straight at the Elysian Sun. Then I'll send you guys off. Anyway, I won't lose anything. Ah. The 3 cold auras caused the 3's expressions to change. After resisting for a while, the 3 of them shook their bodies. The defense in front of them had been reduced by 80 to 90%. The dark shadow assassins took the opportunity to attack and were in big trouble. You're shameless. The Elysian Sun gritted his teeth and sent the dark shadow assassins flying. Wrong. I'm not being shameless. I'm helping you guys to kill the dark shadow assassins. Unfortunately, my aim was a little off. I'm really sorry. Next time I'll definitely hit accurately. Be careful, it's coming again. In the darkness, Lin Fei attacked again. He's too shameless. He's exhausting our strength. With Lin Fei's attack, the dark shadow assassins realized that this was an opportunity. Their attacks became even more frenzied. They didn't give the Elysian Sun and the others any chance to rest. The most terrifying thing was that these dark shadow assassins weren't that easy to kill. They could only attack them. This was the biggest problem. Brother Lin, you're going to anger them to death with this method of yours. Supremacy Su Heng held back his laughter and said. This is called reciprocity. Lin Fei said seriously. Moreover, I'm not targeting them. It's so dark, I'm just attacking the dark shadow assassins. Supremacy Su Heng was really convinced. This was obviously targeting them. Of course, he wouldn't be so silly to say such words. He still had to wait for Lin Fei to bring them along. Holy Vice Hall Master, do you still think so? A few days later, the Elysian Sun and the others were tortured beyond recognition. Lin Fei's attack method was indeed terrifying. It was impossible to defend against it. Just one attack from him had consumed a lot of their life force. They knew that Lin Fei was attacking them and they didn't have the ability to block it. The cunning dark shadow assassins also attacked. Every attack would leave a large number of wounds on their bodies. Stop immediately. What do you want? Just say it. Chapter 29-28. The shadow assassin was already difficult enough to deal with. Now that Lin Fei was involved, even the Elysian Sun had no confidence in dealing with them. Brother Sheng, I think it's better to agree to Lin Fei's conditions. Everyone is here to go to the next level. The Elysian Sun did not hear Lin Fei's voice. Instead, he heard Du Guijian's words. His heart sank. What he did not want to happen the most had happened. They had actually walked together. That would be troublesome. If Lin Fei was alone, the Elysian Sun would not mind finding an opportunity to deal with Lin Fei after coming out. However, with Du Guijian, especially in a place like this, he did not need to think too much to understand what was going on. So it's Brother Dugu. I didn't expect you to come as well. Sorry for the embarrassment. The Elysian Sun's expression was very ugly. He had no choice but to lower his head. If he wanted to go down, he had to let Lin Fei take a bite. Wrong, it should be a few people taking a bite. The Elysian Sun did not believe that Du Guijian did not participate in it. Not saying anything did not mean that he did not have any thoughts. Deputy Hall Master Lin, speak. We are listening. As long as it is not too much, we will agree. The Elysian Sun said as he sent the shadow assassin flying with a palm strike. We want 70% of your harvest from this trip. This is my request. Just take it as compensation for the mental damage you've suffered from attacking me. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and immediately asked for 70% of their loot. The three of them were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. 70% of their gains. It was not easy for them to come down here. Lin Fei was demanding an exorbitant price. 70% is too much. At most, we will go back and you will not get any compensation for your mental damage. The Elysian Sun was also unwilling to agree. A light voice came from the other side. Up to you. At most, we will not go to the next level. However, to you, it is equivalent to missing out on an opportunity. It is rumored that there are good things in the Shadow Throne, such as legendary treasures. Are you not tempted? They definitely wanted to go to the last level, the Shadow Throne. However, they were reluctant to give up 70% of their profits. After some discussion, they agreed to give up 60% of their profits, even though they were unwilling. To Lin Fei, 60% of the profits from 3 people was indeed not a small fortune. With the method to create the life crystals, he had no other thoughts about these things. He just wanted to let the Elysian Son of Heaven know that he could be shameless, but he could also use shameless methods. 60% of the benefits could make people vomit blood and feel the pain for a long time. After handing over the items, Lin Fei and Du Guijian charged in, sending the powerful shadow assassins flying one after another. This solved the problem of the Holy Son of Heaven and the other two. Seeing Lin Fei and Du Guijian again, the Elysian Son of Heaven's face was gloomy. In just a short period of time, he could already see that the two's strength had greatly increased. Forget about your rainbow pearl. I'll lead the way here unless you're willing to go to that place again. Lin Fei did not intend to let the Elysian Sun lead the way. The closer they were to the end, the stronger the shadow assassins would be. We have the rainbow pearl and the notes left behind by the seniors. It's not difficult to deduce it. Supremacy Yi Fei retorted. Lin Fei stepped forward. You guys can go if you want. Du Guijian followed. Su Heng shook his head and followed along, leaving the three of them to look at each other helplessly. In the end, they could only follow along helplessly. They knew that although Great Venerable Shaker was powerful, his understanding of the Shadow Throne could be counted on one hand. It was fine to pass through the periphery, but these places were not so easy to reach. At the beginning, the Elysian Son of Heaven and the other two did not think that Lin Fei had the ability to lead the way. They had been suppressing their anger and were prepared to mock him. However, as their journey was unimpeded, they immediately realized that Lin Fei had information in his hands, and it was top secret. What kind of joke was this? There would be top secret information in this place. If it was not top secret information, could it be analysis and deduction? Wasn't that a little too powerful? 5 months later. They were infinitely close to the end. The shadow assassins were getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, their combined strength was still very strong. They were more daunting than dangerous and pushed their way to the end. To think that we have finally reached the end of this level. Supremacy Yi Fei sighed. Thinking of giving up 60% of the treasures, he did not feel so heartache anymore. Otherwise he would not have come here. The Shadow Labyrinth was the most difficult place to walk. There was once an expert from the Shadow Palace who spent 50 years in the Shadow Labyrinth and could not find the entrance. In the end, he had no choice but to return with regret. Every time someone entered, those who could reach the end of the Shadow Labyrinth would have great gains. For example, the 5 great supremacies had obtained powerful treasures in the Shadow Labyrinth and eventually became great supremacies. Everyone was very excited. Supremacy Su Heng looked at Lin Fei gratefully and was filled with gratitude. The end of the Shadow Labyrinth. It was something that they did not even dare to think about. When Supremacy Su Heng came, he had brought treasures, but it was still difficult to move an inch in the Shadow Labyrinth. He was very grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. Du Guijian's gaze turned strange. He thought, I did not expect this guy to be so powerful. No wonder he is so confident. His divination ability is too terrifying. After a short period of happiness, everyone gathered their spirits and carefully pushed open the stone door. According to the information, this level will be guarded by a great supremacy. It is called the Shadow Devil General. It has a total of 10 lives and we have to kill it 10 times. Elysian Son of Heaven knew more. Supremacy Su Heng and the other two laughed bitterly. We have to put in more effort. Why don't we say everything we know? Otherwise it will not be easy for anyone. No one had any objections. After summarizing the information, they had more or less analyzed the situation of the Shadow Devil General. If we want to kill the Shadow Devil General, we have to kill it the first time. Its strength will become weaker and weaker. Otherwise, even if we work together, we will not have the confidence. Lin Fei analyzed and said, "No problem. We all want to go to the Shadow Throne. We have to work together and do it again." Similarly, in a small palace. The surroundings were empty. It was different from the previous place. It was much more monotonous. The only difference was that in the center there was a stairway to the heavens. At the end there was a throne. On the throne, a strong man in black armor sat on a golden saber. Beside him, there was a black saber that shone with a cold light. After a long time, someone finally came. "I wonder how many times you can block me." The strong man in black armor stood up and grabbed his saber. Like a gust of wind, he arrived in front of Elysian Son of Heaven at an extremely fast speed and slashed down with his saber. Chapter 29-29. Dark Shadow Demon General turned into a series of afterimages as it attacked. Elysian Sun was the first to be sent flying. The huge Buddha silhouette behind him shattered and reappeared. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured in just one attack. Why am I always the first to be injured? Elysian Sun could not express his bitterness. He was the first target after so much difficulty. There was no justice in this world. They should be dealing with Dugu Yijian and Lin Fei first. Everyone be careful. His power is very strong and has the ability to destroy. My emperors will protection collapsed upon contact. The Elysian Son of Heaven warned loudly. Coil. Dugu Yijian raised his eyebrows. Sword Intent flew out and coiled around the Dark Shadow Devil General's body, coiling around it. Elysian Sun also used a Sacred Spirit secret method to trap people. Yifei and the rest were the same. Thunderclap Leap. Lin Fei also used a big killer move. Its power increased by a lot. If he did not use the power of Thunderclap Leap, now when would he be able to kill Dark Shadow Demon General? After leaping over, Lin Fei's energy was greatly consumed. This is too powerful. Dark Shadow Demon General's black fog shook. Everyone's attacks were shattered. Master, you are attracting aggro. Dark Shadow Demon General is coming. Lin Fei knew it was not good. Sky Splitter Hammer in his hand continued to unleash attacks. Dark Shadow Demon General's black fog shook continuously. It charged forward like a stream of light. The huge palms slapped, waves surged. Lin Fei immediately felt the surging power. Sky Splitter Hammer swept horizontally. The huge power rushed up and sent him flying. The destructive power hit Aotian. Crack 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 crack. Intense pain engulfed his whole body. Dugu Yijian saw the momentum. Sword Intent swept up. Layers of Sword Intent barriers blocked in front of Lin Fei. A huge sword wheel also appeared behind him. Slash. The sword wheel was like a bright moon, slashing out with a swoosh. Dark Shadow Demon General took a step back. A huge wound was left on its body. Pitch black blood flowed out. You all deserve to die. Dugu Yijian's attack successfully attracted Dark Shadow Demon General's attention. He turned around and attacked. With the same move, the Dark Shadow Demon General broke Dugu Yijian's sword move and sent him flying with a palm strike, crashing into the wall. His face turned slightly pale. Buddha's palm. A huge Buddha palm struck across the sky. The Shadow Demon General had learned his lesson. He also struck out with his palm, shattering the Elysian Son of Heaven's attack head-on. Thunder Leap. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Lin Fei recovered and looked over. A huge amount of life energy was not something to be trifled with. The Dark Shadow Demon General was very strong, but in his eyes, it had not reached an extremely terrifying level. He could still deal with it. As long as he killed the Dark Shadow Demon General once, his strength would be correspondingly weakened. As soon as the mountains and rivers appeared, they pressed down. For the Dark Shadow Demon General to be able to guard this level, he was indeed not simple. He could still maintain his movement. In just 3 breaths of time, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were reduced to nothing. Lin Fei unleashed a beam of purple light and shot through the air. Great, that's it. Sure enough, when injured, the Dark Shadow Demon General chose to attack Lin Fei. It seemed that it was easy to attract hatred. This undoubtedly gave them an opportunity to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General. They were all smart people. Without saying anything, they realized that this was a flaw of the Dark Shadow Demon General. This was also the only chance to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General. If they missed this opportunity, they did not know if there would be another chance. Thus, everyone was divided into 4 groups. There was a group standing in the north, south, east, and west. The Elysian Son of Heaven, Lin Fei, and Dugu Yijian each took a position. The rest were Yi Fei and the others. There were a total of 5 people. If they joined forces, their strength would not be comparable to any of the 3 of them. At least they could withstand an attack. Once this countermeasure came out, the Dark Shadow Demon General could no longer pose any threat to everyone. Haha, this is a great idea. The Elysian Son of Heaven's palm struck the Dark Shadow Demon General. He could not help but laugh. It had to be said that this was a good idea. Dugu Yijian also had a smile on his face. It was impossible for any one of them to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General. Every time they faced the Dark Shadow Demon General's counterattack, they had to be on full alert. The other party's power contained destruction, which was very difficult to eliminate. The Dark Shadow Demon General seems to have slowed down. This is great. Its attack seems to be much weaker than before. 1 year later. Everyone was smiling. The Dark Shadow Demon General was too tyrannical and terrifying. They attacked for a full year for the first life. However, during this year the pressure was not ordinary. During this period there were more than a dozen dangers. The last blow, it's going to die. Lin Fei used a thunderclap leap to plunder the Dark Shadow Demon General's last chance of survival. Crash. With the death of the Dark Shadow Demon General, a dazzling Jingguang object appeared on the ground. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. This time everyone was calm. No one rushed up to snatch the things that dropped on the ground. Aha, let's collect them first. When the Dark Shadow Demon General comes again, we won't have time to collect them. High Lord Yi Fei said. The person who collected them was Dugu Yijian. He used a special storage ring and stored all of them. This was also agreed upon at the beginning. No matter what dropped during this period, the items had to be distributed collectively according to the contribution. Although they were jealous, no one would snatch it. This was only the first wave of killing the Dark Shadow Demon General. There were still 9 waves to go. Maybe something would drop which would definitely make them feel good. Haha, it exploded again. There's a lot less stuff. It was also the method of the higher-ups. It took the 8 of them 10 months to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General's second life. They were becoming more and more compatible. The Dark Shadow Demon General's third life took 9 months. The Dark Shadow Demon General's fourth life took 7 months. The Dark Shadow Demon General's fifth life took 5 months. Just a little bit more. Block it quickly. The Dark Shadow Demon General has gone crazy. Kill him and we'll win. With a final blow, a purple arc of light flashed. The Dark Shadow Demon General turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. The last life was also completely killed. Haha, we actually killed the Dark Shadow Demon General. It wasn't easy. Everyone revealed excited expressions. In less than 10 years they really killed the Dark Shadow Demon General. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. Lin Fei, Dugu Yijian, and the Elysian Sun all sat paralyzed on the ground. For several years, their minds were focused on the Dark Shadow Demon General, and the pressure was also considerable. With the death of the Dark Shadow Demon General, the 3 of them completely relaxed. It was too difficult. Especially the last few times, the Dark Shadow Demon General realized something and it was very difficult to deal with it. Fortunately, it was finally killed. Now let me see what good things there are. Chapter 29:30. The exciting moment of the Dark Shadow Demonic General had arrived. A lot of shiny things appeared before everyone's eyes. These things piled up together like a small mountain. Seeing this, everyone became excited. After so many years they had accumulated a great harvest. Most importantly, this thing came from the body of the Dark Shadow Demon General. According to the records, it was an existence that was very difficult to kill. In the Dark Shadow Palace, many supremacies were stopped at this level. Basically, they were all wiped out. Over the years, almost no one could see the Dark Shadow Demonic General, let alone kill it. They were hit hard on the way and were directly eliminated. Lin Fei and his group were the only ones who killed the Dark Shadow Demonic General in the past hundreds of thousands of years. If this news were to spread among the High Lords of the Dark Shadow Palace, it would definitely shock everyone. No matter how one looked at it, the Dark Shadow Demonic General was powerful and not so easy to kill. At that moment they were very excited. What they could not complete was completed by them. They killed the Dark Shadow Demonic General perfectly and gained a huge harvest. Thank you, Lin Fei. If it wasn't for your help, I really don't know if we could make it here, let alone kill the Shadow Demon General. Exalt Yi Fei took the initiative to express his gratitude. He was truly convinced. In the past I was a little against you, but from today onwards, you are my friend. Huang Lang said with a slightly apologetic tone. The other party's potential was no longer something he could compare to. As veteran High Lords, Yi Fei and Huang Lang really did not think much of Lin Fei in the beginning. In such a short time he had reached his current realm and his strength was even above them. Although they were extorted before, thinking about it now, how could that little bit of wealth compare to what they had now? If they continued to offend Lin Fei, it would definitely be a big problem in the future. He now had the battle prowess of a great venerable lord. It was not impossible for him to become an ultimate god one day. Even if there was no chance, he was still a top-notch existence among the great venerables and they had to look up to him. They had seen everything that had happened in the past few years. Lin Fei's potential was too terrifying and his strength was also top-notch. In the process of killing the Dark Shadow Demonic General, he acted as the main force and persisted under the Dark Shadow Demonic General's attacks again and again. On this point they had all witnessed it with their own eyes. The strength of the body transformation school was also vividly displayed in the siege of the Shadow Devil General. They had no doubt that without Lin Fei as the main force, if they wanted to kill the Shadow Devil General, the success rate would be less than 30%, and this was only if they were lucky. They tactfully chose to lower their heads. Surprisingly, the Elysian Son of Heaven did not say anything. He just stood there quietly. After several years of cooperation, he still didn't have a good impression of Lin Fei, but he also knew that without Lin Fei as the main force, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill the Shadow Devil General. You guys are seniors and I'm a newcomer. It's very normal. I won't mind. Lin Fei said with a smile. Alright, let's all take a look at what good stuff we got from killing the Shadow Generals 10 times. Exalted Lord Yi Fei and Exalted Lord Huang Lang heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced in their hearts. Back then they had endured the pain of paying up a fortune. Compared to their current gains, the difference was far too great. Even if the few of them were to share 10% of the items, it would still be priceless. I know this, the life crystals. Exalted Lord Yi Fei picked up the shiny crystal on the ground. It was the size of a thumb and was flickering. Its interior was filled with comfortable life energy. Although it was a little small, it was still a priceless treasure. Now let's count the life crystals. Even though the Exalted Lords present were people who had seen the world, this was the first time they had seen so many life crystals. Everyone quickly began to count. Master's really bad. If it weren't for you, the life crystals that dropped wouldn't be this small. The majority would be on you. Little Evil Demon said with a smirk. Lin Fei chuckled. I'm the main force, so it's normal for me to take the majority. Now that everything is ready, I'm just missing the origin energy god sand. My prideful 9th layer physical body, I'm really looking forward to it. Since the majority was here, Lin Fei still pretended to be very excited so as not to arouse suspicion. After all, his strength had increased too quickly, which was too abnormal. It was easy for people to associate it with some kind of secret technique. This wasn't something he was willing to see. Haha, I really didn't expect that we actually obtained more than 673,000 life crystals. Exalted Lord Su Heng said excitedly, this is a huge sum of wealth. According to the original agreement, the 3 of you are the main force. Each of you will get 30%. The remaining 10% will be divided among us. Exalted Lord Yi Fei was also clear that in this battle, they were only there to delay. 10% of the benefits would be more than 60,000 life crystals. Each of them could get a few thousand and they were quite satisfied. These things weren't easy to find outside. Lin Fei didn't have any objections. 30% was fine and he could still leave a good impression. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't say anything, everyone was relieved. They immediately divided the life crystals. After the shiny life crystals were divided, everyone started to divide the following things. Other than the life crystals dropped by the Dark Shadow Devil General, there were also some refining materials, which were all of the highest quality. There's a secret technique killing move here. Everyone took out a scroll and when they opened it, it was actually a kind of body tempering secret technique killing move. No wonder the Dark Shadow Devil General is so powerful, it's because of this secret technique. Unfortunately, it can only be cultivated by body tempering cultivators. Exalted Lord Yi Fei put it down helplessly. Looks like only you can cultivate this. Dugui Jin took a look and threw it to Lin Fei. Why didn't it drop a good one? Lin Fei really didn't notice this. 10th level strength technique. Casually flipping through it, Lin Fei's eyes brightened. No wonder the Dark Shadow Devil General is so powerful, it can double its strength. This is too amazing. This was a secret technique that could double one's strength. It could double one's strength for a certain period of time. This was terrifying. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. He was originally worried that if his body became stronger, it would easily attract trouble. If he cultivated 10th level strength technique, it would be completely different. No matter who it was, there was nothing to say. There was no need to doubt his previous strength anymore. I won't take this secret technique for free, after all it's worth a lot. Although the difficulty is high and one must have an 8th order heavenly god realm physique, I'll take out 100,000 life crystals. You guys can divide it among yourselves. Lin Fei's generosity in taking out 100,000 life crystals surprised everyone. Chapter 29:31. Taking out 100,000 life crystals, Lin Fei didn't feel the slightest pain. The items dropped by the Dark Shadow Devil General were too suitable for him. Starting from the 8th order heavenly god realm, it was simply a secret technique tailor-made for him. When attacking the Dark Shadow Devil General, Lin Fei had been puzzled. The other party clearly didn't use any secret techniques, so why was he so strong? In the battle of physical strength, Lin Fei also saw the problem. The other party was obviously weaker than him, so why was he so strong? Now everything was clear. It was because of the 10-stage strength technique that he could double his strength, so it was normal for the other party to be so strong. Because the Dark Shadow Devil General had a secret technique, which was rare and precious. I really don't know where the Dark Shadow Devil General got these things from. After killing it, it would still drop treasures. It's really too rare. Lin Fei thought to himself. Yi Fei and the others refused at first, but under Lin Fei's forceful request, they divided the 100,000 life crystals. The remaining things didn't seem to be that good. Originally, everyone wanted to see if there were other scrolls that appeared, but unfortunately, there was only one scroll from beginning to end. Instead, that black armor was of very good quality. It was at the supremacy rank. In the end, Elysian Sun took it, and similarly took out 100,000 life crystals. After all, his physical strength wasn't that high. With this supremacy rank armor, his strength would skyrocket. The loot-sharing meeting lasted for a long time. Everyone was satisfied. Although Su Heng and the other two old supremacy didn't get any powerful treasures, each of them had 40,000 to 50,000 life crystals. When they went out, they could easily get whatever they wanted. They were envious, but it didn't last for too long. Instead, Elysian Sun felt a pain in his heart for a long time, cursing, "This shameless guy, he obviously didn't need to pay with life crystals, but he pretended. Now he made me pay 100,000 life crystals." Whether it was the armor or the physique cultivation technique scroll, they were exceptionally valuable and couldn't be obtained outside. Let's rest for a few years before we head to the last level, the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei said, "That place is the real treasure land. Whether we can get something good or not depends on this trip." After hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone realized that he was right. If they went down, they would reach the Shadow Throne. That place was the ultimate goal this time. Yes, rest immediately. Brother Lin, it would be even better if you could cultivate the first level of the 10-level strength technique. That's right, there's also Brother Sheng. After refining the Supreme Lord Grade Armor, his strength will also increase. For the next 10 years. Everyone was either recovering their energy or refining some life crystals to maintain their peak state, lest they fall behind. No one knew what was going on with the Shadow Throne. Up until now, very few people had entered. The Shadow Throne was very mysterious. In the past 10 years, Lin Fei had also mastered the first level of the 10-level strength technique and obtained a 5-fold increase in strength. He could erupt for an hour, after which he needed to rest for a day. This was really an unpopular setting. It seemed like even the Shadow Demonic General didn't have this restriction. Lin Fei was speechless. He even suspected that this secret technique had been castrated. Otherwise, how could there be such a restriction? Half an hour, it was more or less enough. He was already very strong, and if he could erupt 5 times his strength, even a great Supreme Lord would not be able to withstand an hour of crazy attacks. It's been 10 years, everyone should be more or less done. Lin Fei was the first to wake up with a smile on his face. Dugui Jin also opened his eyes and asked, "You've learned it?" Everyone pricked up their ears. After all, the stronger Lin Fei was, the higher the chance of obtaining treasures after entering the Shadow Throne. If there was an existence like the Shadow Demonic General in the lower levels, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. They had experienced the strength of the shadow demonic general, and it was still fresh in their minds. In a one-on-one battle, other than the three of them, the other five wouldn't be able to withstand more than 10 moves from the shadow demonic general. Whether Lin Fei could break through again was very important to the rest of the journey. They were still counting on Lin Fei to be the main force. "I'm lucky I just mastered it," Lin Fei said. "Fortunately, my physical body has reached 8th order heavenly god realm for some time, otherwise it would be really difficult to master it. Unfortunately, it can only increase my strength by 5 times, and the time limit is 1 hour." The Elysian Heavenly Prince was the most worried one. 7 years ago he had refined this armor and named it the Holy Buddha Armor. Its defensive capabilities had greatly increased, and its life-saving abilities had also become stronger. In his heart, he didn't want Lin Fei to learn such a tyrannical auxiliary cultivation technique. On the other hand, he also wanted to obtain treasures from the Shadow Throne. He knew that without Lin Fei, a body-tempering cultivator, their chances of obtaining treasures were very low. Listening to Lin Fei's words, the Elysian Heavenly Prince was in a bad mood. 1 hour? You're still looking down on it? For experts like them, a 5-fold increase in strength was too terrifying. Killing a High Lord would be a piece of cake. Is this bastard showing off? I really want to chase him out. Elysian Heavenly Prince could only fantasize about this, he did not dare to do it. Yi Fei and Huang Lang, the 2 High Lords, had already made up. It was impossible for them to deal with Lin Fei. A 5-fold increase in strength, this physique cultivation technique is too terrifying. Dugu Yijian also revealed a trace of shock. "When this is over, I want to have a good exchange with you. Perhaps my sword Dao will improve again." "No problem." Lin Fei also wanted to have a good exchange with Dugu Yijian. After everyone was ready, Lin Fei, Elysian Heavenly Prince, Dugu Yijian, and the other 2 walked towards the stone door. Behind the stone door was a stone staircase. Everyone walked up the stairs, and after a few hundred steps, the staircase behind them began to disappear. The staircase in front of them seemed to have no end. Could this be the final test? Su Heng High Lord carefully looked around. It shouldn't be. Lin Fei did not dare to confirm. It seemed that it should not be like this. Everyone be careful. It's better to be careful. I heard that the last level of the Shadow Throne has the Dark Shadow Devil Lord, a peak Great Supremacy expert. I wonder if it's true. Elysian Heavenly Prince wore the Holy Buddha armor to protect himself. The Dark Shadow Devil Lord was like a huge hammer that directly hammered down on everyone's hearts. They almost couldn't kill a Dark Shadow Devil General, let alone a higher-level Dark Shadow Devil Lord. No matter how they heard of it, it was terrifying. If possible, no one would be willing to go against a mysterious existence like the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. This kind of walk lasted for a month, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. It seems like we're here. Chapter 2932. Everyone began to look forward to it. The Shadow Throne. They had finally made it here. Perhaps no one would be able to make it to the Shadow Throne the next time. With excitement, Lin Fei was the first to pass through the portal, followed by Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun. The 3 of them were the main force. If they really encountered danger, they could give the people behind them a chance to react so that they would not be defeated in one blow. This time, Lin Fei did not encounter any danger after entering the portal. When he saw the scene not far away, his eyes widened in disbelief. Luckily, it didn't attack me. The Elysian Sun was the 3rd to enter and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had come here twice in a row and had been severely injured by the shadow monster. He could not forget that until now. When he looked up, he was also shocked. The 5 supremacies behind him were the same after entering. Is this the Shadow Throne? The one speaking was the Elysian Son of Heaven. This is clearly a continent outside the domain. Who in the world has the ability to send a continent into a space? Dugu Yijian shook his head. No, this should be a small world. These things belong to the Saint Spirit domain. It should be a corner of the foreign mainland recorded in the ancient books. Everyone was digesting it. Not far away from them was a mainland. The only difference from the Saint Spirit domain was that this mainland was in ruins and no signs of life could be felt. In those ruins, one could see huge corpses, some of which were almost the size of a city. Even after death, there was still a terrifying aura lingering in the surroundings. One could imagine how terrifying and powerful these special life forms were when they were alive. Lin Fei had always been curious about where the shadow assassins and shadow demons had gotten these things from. Now he suddenly realized that they were special life forms from another foreign mainland. These special life forms were similar to humans. However, they had a much better foundation. Hence, Lin Fei had to pay attention to them. Lin Fei also knew that not everyone could go to the extraterrestrial continents. For example, there were extraterrestrial continents outside the sacred spirit domain. As for how many there were, no one knew. Perhaps only the 3 ultimate gods or some people who were comparable to ultimate gods would know the specific situation. Now that a special life form from the outer realm had appeared here, it meant that a powerful figure must have made a move. I heard that the Shadow Throne was brought back from the outside by the Shadow Palace Master. It seems like it's true. An extraterrestrial special life form. This place looked extremely barren. However, the terrifying auras left behind by all sorts of special life forms were still lingering even after a long period of time. Everyone became cautious. The lingering aura in the surroundings, even after death, formed a scene of confrontation. The Elysian Son of Heaven had once accidentally walked in and was immediately suppressed, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. If not for Lin Fei and Dugui Jian working together to forcefully drag him out, he might have really died in there. The rest of the journey was led by Lin Fei. The system kept scanning and found a safe path. Only then did everyone relax. This 3rd floor is more dangerous than I imagined. Until now, I still haven't seen the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. I wonder if he's dead. Zhu Heng said. Who knows? As they spoke, everyone was on their guard. After walking for half a month, the surroundings were still as barren as ever. As for treasures, they didn't see any for the time being. The skeletons of those special life forms were all of outstanding quality. No one could withstand the suffocating pressure. During this period of time, everyone could determine that the larger the skeleton, the stronger it was. When it was alive, it was at least the combat strength of a great supremacy. But now it was all dead. The most terrifying thing was that some of the skeletons were chopped off with a single slash. In other words, it was a powerhouse who killed a great supremacy with a single slash. It was truly terrifying. Outside the Saint Spirit domain, they definitely wouldn't see such a situation. Be careful, there seems to be movement in front. Lin Fei raised his hand. The people behind him were all on guard. With the system's scanning function, they could push forward without worrying about encountering danger. Dark Shadow Devil General. Lin Fei recognized it. This Dark Shadow Devil General's aura wasn't that strong. It was pacing back and forth in a certain area. Suddenly, the Dark Shadow Devil General stopped and looked around. Finally, it shot a glance in their direction. With a few leaps, it arrived in front of them. There's a Dark Shadow Devil General. Everyone prepare for battle. The appearance of the Shadow Demon General was quite unexpected. Over the past half a month, they really hadn't encountered any danger. Other than the terrifying auras that had formed into domains that could injure people, nothing else had happened. Let me go first. The Elysian Son of Heaven sensed that the Dark Shadow Demon General's aura was not strong. He calmed down and was the first to charge forward. As expected, the Dark Shadow Demonic General and the Elysian Sun were evenly matched. In less than 20 moves, the Elysian Sun heavily injured the Dark Shadow Demonic General and killed it with a single palm strike, dropping a few life crystals. This is too little. Even the Elysian Son of Heaven was speechless. It was completely different from what he had imagined. It's good enough that I gave it to you. You don't know how many people are jealous of you. That should be the real Shadow Devil General King. Lin Fei said, other than this explanation there is really no other explanation. Where did such a powerful existence appear in the world? Gradually, the number of Shadow Generals began to increase. Their strength was average. With their combined strength they practically pushed their way through. The number of ruined buildings in the surroundings began to decrease, and the ground became flat. We should be almost there. The changes in their surroundings made everyone perk up. Boom. When they stepped into a plain, a tyrannical aura came from afar, setting off a monstrous storm that swept all the way. The entire plain turned black, covering the sky and the sun like the night. Reckless fools, this time I will definitely kill all of you. Along with the appearance of the aura, there was an angry roar that contained endless hatred. Everyone be careful. This must be the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Fei's face darkened. Feeling the ferocious and terrifying aura, it was more intense and dangerous than ever. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord really exists. Everyone took out their treasures and set up layers of defense around them. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was the most difficult existence to deal with in the Dark Shadow Palace's ancient records. They did not dare to take it lightly. Emperor's Intent Protection Technique and Emperor's Intent Protection Technique were all activated immediately, ready to face the danger. The endless black wind had terrifying power. It directly crushed over with great destructive power. Chapter 2933. This wave of attack was very fierce. Too strong. Is this the strength of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord? It's completely at the peak of the great supremacy. Elysian Sun wore the Holy Buddha armor and was also having a hard time resisting. He was on the verge of collapse and his expression changed. The Buddha statue behind him was collapsing. Even the Dark Shadow Demon General isn't this powerful. It's indeed very powerful and terrifying. Dugui Jian unleashed his sword domain, constantly shattering the oncoming power. His fighting spirit was strong. But I can use this to train myself, haha. Lin Fei laughed along. He waved the Sky Splitter hammer in his hand, creating a series of terrifying attacks that blasted black holes in the storm-like breeze. The three of them tore apart the most ferocious wave of attack. Behind them, Su Heng and the rest were much more relaxed. Even so, their faces were full of shock. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's strength was much more terrifying than they had imagined. If not for the three of them blocking, they believed that they would all be sent back outside. This was the most terrifying. Facing such an attack, they had no ability to resist at all. Interesting, very interesting. That old thing from the Dark Shadow Palace actually managed to recruit you three brats with good potential. Ah. In the darkness, that voice appeared again. I believe that old thing will feel the pinch after killing you three. Ah. Boom. After the mocking voice, a black boot appeared above their heads. It was incomparably huge, and when it stomped down heavily, the entire world seemed like it was going to collapse. Everyone dodge. We can't hold on any longer. The power of one stomp made Lin Fei and the rest's expressions change. It contained more than 10 types of Emperor intent attacks that complemented each other, and its power was amplified infinitely. Bang bang bang. The three of them were instantly sent flying. Go. Su Heng, Yi Fei, and the rest instantly activated the teleportation stone. A white light wrapped around them, tore open the void, and disappeared without a trace. Teleportation stone. That old thing is really despicable. The peak of the great supremacy strength is really terrifying. Although Lin Fei hadn't unleashed his full power, Proud Heaven was at the peak of the 8th stage, which was no laughing matter. However, the shockwave from the kick had torn him open, making him look like a man of blood. The aftershock energy cut his body like a blade. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Horrifying, absolutely horrifying, of life and death. Are you guys alright? Lin Fei looked at Elysian Sun and Dugui Jian. At this moment they were in a similar situation. They were in a very sorry state. Not bad. It wasn't easy for me to get my Holy Buddha armor, and now it's damaged again. How unlucky. The three of them soon gathered together. Su Heng and the rest have left. That's good too. Dugui Jian said, the threat of the Dark Shadow Devil Lord is too great. With just one kick we became like this. Everyone secretly raised their guard. Without Su Heng and the others, there was no need to worry about them for the time being. I don't know what the Dark Shadow Demon Lord is trying to do. Why isn't he attacking? The Elysian Heavenly Sun asked. Ever since that attack, the Shadow Devil Lord had not attacked again. The terrifying pressure in the surroundings also disappeared. The plains also returned to normal. It was hard to imagine that a life and death battle had just taken place here. Dark Shadow Devil, do you want to play hide and seek? Come out if you have the guts. Let's have a good fight. Although Lin Fei was afraid, after mastering the tenfold strength technique and adding his own foundation, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with the desire to fight. That's right. Come out quickly. Attacking from a distance. Seems like you are also trapped by something. Ah. The trio's voices spread out and reverberated across the silent plains. They believed that the Shadow Devil Lord would definitely come out after hearing their voices. Hua hua hua. A black shadow condensed in the sky above them. The shadow was very tall and exuded boundless dominance. Chi waves surged. Three dolls, you guys are quite interesting. I wonder if you are interested in playing a game. The shadow did not make a move and asked with a smile. I dare to guarantee that this is definitely the most interesting game you guys have ever played. Although it was just a shadow, the aura on it was not very strong. The trio did not dare to be careless. This place was a corner of the outer region. They had to be cautious. Once there was a life and death crisis, they would immediately leave this place. Even the Shadow Devil Lord might not be able to break the teleportation stone's defense. This was something they could see very clearly. Game. We are not interested in playing with you. The Elysian Sun felt sorry for the armor on his body. He slapped the shadow with his palm. Buddha's light shone brightly and the entire plain was illuminated. The shadow gently waved his hand. The Buddha's light that filled the sky dissipated as if it had never happened. Seems like you guys still don't know how powerful I am. Didn't that old thing tell you about the Shadow Throne's origin? The Shadow laughed. The trio's expressions changed again. The Elysian Sun's attack just now was very powerful. However, it was easily broken by the Shadow's hand. This was the true strength of a peak great supremacy. The three of them could not do this. Even Lin Fei himself felt that there was a huge gap between them. The Shadow Throne is actually a part of the outer region. What you see now is only a small part of it. Back then, our mainland was invaded by the forces of the outer region. There was a great battle of life and death. It was truly an unforgettable battle. The Shadow muttered to himself. Later on, an important figure appeared and suppressed us just as we were about to die. Although we survived, we also signed a humiliating contract. That person from your Shadow Palace was just lucky. I don't know where he obtained it from. After discussing with me, he used the Shadow Throne as a training ground. Everyone was shocked when they heard the Shadow's words. The secrets behind it were really beyond imagination. Now you understand. Although the Shadow Throne belonged to that old thing, he could not truly control it. Therefore he could only cooperate. If you want to obtain something from it, you have to play a game. This result was a huge blow to them. The Shadow Throne had actually been created by the cooperation of the Palace Master and the Devil Lord. They could not help but feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. No one was the first to speak. Master, according to the system's analysis, the Shadow Devil Lord's original body should have been suppressed. The strength that he could display was also not that strong. At the beginning it was just a show of strength. However, it seems that these words cannot be trusted. A person with demonic nature will not take the initiative to confess. The little devil suddenly said to Lin Fei. In fact, Lin Fei could also see the difference. To be able to send the outer realm mainland into an independent space, the ability was naturally not small. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's side was very strong, but in the eyes of this big shot, his strength was too weak. It was possible that the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's true body would be suppressed. Chapter 2934. The possibility is as high as 80%. Lin Fei never doubted the abilities of the little devil. After all, he was a system elf and also a core existence. From these clues, if the Dark Shadow Demon Lord wasn't restricted, he would have attacked with his true body. If the three of you joined forces, you might not be able to withstand more than a few blows. The little devil continued, this game that he is talking about is definitely not a good thing. Perhaps he is preparing to escape. Master, the three of you can join forces and try to attack this phantom. Presumably, he doesn't have a lot of energy. The little devil made a suggestion. Wouldn't we know after giving it a try? Lin Fei transmitted his voice to the three of them and proposed his idea. This is a good idea. If his true body was here, he would have definitely attacked. Elysian Sun applauded. At the beginning, his true body should have attacked from a distance. Unfortunately, his strength is restricted and the threat is still great. If he were to deal with an ordinary supremacy, it would be a one-sided situation. Unfortunately, he encountered us. After several attacks, he failed and probably came up with this idea. What Brother Elysian said makes sense. Duguijian's eyes lit up. I think we can give it a try. Anyway, there's no loss. As long as the phantom retreats, we might be able to find the true body of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Just thinking about it is interesting. The phantom was not anxious. The three of them were strong enough to threaten a great supremacy. However, compared to him, they were still lacking. Even if they joined forces, they could still suppress him. Unfortunately, I can't use all my strength. Otherwise, I could suppress them with one move. How could they be so calm? The phantom thought, old thing, you will definitely regret this. The phantom was very patient. They would definitely agree. So, Elysian Sun said, hearing what you said, I will really regret it if I don't give it a try. We have discussed it. Whatever game you have, just take it out. The phantom laughed. This is the best choice you will make in your life. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword wheel slashed over. Duguijian was the first to attack. The huge sword wheel was extremely domineering. The phantom didn't expect them to be so cunning. With a wave of his hand, endless energy swept out and collided with the sword wheel. The terrifying sword wheel became incomplete. These little tricks are useless. Bang bang bang. The sword wheel continued to collapse. The mysterious man snorted disdainfully. The Elysian Son of Heaven's Buddha's palm also followed up. A huge palm imprint with many Buddhas within it. Wherever the palm passed, Sanskrit chants and golden lotuses appeared. The illusory figure still casually swept over, and the gigantic divine palm became unable to move an inch forward. It only managed to break through a small part of the palm before it was forcefully stopped. Then it collapsed along with the sword wheel. How dare you take out such useless things? Just as the phantom's voice came out of its mouth, it suddenly trembled. A voice appeared behind it. I wonder how powerful this move of mine is. The sky splitter hammer smashed onto the shadow. Lin Fei was his trump card. He used the solitary sword and the Elysian Son of Heaven to draw the opponent's attention. The moment the opponent mobilized his strength, he used the thunderclap leap to kill them, catching them off guard. The gigantic sword wheel and the Buddha's palms smashed onto the body of the illusory figure. Ah, you're dead. The phantom image dissipated. The resentful voice resounded. He's indeed a good-looking but useless guy. I almost fell for his trick. The Elysian Son of Heaven looked at Lin Fei and thought, I really don't know where this guy got his guts from. If not for Lin Fei's suggestion, the Elysian Son of Heaven would not have dared to make a move. The might of his Buddha's palm had not reached the great accomplishment stage, but it was not that easy to defend against. When the illusory figure was easily dissolved, he felt fear in his heart. He couldn't defeat such an expert. But now that domineering and lofty fellow had disappeared without a trace. All that was left were his threatening words. You're really amazing. You even saw through this. The more Dugu Yijin looked at Lin Fei, the more curious he became. Naturally, Lin Fei would not say that this was the result of the little devil's analysis. All right, let's take this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Fei let the little devil analyze. This place was so big and the auras were intertwined. It was not that easy to find. Who knew where the Dark Shadow Demon Lord was suppressed? Be careful. The black boots that appeared before appeared again and stomped down on their position. The three of them suddenly felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord is angry. His power comes through the air. As long as we avoid it, he won't be able to hold on for too long. Lin Fei said. At the same time, he ordered the little devil to start scouting. This kind of attack was very unpleasant. Okay. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was very powerful. Unfortunately, the power came through the air and there was a loss in the middle. The power was great, but it was still difficult to seriously injure the three of them. Everyone separated so that the opponent's attack could not be concentrated in one place. Rumble. On the plains, the earth shook. Every time the big foot of the boots stepped down, everything around it was raised to the ground. At the same time, huge footprints appeared. Under this kind of fierce attack, the three of them were like a lonely boat in the vast sea, swaying up and down with the waves. Cough, cough, cough. The three of them began to vomit blood. Although they were not hit, the power of the aftermath still brought them great lethality. Everyone was covered with wounds. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone stay like this. His power is beginning to weaken. Lin Fei had been letting the system monitor the changes in the opponent's power. The opponent's power was constantly changing, and it was no longer as fierce and overbearing as it was at the beginning. Looks like it's really a sick cat. The attack did not last for long. The three of them could work together to destroy it. The boots that appeared out of nowhere also disappeared. That's it. Ah. No one expected that they could persist under the attack of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Although they looked very miserable now, their injuries were not very serious. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord is really a paper tiger. I wonder where he is hiding. Dugu Yijin looked at Lin Fei and said. The Elysian Son of Heaven also noticed Dugu Yijin's gaze. I really found something. You guys know that I'm good at divination. Just now, I have already captured the opponent's aura. Although he hid it well, I can still find him. Neither of them doubted it. They had witnessed Lin Fei walking from the Shadow Labyrinth to the end. His divination ability was unparalleled in the world. According to the location provided by the little demon, Lin Fei and the other two moved quickly and searched all the way. The ruins around them became fewer and fewer. The sound of the waves also appeared in their ears and the air was moist. We're at the seaside. Chapter 29:35. This was a black pyramid. It was huge and filled with a high and mighty aura, making people involuntarily have the thought of worshipping it. The three of them suffered a huge impact and their bodies trembled slightly. They subconsciously wanted to crawl down, and their faces involuntarily showed a crazy expression. Master, wake up. The little devil's anxious voice sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Waves of power spread out, and Lin Fei came back to his senses, feeling a little confused. What happened to me just now? Seems like a black pyramid. No. I seem to have lost control. Master, you were hit just now. I have already helped you block that power. The little devil said. Lin Fei's expression turned grave. He had actually fallen for the Black Pyramid without any warning. Wasn't that Black Pyramid a little too powerful? Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian struggled a little and wanted to make a worshipping gesture. They immediately realized that something had happened. They had great potential, but after all, they did not have the system to solve the problem. Wake up. Lin Fei hit their backs with his palm. This was also a last resort. Their bodies trembled and they opened their eyes again. Although their blood and chi were tumbling, they also realized that they were hit. They looked at Lin Fei with gratitude. Too scary. This kind of illusion power is at least the power of great success. The two of them had lingering fear. If it were not for Lin Fei, they would definitely be in danger. They might even die here. In the history of the Dark Shadow Palace, there were several High Lords who died here. The Dark Shadow Throne was a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. That pyramid is unusual. It's made with a special method and has great illusion power. If I'm not careful, I'll fall for it. If I'm not wrong, the Shadow Devil Lord is on top of the Black Pyramid. Lin Fei looked up. They looked over and saw that there was a platform at the top of the pyramid. On the platform sat a tall and sturdy fellow. Suddenly, that person opened his eyes, and a domineering gaze shot over as he slowly stood up. It's really unexpected that you can actually withstand the power of the illusory Black Tower. It's really incredible. I don't know how many experts have been defeated by this illusory Black Tower. Dark Shadow Demon King stared at Lin Fei. If it weren't for you, you would have become my puppet soon. What a pity. Being stared at by the Dark Shadow Demon Lord, Lin Fei felt a terrifying killing intent. This Shadow Fiend Lord wanted to kill him. If it weren't for him, the current situation would be completely different. I'm really sorry. Who asked your illusory Black Tower to be so weak? Lin Fei said disappointedly. If it was a little more powerful, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything. The words illusory Black Tower still shocked the three of them. This was definitely a top-grade treasure. The School of Illusion wasn't one of the top 10 schools, but it was infinitely close. Rumor had it that once one mastered the illusory domain, one's illusory domain would become real, and one would fall for it without even realizing it. Even peak great monarchs would barely be able to resist it for a moment, but not for long. In the Western continent, one couldn't find a second illusory domain treasure like this. To be able to say that the illusory Black Tower was weak, apart from Lin Fei, there couldn't be a second person. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, I see that you are standing on top, so you must be restricted. You also didn't expect that we could find you all the way here, and even resist the attack of the illusory Black Tower. Your scheme won't work. Lin Fei said with a smile. I think you should think about one thing, and that is how to survive. Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian really admired Lin Fei for daring to say such words. Your means won't work. Don't think that I don't know that you are restricted on top. You can't fight with your real body, and this is your biggest regret. Elysian Sun's blood was boiling. Are you going to surrender, or are we going to kill you? Dugu Yijian also laughed. Haha, I Dugu Yijian have never killed an expert from the outer continent. If I can kill you today, I believe that I will go further on the path of the sword. Killing a peak great monarchs from the outer continent, that kind of achievement would definitely make one feel proud. The Dark Shadow Demon Emperor said disdainfully, You've got guts. Back when I was dominating the continent, you didn't even know where you were. Even though I only have the strength of a peak great monarch now, I'm not someone you can mess with. Boom. A domineering aura swept over. The void began to collapse and black holes appeared. This is my power, it's not something you kids can compare to. Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked down from above, revealing a cold gaze. The power of this attack was quite strong. Lin Fei and the other two could still bear it and didn't feel too much pressure. Brother Lin, although we can block Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack, the illusory Black Tower is a problem. We need to suppress it at all times, and a part of our strength will be suppressed. If we really rush up to fight Dark Shadow Demon Lord, I guess it won't be easy. Elysian Sun transmitted his voice. Although they looked relaxed now, the power of the illusory Black Tower was still affecting them. If there was a slight flaw, they would immediately be invaded, and it was very difficult to resist. Although he said it so easily, after all, it was an expert from the outer continent, and according to his words, it seemed that he had the terrifying strength of a divine venerable. Lin Fei slightly frowned. He had experienced the power of the illusory Black Tower, and if it wasn't for the system blocking the illusion invasion, he would probably be the same as them. This was not something he wanted to happen. I'll be the main attacker and you guys will assist from the side. I believe that Dark Shadow Demon Lord won't be able to hold on for so long. Lin Fei quickly had an idea. Although Dark Shadow Demon Lord was powerful, Lin Fei wasn't so easy to deal with. A large number of accumulated life crystals could be used to consume. Now, it was better to test Dark Shadow Demon Lord's true strength. How would they know if they didn't test? Lin Fei grabbed the Sky Splitter hammer and smashed it all the way. Now, his physical strength was extremely strong, and with the Sky Splitter hammer, his power was even greater, and he approached the platform at the top of the illusory black tower. Dark Shadow Demon Lord didn't care much about these three kids at first. They were in the High Lord realm, and even if his real body's strength was suppressed, he could easily kill them. However, he didn't expect that the three of them were so unexpectedly strong, especially the one in a black robe who could see through his real body and break a doppelganger. This made Dark Shadow Demon Lord very unhappy, and he directly attacked through the air, wanting to suppress and kill them. In the end, he returned without success. When they came to the seaside, the power of the illusory black tower exploded, making Dark Shadow Demon Lord laugh in his heart. This time he finally got rid of them, and even he could leave here, although the loss would be great. Chapter 2936. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord completely hated this little guy. In his eyes, these three people were all little babies. For the Dark Shadow clan, which had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, 100 or 200,000 years was really like a newborn child. A body-tempering expert is indeed powerful and invincible among those of the same level. He can even fight against a great sovereign. No wonder the demon generals couldn't hold on. There's really nothing we can do when encountering them. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord relied on ordinary attacks to bring great threat to the three people. As for the other two, one is a swordsmanship expert with sharp sword techniques, but unfortunately he's still a bit lacking. The other is an expert from a Buddhist orthodoxy. If he steps into the great sovereign realm and uses Buddhist attacks, it'll be no different from the illusory attacks. It'll be very difficult to deal with them. These three people's talent is not ordinary. Old thing, you're really lucky. With the help of the two people, Lin Fei tried to attack the illusory black tower, but it didn't move at all. He gave up on the idea and directly dealt with the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the platform. Dugu Yijin and the Elysian Sun didn't dare to go up anymore. They could only attack from a distance because the illusory black tower's pressure was getting stronger and stronger. If they went up again, it would directly exceed their limit, so they didn't dare to take the risk. Brother Lin's ability is really enviable. He's a different kind of body-tempering cultivator. He can actually resist the illusory black tower's attack, and his strength doesn't seem to be affected at all. Dugu Yijin continued to use sword techniques. Sword intent pierced through the air, and the power was no less than an ordinary great sovereign's attack. The great Buddha behind the Elysian Sun kept chanting, wearing down the illusory black tower's power. However, he couldn't help but admire Lin Fei's strength. He knew that he couldn't do this. After entering the Dark Shadow Throne, the strength Lin Fei displayed was shocking. This was the true meaning of concealing one's strength. Once I become a great sovereign, my strength will double. At that time, it's still unknown who will be the one suppressing who. The Elysian Sun thought. His hands didn't stop moving. When did body-tempering cultivators become so powerful? They can actually resist the illusory black tower's attack. The Dark Shadow Fiend Lord revealed a strange look. He knew how powerful this treasure was. Other than ultimate gods, even great supremacy lords would not be able to withstand it. After a few rounds, they would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. Ordinary supremacy lords would not be able to resist it at all. Could it be that he brought along a spirit treasure? No, that's not right. Even if it's a spirit treasure, it doesn't seem to be that powerful. There are actually only a few powerful treasures in the Saint Spirit domain. There definitely isn't such a treasure. How did this child do it? Even the Dark Shadow Fiend Lord did not expect that Lin Fei had a system that could shield him. Although it would consume a lot of energy points, it was nothing to Lin Fei. Without the suppression of the illusory black tower, Lin Fei could attack without restraint. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the platform. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, is that all you've got? Lin Fei attacked again and again, setting off rays of cold light. Each ray contained a terrifying destructive power. On the other hand, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord appeared very calm. He stretched out a pair of white palms and gently patted the cold light. Every time he could hit the weak spot of the cold light, and the power became extremely limited. For a body-tempering cultivator to have such strength, it's enough to prove your talent. Your body will belong to me. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord revealed a sinister smile. However, before that, I'll get rid of those two first. A tall black scepter appeared in the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's hand. There was a faint trace of blood on the surface of the scepter, which looked very strange. Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian immediately sensed danger. The black scepter gave them a very terrifying aura, which made their hearts palpitate and tremble. This was the most terrifying weapon they had seen so far. Be careful. Lin Fei's warning seemed to come too late. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord raised the scepter in his hand and casually pointed it at Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian. Even if the two were prepared, their flesh and blood were pierced on the spot. Their bodies were instantly pierced through, and boundless darkness energy invaded their bodies. Their flesh and blood constantly collapsed, and in an instant most of their bodies had turned black. The two of them exchanged a glance, revealing deep unwillingness. They activated the teleportation stone, and white light enveloped them as they left the Shadow Throne. If they did not leave now, the power would not be able to suppress them. Lin Fei's heart sank. The other party actually had such a treasure. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack was very overbearing, and he was still able to resist it. However, with the appearance of the Black Scepter, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack became illusory. Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian's strength had improved along the way. However, under the attack of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's scepter, they were instantly hit. It was really unbelievable. No. This kind of attack can't last for long. It must have been accumulated over a long period of time. On this point, Lin Fei did not doubt it at all. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's two casual attacks directly forced Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian to leave the Dark Shadow Throne. It was life-threatening. The power of that attack also had a great impact on them. It was not something they could resist at all. Little kid, are you surprised? The Dark Shadow Demon Lord revealed a smile. Although you have guessed it, and my power is indeed limited by this place, it is still a piece of cake to deal with the three of you. Now, do you think you are still a match for me? The Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked as if he had Lin Fei in his grasp. In order to obtain this perfect body, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord also felt the pinch. Especially the two attacks just now, which were accumulated with great difficulty. They could ignore everything and attack in an instant. Of course, without this scepter, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord would definitely not be able to use such a powerful attack. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I admit that you are very strong, especially after you have the scepter. I wonder how many times you can use this kind of attack. 3 times or 5 times? The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's face twitched. He sneered. You are quite confident. Of course I am quite confident. Lin Fei revealed a strange look. Originally I was preparing how to kill you. Now I feel that there is no need to hold back. Moreover, I am also prepared to test the power of the secret technique I learned. You are the best target. Boom. Lin Fei instantly released all the power of the proud celestial 8th layer. The surrounding void constantly shattered and reorganized, returning to its original appearance. Mountain Splitter Blow. Lin Fei released the power of his body. The surrounding kept shattering. The Sky Splitter Hammer struck horizontally. Its power instantly increased by several times. Chapter 2937. After his physical body was fully activated, Lin Fei's strength skyrocketed. His rapid movement exceeded the limits of a great supremacy. Even a great supremacy expert might not be able to keep up with his speed. The Sky Splitter Hammer in his hand kept smashing out terrifying beams of cold light at the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Any one of these beams of cold light could seriously injure a great supremacy. Even a great supremacy might not be able to withstand it for a long time. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord relied on the black scepter in his hand. Every time he swung it, he easily broke Lin Fei's attack with ease. Little kid, is this all you've got? You're still far from being able to defeat me. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord said with a disdainful smile. Although you're very strong and can threaten a great supremacy, you're still not enough in front of me. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had attacked, but he was blocked every time. Even if he could break through the blocking power, the power that landed on the Dark Shadow Demon Lord could be counted on one hand. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, you're a famous figure. Can you only passively defend? Is this all you've got? Why don't you dare to attack me? Are you afraid that your accumulated energy will be exhausted? Lin Fei mocked as he attacked. With the support of life crystals, he could continuously attack. I'm really disappointed for you. Ah. Lin Fei circled behind the Dark Shadow Demon Lord and smashed into a weak spot. He suffered a huge rebound and was sent flying. However, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord was also uncomfortable. The powerful impact hit the other party, and his mountain-like body also shook. It seems that your physical body isn't that strong. Lin Fei's attack was captured by the little devil. I wonder how many times you can last. Lin Fei suppressed his qi and blood and rushed up again. A beam of cold light directly smashed over. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was in a very passive situation. He was very strong. However, compared to Lin Fei, he had no advantage at all. Especially in terms of strength. Ha, you've been fooled. Lin Fei directly smashed into a flaw of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Once again the Dark Shadow Demon Lord moved, and a small crack appeared on its body. Soon the third and fourth injuries appeared. The Dark Shadow Demon Monarch, who wielded the Black Scepter, could block 9 out of 10 attacks. However, the last attack was difficult to dodge. His body suffered the impact of the force again and again. More and more cracks appeared, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. The Dark Shadow Fiend Lord's expression also began to change. I still underestimated you. To be able to find your opponent's flaws in battle, you can be proud of your eyesight, little doll. However, I don't intend to play with you anymore. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord snorted coldly. He raised his black scepter and pointed it at Lin Fei. A black dot penetrated through. Lin Fei had noticed it long ago. Both the Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijian were defeated by this attack. Lin Fei blasted out over 100 beams of cold light, forming a blockade. Proud Heaven's barricade was also pushed to its limits. No matter how powerful the scepter was, he should be able to withstand it. In the next second, the defense in front of Lin Fei lost its effect. The left side of his chest was fiercely attacked by the black dot. Circles of black energy rushed out, and half of his body exploded on the spot. Little doll, how powerful is this attack of mine? The Dark Shadow Demon Lord laughed. This was the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's strongest killing move. Even if its power was not at its peak, it was not something a little guy could withstand. Under this attack, Lin Fei was heavily injured. A large amount of life energy was used to repair his body, but it was devoured by the black energy. It was like a bottomless pit, boundless. Do you know why they tactfully left? It's because they couldn't withstand the invasion of this power. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord laughed. Unless you have a large amount of life energy. However, under this overbearing, devouring little doll, how many times can you withstand it? Let me see, 3 times or 5 times? Lin Fei finally understood why the Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijin chose to leave so decisively. No one would be able to withstand such a frightening consumption. Amazing, it's really amazing. After Lin Fei lost 40% of his life force, he barely managed to suppress the black energy. However, his essence was also injured. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord squinted his eyes. Your body is really strong and it's a top-notch technique that I don't know about. Your life energy is very strong. Others need to use 50% to 60%, but you only used 40%. It's really unexpected. It seems that you can withstand 2 more attacks from me. With such a strong body, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord could not wait to occupy it. The scepter was raised for the second time. The black light spot appeared again. Lin Fei performed several moves in a row, but he still could not withstand the attack of the black light spot. As mentioned, this kind of terrifying power attack was beyond ordinary attacks. It was extremely overbearing. No one would be able to stop it. Perhaps only the ultimate gods could stop it. It ignored all defenses. Lin Fei was seriously injured again. His whole body swayed and his face became abnormally pale. He could barely stand. Little kid, if you open your mind now, I can continue to live and even master supreme power. Such opportunities are rare. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's voice became full of demonic sound. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and persisted. Haha, why are you reluctant to continue attacking? Are you worried that you can't take me down? You want me to open my mind? Don't even think about it. A large number of life crystals. They were not big, but there were many of them. Lin Fei opened his mouth and absorbed all the life crystals. The life energy inside entered his body. Damn it, I actually forgot that you still have life crystals. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord suddenly went berserk. With a wave of the scepter, the third attack came. Lin Fei was seriously injured again. His whole body exploded with a bang. Come on, your little ability is not enough. After reforming, Lin Fei started absorbing the life energy from the life crystals in large gulps. His complexion also became rosy. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's original strength was suppressed, but with the scepter he could mobilize the energy and perform a terrible killing move. In his opinion, 3 attacks could seriously injure the opponent. He ignored the life crystals. If there were too many of them, they would obviously become troublesome. If he let it go, his hope would become less and less. Die. This time the power increased. With that, Lin Fei was blown up. Haha, is that all you can do? As soon as it was formed, The Dark Shadow Demon Lord waved the scepter again and smashed Lin Fei's body. Humph, I don't believe that you can still hold on. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord also gritted his teeth and persisted. Once, twice, thrice. Chapter 2938. Lin Fei's body exploded for the 10th time. Dark Shadow Demon Lord finally showed a hint of joy. He must die. That damned brat actually lasted 10 times. What kind of physique cultivation technique is he practicing? Fortunately, he's definitely going to die this time. I can also perform the possession technique and occupy this body. With such talent, he should be able to cultivate to the ultimate god realm again in less than 500 million years. At that time, Lin Fei's figure condensed again. Dark Shadow Demon Lord made a sound of surprise. There seemed to be something wrong with the Lin Fei in front of him. This was the 10th time his body exploded. Shouldn't he be refining the life crystal? Every time Lin Fei exploded, he would immediately absorb his life energy. Is it gone? Dark Shadow Demon Lord felt that he understood. Haha, little boy, is it because the life crystal is gone and you can't restore your life energy? That's a pity. You have the best potential I've ever seen. You can hold on for 10 times. Now I'll give you another chance to choose. Open your mind and let me control your body. Lin Fei's face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood. He gritted his teeth and said, Dark Shadow Demon Emperor, you always use this trick. Unfortunately, it doesn't work every time. If you have the ability, then do it fiercely and let me see what you're capable of. Otherwise, I'll be able to take it even if you do it 100 or 10,000 times. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was indeed depressed. He could not take down the few children. He was angry. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Dark Shadow Demon Lord could see that the little boy would definitely not be able to withstand the 11th attack in his current state. The little boy was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He was just relying on his powerful divine body to hold on. As long as he made one last attack, the other party would definitely die. There was actually a slight essential difference between being dead and being alive. For Dark Shadow Demon Lord, this was really not a big deal. He had all kinds of secret techniques, so the impact was not very big. The black scepter flashed with a black luster and shot out a fatal blow. Dark Shadow Demon Lord believed that this time, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to withstand it. Even the most powerful peak Great Supremacy could only withstand 9 attacks. The little boy would definitely not be able to surpass the record of 11. Tenfold Power Technique, first stage, 5 times increase. This time Lin Fei was prepared. He displayed the tenfold power technique he had mastered. The Sky Splitter hammer in his hand was like a stream of light, smashing heavily on the black spot that was shuttling towards him. Boom. The surrounding void began to collapse, forming a huge black hole. Endless astral wind whistled. In an instant, the surrounding black astral wind swirled and did not dissipate for a long time. It lasted for a long time. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord waved his scepter, and the black wind disappeared. The collapsed black hole also recovered. When he saw Lin Fei, his eyes narrowed. He could feel the terrifying power from the other party. You can actually capture traces and even attack. This is completely impossible. Not only was the black dot's power terrifying, but it also had the ability to ignore everything. In order to hit it, one had to use absolute power, brute force against brute force. The power of the black spot was not only terrifying, but it also had the ability to ignore everything. To hit it, one had to use absolute power, brute force against brute force. This was not what Dark Shadow Demon Lord wanted to see at all. I should thank the Shadow Demon General for the good stuff he left behind. You should know that you gave me so many blows just now. Now it's my turn. Under the 5 times increase in strength, Lin Fei's strength skyrocketed. He swung the Heaven Splitter hammer in his hand, and absolute power pressed down. The Shadow Demon Monarch did not dare to use the same attack as earlier. With a light swing, he managed to dissipate most of the power. However, the remaining portion still struck him. His expression became unsettled. You actually mastered it so quickly. This is impossible. Lin Fei rushed up. I'm a genius. Nothing is impossible. Dot. Bang. 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 Lin Fei was like a shadow. After the 5 times increase in strength, he was truly terrifying. Dark Shadow Demon Lord was drowned in an instant. The power of the black scepter in his hand also began to weaken. Dark Shadow Demon Lord kept retreating. His body was full of dents. Didn't you lose your life crystals? Why are you still so strong? Why? Dark Shadow Demon Lord was hit again and again. He could not understand. This kind of situation shouldn't have happened. Lin Fei kept attacking. He had to admit that this guy was really strong, especially his physical body. After dozens of attacks, it did not collapse. It was definitely a top-notch divine body. Although I don't know what secret method you used, it's not that easy to kill me. I forgot to tell you, although my physical body is not as strong as before, it is still the limit of the divine body. Your hammer is powerful, but it's a pity that it's not a real essence energy magic weapon. Otherwise it's hard to say who will win today. Aha, so little kid, you're destined to lose. Relying on the limit of the divine body and the power of the Black Scepter, Dark Shadow Demon Lord maintained an undefeated situation under the 5 times increase in strength. There was a playful smile on his face. Dark Shadow Demon Lord's words did not affect Lin Fei at all. Instead, Lin Fei laughed and became very excited. Haha, big idiot, I really have to thank you. Lin Fei was wondering if he should remove the Sky Splitter hammer and use the Sky Splitter rod to attack his opponent. After all, that was a real essence energy magic weapon. He did not expect Dark Shadow Demon Lord to say it himself. He was really courting death. Crash. With a thought, the Sky Splitter hammer in Lin Fei's hand turned into the Sky Splitter rod. He struck across the sky with all his power, broke through the defense of the scepter, and smashed heavily on Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. Crack, crack, crack. With 5 times the power, the Sky Splitter rod, a essence energy magic weapon, burst out with unimaginable power. Just one strike blew up half of Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. I'm actually injured. Dark Shadow Demon Lord was confused. Lin Fei struck again. The Shadow Devil Monarch finally saw it clearly. It was a long staff, and it carried an aura that made his heart palpitate. His eyes suddenly widened. Essence Energy Divine Weapon. Damn it, Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body was blown up. Lin Fei also took a breath of cold air. This is too terrifying. Could it be that the stronger one is, the real power of the Essence Energy magic weapon can burst out? Dark Shadow Demon Lord recovered. There was finally fear in his eyes. He stared at Lin Fei. How can you have an essence energy magic weapon? This is impossible. What he waited for was Lin Fei's domineering strike. Another strike landed on Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. The Black Scepter began to be unable to resist. Chapter 2939. Second time. Third time. After the Sky Splitter combined with the strength of the tenfold strength technique, every time Lin Fei used the staff, there would be a black shadow that passed through the void and hit the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Usually, after 2 attacks, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord would be blown up. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord had no chance to resist, and the power of the Black Scepter in his hand became weaker and weaker. Time. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, this is just the beginning. Lin Fei laughed heartily. When he used his full strength, it felt so good. Felt so good. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord moved left and right, putting up layers of defense. However, he still couldn't avoid the attack of the Black Shadow. The power was full of destruction, and his body was constantly being destroyed. Until the 15th time his body was blown up. The aura of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord was not as strong and overbearing as before. Wait. The Black Scepter moved horizontally, barely blocking the attack of the Black Shadow. We can talk things out. Don't you think so? Everything can be discussed. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord really had no other choice. The power of the Essence Force Divine Weapon was too terrifying. Even with his heavenly god body, he couldn't withstand the destruction, and the life force in his body was constantly weakening. This was something the Dark Shadow Demon Lord didn't expect. The guy in front of him was no longer that little kid, but a terrifying opponent. Wait until I blow you up 20 times. Lin Fei didn't want to listen to any words. He pressed the Sky Splitter and directly shook off the Black Scepter, hitting the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. Bastard, I'll fight it out with you. The 15th time. The 16th time. Lin Fei's attacks became smoother and smoother. Boundless power kept attacking the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. I can't fight anymore, I'm going to die. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord screamed. Lin Fei wasn't moved, and he blew up the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body again and again. The 20th time. This time the Dark Shadow Demon Lord took a long time to condense. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, these 20 times didn't it feel good? You're the one who felt good. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord cursed in his heart. That fellow from the Saint Spirit domain, where did he find such a demon? Or was it a formidable martial artist from another domain who had taken over his body? It was an Essence Force Divine Weapon. In the entire Saint Spirit domain there were very few of them. Where did he get one? If you don't want to talk, I'll do it again. Lin Fei attacked through the air and blew up the Dark Shadow Demon Lord without any explanation. The 21st time. Does it feel good? Lin Fei held the sky-splitting rod in his hand. Awesome, very awesome. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord endured the humiliation and replied. He was filled with hatred for Lin Fei. Then, do you still want to continue enjoying yourself? I can see that your body can still endure 7 or 8 more times. Lin Fei said with a smile. Little brother, I was wrong. I'm willing to compensate you for your loss. What do you think? I have a lot of things on me. Any one of them is a good thing. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord didn't dare to do it a few more times. He would have to accept his fate. Lin Fei smirked. Your things are all mine. If I kill you, all of them will be revealed. Do you think that would be of any use to me? With that, he raised his staff and prepared to strike. Wait, we can discuss this. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was anxious. With the Essence Force Divine Weapon, there was no problem killing him. He could only wait. After an hour, he might still have a chance to live. We can discuss it. For example, you can throw the black staff in your hand over. I think it's good. Lin Fei pointed at the black staff. No, absolutely not. Lin Fei squinted. I can definitely do it. What do you think? The Sky Splitter pointed at him. It seemed that if the Dark Shadow Demon Lord said no, the staff would come down immediately. Sure. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord could only compromise. After all, even if the scepter was in the other party's hands, he might not be able to control it. It was something he had obtained from a mysterious place back then. Just refining it had taken him hundreds of millions of years. What could a brat do? When the time came, he could get it back with a single thought. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord gritted his teeth and threw the black staff. Lin Fei reached out and caught it. So this is also an Essence Force Divine Weapon. It seems different from mine. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked down on Lin Fei. He said in a low voice, Little brother, you don't know this. The Essence Force Divine Weapon in your hand is of the Strength type. It can increase your attack power. Mine is of the Emperor's Will. Its power is greater. Mine is called the No Mercy Scepter. It can ignore all defensive attacks. No Mercy Scepter. It's really awesome. Lin Fei snorted. He put away the staff and smashed the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. From the 21st time onwards, without the No Mercy Scepter, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's resistance became weaker. His body was directly smashed. I've already handed over the No Mercy Scepter. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's face was full of hatred. I don't like you. So, I'll do it again. The Sky Splitter swept again and smashed the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. The recovered Dark Shadow Demon Lord's aura was even weaker. Lin Fei came in front of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Under his control, the Sky Splitter turned into a golden circle, tightly binding the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. In order to avoid trouble, I think I have to do one thing. Lin Fei patted the Dark Shadow Demon Lord with one hand. His whole body shook. A bad feeling rose in the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's heart. Plunder. The skill was activated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei began to plunder the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's life energy. That was the safest way. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was shocked to find that the life energy in his body kept flowing out. He was completely shocked. I'll fight you. No Mercy Scepter. He summoned the No Mercy Scepter. However, the No Mercy Scepter stopped in midair. Under the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's summon, it did not move at all. He was dumbfounded. This was not right. No need to take it. I've temporarily sealed the No Mercy Scepter. You'd better be obedient and contribute your life energy. Lin Fei kept plundering. Impossible. No one has ever been able to plunder so much life energy and be fine. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord could not break free from the Sky Splitter. He did not believe that someone could keep plundering life energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large amount of life energy poured in. Moreover, it was extremely pure. What a great supplement. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn. An hour. Lin Fei was still plundering. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was in despair. His strength was infinitely weakened and he could not resist. Stop plundering. If you continue, I'll die. I admit defeat. Chapter 2940. Dark Shadow Devil Lord had completely withered. To him, there was nothing he was afraid of except facing death. In this place, even if he met a powerful opponent, Dark Shadow Devil Lord could rely on his powerful heavenly god body to resist the opponent. In addition to his rich life energy, even 100,000 years would not kill him. But now the most terrifying scene appeared. This little guy had mastered a heaven-defying ability. Not only could he seal the unpardonable scepter, but he could also violently rob his life energy. This was a terrible nightmare. Dark Shadow Devil Lord looked at the life energy rushing over and seeing that the other party was safe and sound. I lost, don't suck anymore. Dark Shadow Devil Lord's voice became weak. Since Lin Fei crazily sucked Dark Shadow Devil Lord's life energy, a full month had passed. It was a very short time, but in Dark Shadow Devil Lord's eyes, it was the most terrifying thing in his life. His life energy was almost absorbed, and his previous prestige was gone. Dark Shadow Devil Lord didn't know how many times he said this, but the other party never stopped and kept sucking. Lin Fei finally stopped and showed a satisfied smile. The harvest was too rich. Just this huge amount of life energy, he believed that as long as he had enough Yuan Qi God Sand, his Proud Heaven body could reach Proud Heaven level 9. Combined with this life energy, it should not be a problem to smoothly reach the peak of Proud Heaven level 9. Lin Fei really wanted to thank Dark Shadow Devil Lord for his contribution. He was really a good person. I am now considering whether to kill you. Lin Fei sized up Dark Shadow Devil Lord. Don't kill me, my life energy has been absorbed by you. There is no meaning in killing me. Dark Shadow Devil Lord was afraid. I still have some good things to give you. Without waiting for Lin Fei to say anything, Dark Shadow Devil Lord took out a treasure. This is our Dark Shadow clan's top cultivation method, Dark Shadow Stealth. It is not the emasculated version that is circulating outside. It can truly achieve Dark Shadow Stealth. And this, a treasure left behind by a Temporal Temple expert. Time Freeze, a one-time attack scroll that can affect a great Sovereign Lord expert. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a really good thing. Although he knew a bit of both the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time, as his cultivation increased, this bit of power would not be able to cause any damage, becoming very useless. It's good, but it's not enough. I still have more. In order to survive, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord was willing to go all out. He took out one treasure after another. Any one of them would make him go crazy. Lin Fei was not very interested in some of the treasures. Especially those semi-finished elemental energy divine weapons, they were not attractive to him at all. Apart from a few good items, the rest aren't that great. After thinking about it, if I kill you, I might be able to get something good. Lin Fei said. Dark Shadow Fiend Lord's face was ashen. These treasures had been gathered with great difficulty. Don't, I can tell you a shocking secret. Dark Shadow Fiend Monarch gritted his teeth. This is a disaster for others, but for you, it might be an opportunity. There's such a big secret? Lin Fei did not quite believe it. Yes, as long as you promise not to kill me, I will tell you. Dark Shadow Demon Lord said. However, you have to swear first, then I will tell you. If you want to use force, I can guarantee that you won't get any secret. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Fei also wanted to see what tricks Dark Shadow Demon Lord would play. As for using force to rob, he was not interested. This old monster who knew what he was hiding. Big secret, hee. Okay, but if the secret you say is not a big secret, I will kill you with one blow. You'd better be mentally prepared. Lin Fei pointed the sky-splitting rod in his hand at Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Under the witness of Dark Shadow Demon Lord, Lin Fei made a vow. You can say it now. Dark Shadow Demon Lord secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although the binding power of the vow was not that strong, it still had a certain influence on an expert like Lin Fei. I come from the Umbra continent, which is what you call the extraterritorial continent. Dark Shadow Demon Lord began to say, the reason why I am imprisoned here is actually very simple. It is because our Umbra continent invaded the Saint Spirit domain and started a war in an attempt to control this place. Lin Fei was finally moved. Invasion. The extraterritorial continents really did exist. Wait, then what you said previously was a lie. It was not your continent that had a war, but your continent invaded. Lin Fei understood. The invasion of the extraterritorial continents requires a lot of energy, and it may not succeed. Is your Umbra continent so free that you have nothing better to do? Why would you travel through time and space to the Saint Spirit domain? Dark Shadow Demon Lord laughed bitterly and said, I lied to you. The continent we live in is surrounded by a special energy. We call this energy primordial annihilation. The continent itself has a special substance that can resist primordial annihilation. This substance exists in quantity. Over a long period of time, this substance's energy will be continuously consumed. Then, as you know, primordial annihilation from the outside will invade and completely destroy the continent. Lin Fei really did not know about this secret. It was definitely a big secret. Probably only a few people at the top knew that primordial annihilation had the ability to destroy. Our Umbra continent was invaded by primordial annihilation. This power is extremely overbearing. It will slowly move, devour, and destroy. Everything it covers will be turned into nothingness. You can imagine how terrifying it is. No existence can survive it. This primordial annihilation was born together with the continent. As long as there are extraterritorial continents, there will be primordial annihilation. At the same time, primordial annihilation will block all foreign substances from entering the continent. Lin Fei listened very carefully. If he had not forced the Dark Shadow Demon Lord, it would have been very difficult for him to know this secret. Lin Fei was even more excited about the big secret that the Dark Shadow Demon Lord spoke of. Back then, our Umbra continent was about to be destroyed, so we invaded the Saint Spirit domain. Unfortunately, at that time, the Saint Spirit domain's power was tyrannical and terrifying. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. We sacrificed the entire continent, but we failed to conquer the Saint Spirit domain. The Dark Shadow clan either died or were injured. After a long period of time, the Dark Shadow clan disappeared in the long river of history. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the big secret that I will tell you. The Palace Lord of your Umbra Palace is from the Dark Shadow clan. Lin Fei heard the last part and gasped in disbelief. Chapter 2941. Big Secret. Lin Fei himself was shocked. The Dark Shadow Palace's supreme divinity was from the Dark Shadow tribe. If word got out, many people would be dumbfounded. It was a real big secret. There's nothing to be surprised about. So far, I'm the only one who knows this secret. He thought he hid it well, but I have a secret technique that can see through him. Little brother, this is definitely an earth-shattering secret. Back then, the Dark Shadow continent invaded the Saint Spirit domain and suffered heavy casualties. The huge race almost disappeared, and the Saint Spirit domain and the Dark Shadow tribe became mortal enemies. Let me tell you another secret. There are actually descendants of the Dark Shadow tribe among the martial artists of the Saint Spirit domain's Devil Motherland. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord revealed a secret, and then a second one. Lin Fei knew about the existence of the Devil Motherland. The demons there were very powerful. At the same cultivation level, they could easily defeat the martial artists of the human race. Especially their physical bodies, they were famous for being tough. Lin Fei had always thought that they had cultivated a powerful physical body cultivation method that had forged their bodies to be extremely strong. After hearing what the Dark Shadow Demon Lord said, he immediately realized that it seemed to be a possibility. The demons of the Devil Motherland had been wreaking havoc in the Saint Spirit domain. Even the three top forces could not really destroy them. Every once in a while they would appear and cause a bloodbath. If what the Dark Shadow Demon Lord said was true, the descendants of the Dark Shadow tribe might really have a deep connection with the Devil Motherland. It was hard to say if they were not the cause. I've told you all my secrets. These are the big secrets of the Saint Spirit domain. No one knows about them. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked at Lin Fei, hoping that he would leave immediately. Lin Fei kept looking at the Dark Shadow Demon Lord, seemingly thinking about something. You're very lucky. Since I said I won't kill you, I definitely won't. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was very powerful. Only he could force him to reveal his secrets. Ordinary people could not do that. Lin Fei really could not bear to kill such a good human cauldron. Even if the Dark Shadow Demon Lord knew some secrets. Let me ask you one more thing. In the Saint Spirit domain, where else produces divine essence sand? This was a question that Lin Fei was more concerned about. Others might not know. But the Dark Shadow Demon Lord definitely knew. After knowing the relationship between Yuanmie and the continent from Dark Shadow Devil Lord, Lin Fei gave up on the idea of digging the god sand of Yuanmie by himself. Unless his Proud Heaven reached the 10th level of Proud Heaven, then he might be able to go. But for now he still had to rely on Dark Shadow Devil Lord. There are people from the Black Domain. After all, the Black Domain is very complicated and there are many factions. Anyone who comes out is an expert. It's a pity that they don't care about things outside the Saint Spirit domain. The Shadow Demon Lord looked at Lin Fei, not understanding why Lin Fei was asking about this. Of course I know about the Black Domain. What I'm asking is if there are any other places. What's the point of talking so much? Do you want me to continue plundering your life force? Lin Fei pretended to attack. Not killing you doesn't mean I won't plunder your life force. Dark Shadow Fiend Lord's expression changed. Let me think. If you can't figure it out, you're done for. The Saint Spirit domain was so big. Lin Fei knew a lot of secrets, but he really didn't know where else there was God Sand of Yuanmie. Now he could only rely on Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Proud Heaven was at the peak of the 8th level. He was stuck here and it was very uncomfortable. Lin Fei had to break through as soon as possible so that his strength could be greatly improved. With the help of the Dark Shadow Demon General's strength, he could sweep away the great supremacies. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord kept flipping through his memories. If he continued to plunder the life force in his body, he would be completely finished. Without life force, the physical body lost its meaning and became an empty shell. Just as Lin Fei was getting impatient, Dark Shadow Demon Lord finally found a place. Don't attack, little brother. I'll tell you right away. Besides the Black Domain, there really is another place. However, this place is a little special. However, with little brother's strength, there shouldn't be any problem. What place? That is the Saint Spirit Domain, a place of a foreign race. I only found out about that place when I was fighting. We are called the Sky Feather Nation, a small hidden nation. This small nation doesn't have many people, but this race has an ability that human experts don't. That is the ability to ignore everything. At the same time, they are a bunch of lunatics. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This ability can be inherited? Lunatics? Yes, it's a bloodline inheritance. My merciless scepter was actually forged by them. Dark Shadow Demon Lord said. They are probably the only existence in the entire Saint Spirit Domain that can enter annihilation to collect the God Sand of Yuanmia. However, the Sky Feather Nation is very arrogant. It is very difficult to get the God Sand of Yuanmia from them. I advise you not to offend them. Lin Fei listened quietly. He especially emphasized the word lunatic. His heart trembled. There was actually such a mysterious existence in the Saint Spirit Domain. If not for Dark Shadow Demon Lord mentioning it, he reckoned that he wouldn't know for a long time. They all said that they were hidden from the world. In the Saint Spirit Domain, Lin Fei had never heard of their existence. If you want the God Sand of Yuanmia, you can only go to the Sky Feather Nation. Dark Shadow Demon Lord grabbed at the space between his eyebrows, and a ball of light appeared. I copied the route of the Sky Feather Nation. You just have to follow the direction. Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. Having obtained the most important information, he was satisfied. There was hope for breaking through to the 9th level of the world-defying realm. Even if it was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he still had to try. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to take away the illusory Black Tower. Lin Fei secretly glanced at the illusory Black Tower beneath him. This was a top-notch item. No matter where he put it, it was guaranteed that he would immediately fall into its trap. He took out the teleportation stone, crushed it, and teleported out. Dark Shadow Demon Lord was startled. The other party actually left. I still underestimated this guy. Isn't he afraid that one day when I leave, I'll find trouble with you again? However, my plan has also succeeded. Dark Shadow Divinity, a body-refining brat with limitless potential, might ruin all your plans. That's really interesting. I have to speed up too. A strange look flashed across Dark Shadow Demon Lord's face. Dark Shadow Palace. Inside a palace. There were a few people waiting. Among them were Dugu Yijin, Su Heng, and the others. He's out. Deputy Hall Master Lin is out. When there was a fluctuation in the void, they knew that Lin Fei had come out. A white light tore through the void, and Lin Fei's figure also appeared in the palace. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be in a sorry state. There was even a hint of exhaustion between his brows. For a body-refining elite, this was quite inconceivable. When Lin Fei saw the people present, he was also quite surprised. He didn't think that they would be waiting for him outside. Chapter 2942. There were many supremacies in the palace. Most importantly, all 5 great supremacies were here. Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijin were teleported out with serious injuries. When the 5 great supremacies heard the news, they immediately rushed over to help them suppress the power. When they learned that they went to the 3rd floor of the Shadow Throne, they were shocked. Ever since the Shadow Throne had appeared, very few people had been able to reach the 3rd level of the Shadow Throne. Most of them were on the 2nd level. This time, someone actually entered the 3rd floor of the Shadow Throne and even fought with the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. This was beyond their expectations. The 5 great supremacies worked together and spent a lot of effort to suppress the terrifying power in the 2. When they heard that Lin Fei was still inside, they couldn't help but worry. Especially when they learned that Lin Fei was leading the way, they all looked at him in a different light. All the great supremacies present had been to the Shadow Throne before, but they had to return after a short while. However, they also knew how terrifying the Shadow Labyrinth was. Great Supremacy Han Tian didn't want anything to happen to his disciple. Being able to walk in the Shadow Labyrinth was equivalent to mastering the changes. In the future, the next batch of people would have an absolute advantage. Lin Fei had become very important. Lin Fei came out in a sorry state. Great Supremacy Han Tian was the first to feel relieved. It's good that you came out. It's normal that you couldn't beat the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. When Lin Fei saw the 5 Great Supremacies, he was sure that Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijin couldn't suppress the power of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. He was secretly glad that he had pretended to be in a sorry state. Master, I'm useless. I couldn't kill the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Fei said in shame. The 5 Great Supremacies didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How powerful was the Dark Shadow Demon Lord? How could he be killed so easily? Since Lin Fei could come out unscathed, Lin Fei's status in the eyes of the 5 Great Supremacies had improved greatly. He was going to be one of the most outstanding people in the Shadow Palace in the future. Great Supremacy Han Tian laughed loudly. Dugu Yijin left after seeing that Lin Fei was fine. Zhu Heng and the others were the same. If it weren't for them, who knew if they could survive the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack? It was truly terrifying. Seeing that Lin Fei's injuries were not light, the 5 great sovereigns told him to go back and rest first. They would discuss this matter in a few days. Lin Fei returned to his cave residence. I seem to have become a hot commodity, hee. Lin Fei laughed at himself. He was not in a hurry to recover from his injuries. Life crystals, dark shadow grass and other things are still in great demand for them. By the way, Master, why didn't you kill the Dark Shadow Devil Lord? Maybe there's something good there. Little Fiend asked curiously. Anything that was useful to the system should just be killed. Why should he keep it? What a waste. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Do you think Dark Shadow Devil Lord's words are credible? Half-half, it's a mixture of truth and falsehood. I'll take this kind of scheming fellow seriously. You'll be out of luck. Little Fiend was smart. Lin Fei nodded. The reason why I didn't kill the Dark Shadow Devil Lord is because I felt a dangerous aura in his body. That should be the Dark Shadow race's trump card. Even if I can withstand it, I'll probably be in big trouble. So, I used plunder to force him to reveal some secrets. This was also Lin Fei's cautiousness. Ao Tian Tian was at the peak of the 8th level. Although he seemed strong, he had to be careful against the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. He wanted to use information to fool him. He had no interest in the descendants of the Dark Shadow race. As long as they did not hinder his cultivation, he didn't care what they did. He was not a hot-blooded youth. That big secret was nothing to him. Lin Fei spent a month in his cave residence to recover from his injuries. The 5 great sovereigns did not disturb him. Ever since Elysian Sun, Dugu Yijin, and the others brought out the life crystals, they all became hot steamed buns in the eyes of the great sovereigns. As the last to leave, Lin Fei also brought many treasures with him. Most importantly, Lin Fei's experiences on the way to the 3rd level of the Shadow Throne, especially the changes in the 2nd level of the Shadow Labyrinth, were the most important. With these experiences and information, the chances of everyone passing through the Shadow Labyrinth would be higher the next time. This was something that ordinary people could not compare to. When Lin Fei came out of his cave residence, he received invitations from the 4 great sovereigns. Each of them was quite polite, but he was not in a hurry to reply. Instead, he went to his master's residence. Junior brother, you're amazing. You actually fought with the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. What does the Dark Shadow Devil Lord look like? Back then, we searched blindly in the Shadow Labyrinth and came out by accident. I knew it. Junior brother must have gained something from going to the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei took out 4,000 life crystals and gave 1,000 each to the 4 senior brothers. It's just a small token of respect. The life energy contained in these life crystals was not much. In Lin Fei's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. In the Shadow Palace, it was a rare treasure, so it was most suitable as a gift. Haha, thank you, junior brother. What a tycoon. 1,000 life crystals was definitely not a small fortune. The 4 senior brothers accepted it without hesitation. They knew that their junior brother had probably become a tycoon after going to the Shadow Throne. Master, I'm here. In the pavilion by the lake, Lin Fei met Great Sovereign Han Tian. Sit. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker took a glance at Lin Fei and found that his injuries had healed, and his aura had become stronger. He couldn't help but nod and say, not bad. Your sacred cloud dragon rampantly has improved a lot. You'll soon reach the peak of your cultivation base. Master, you have good eyesight. You can tell at a glance. Lin Fei sat in front of Great Sovereign Han Tian. You're very good. This time, everyone who went to the Shadow Throne praised you. Even the few great sovereigns have a whole new level of respect for you. When Great Sovereign Han Tian learned that Lin Fei had broken into the 3rd floor of the Shadow Throne, he was also shocked for a long time before he recovered. Awesome. I can't believe I have such a powerful disciple. This was great sovereign Han Tian's only thought. He knew that when his disciple went in, he did not have any information on him. It was really rare for him to be able to convince the Elysian Sun and Dugui Jian. Grand Monarch Shaker Heaven asked about the Shadow Throne, which he was very interested in. Lin Fei gave him a brief explanation, leaving out some of the important parts. Master, these are the things I've collected. Please help me deal with them. I don't know much about their prices. Lin Fei took out a storage ring. And these are my gifts to you, Master. You're really a tycoon. You gave me 10,000 life crystals in one go. Great Sovereign Han Tian laughed. Tell me, what else do you want? Chapter 2943. Lin Fei didn't intend to deal with the things he had obtained from the Shadow Throne himself. It would be best to let his master handle them, and their value would be infinitely greater. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was to sell the tenfold strength incantation. Lin Fei planned to make a deal with Master Han Tian. The things he had obtained from killing the Dark Shadow demonic general in the Shadow Throne were no secret. Even if he didn't say it, someone else would. As for the tenfold strength incantation, Lin Fei didn't attach much importance to it. His own proud heaven was a top body-strengthening cultivation method. Moreover, it wasn't easy to cultivate the tenfold strength incantation. It had high requirements and couldn't be cultivated by ordinary body-tempering practitioners. Lin Fei thought of his master. It would be better to let his master cultivate it than to let others learn it. The stronger his master was, the easier it would be for him to live in the Dark Shadow Palace in the future. With a grand supremacy, there wouldn't be any trouble. Master, I obtained a supplementary strength incantation after killing the Dark Shadow demonic general in the Shadow Labyrinth. It's called the tenfold strength incantation. After thinking about it, I don't think anyone can cultivate it except you. Therefore, I want to make a deal with you. Lin Fei took out the copy of the tenfold strength incantation. Grand Monarch Han Tian laughed happily. I've heard of this secret incantation of yours. The first level can increase one's strength fivefold and last for an hour. It's indeed amazing. I didn't expect you to take it out and make a deal with me. It's good stuff. It's better for Master to learn it than others. Lin Fei said. There haven't been any experts in body tempering practitioners. If Master cultivates it, you'll definitely raise the banner of body tempering practitioners again, and your name will be passed down through the ages. Boy, you really know how to talk. Grand Monarch Han Tian did have this idea. Unfortunately, at his current realm, his strength improved very slowly. Now that there was an opportunity, he was naturally tempted. What do you want? I want a batch of Origin Energy Divine Sand, at least 100 kilograms. Lin Fei casually said, not long ago, I obtained a technique that can refine a semi-finished Yuanli weapon, so I want to give it a try. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker suspected that he had misheard Nye Tian. Didn't he know that his disciple was going to study forging divine weapons of origin power? Didn't he know that it was a bottomless hole? Many formidable martial artists in the Saint Spirit domain wanted to forge an essence force divine weapon, but had anyone succeeded? No, not a single one. Alright, but 100 kilograms is impossible. Every grain of Origin Energy Divine Sand is extremely precious. I will do my best to help you. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker wanted to persuade him, but in the end he gave up. However, if you don't mind, you can sell one to the Dark Shadow Palace. I believe they will be very happy to do so. Lin Fei shook his head. This disciple doesn't mind. This kind of auxiliary technique has very high requirements. It's already quite monstrous to cultivate the first 3 stages. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Master. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker nodded slightly. You've recovered from your injuries. Your performance in the Dark Shadow Throne was outstanding, comparable to that of Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven. Therefore, this time, you will represent the younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace to join the battle against the experts of the Demon Nation and weaken their strength. Alright. Lin Fei didn't refuse. You will have 100 years to prepare. After Lin Fei left his master's cave residence, he spent the next few days visiting the 4 Grand Monarchs. As his strength improved in the eyes of the Grand Monarchs, Lin Fei's potential was limitless. What was important was that he was a body-tempering cultivator. It was only a matter of time before he became a Grand Monarch. It wouldn't be embarrassing to befriend Lin Fei now. At that time, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker and Grand Monarch Lin Fei would form a terrifying force. None of them dared to take them lightly. After dealing with the 4 Grand Monarchs, Lin Fei returned to his cave residence to cultivate. Dugu Yijian took the initiative to visit him. You don't mind if I come to spar with you, do you? Dugu Yijian directly stated his purpose of visit. No problem, I'm also bored out of my mind. Lin Fei chuckled. That's good. Ever since their first spar, Dugu Yijin had come to spar with Lin Fei from time to time. During the trip to the Dark Shadow Throne, Dugu Yijin's strength had improved rapidly. Every time he came to spar, the two of them were evenly matched. Some of Lin Fei's hammer techniques had also become more perfect. In the first year, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had sent him the first batch of Origin Power Divine Sand, which weighed 25 kilograms. He had collected this from all over the Saint Spirit world, and he had spent 2/3 of his wealth. An auxiliary technique was completely worth it. It could increase one's strength by 5 times, and it would be equivalent to a peak Grand Monarch's battle prowess, or even above. These 25 caddies are for me, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. The Dark Shadow Palace will soon have about 50 caddies of Origin Energy Divine Sand. After all, this method can make a Grand Monarch instantly. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. The 25 kilograms of Origin Power Divine Sand, together with the Dark Shadow Palace's 50 kilograms, made it almost 150 kilograms. The requirement for Proud Heaven to upgrade was getting lower and lower. However, the Dark Shadow Palace's higher-ups want you not to sell the auxiliary technique outside. They will add another 10 kilograms of Origin Power Divine Sand. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. Lin Fei thought for a moment. All right. If such an auxiliary technique were to spread outside, it would definitely cause countless body-tempering powerhouses to go crazy. After all, the Saint Spirit world was so vast, and the Dark Shadow Palace wasn't the only place with body-tempering supremacies. After Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker left, Lin Fei was very happy. 150 kilograms. No, it should be 170 kilograms of Origin Power Divine Sand. As expected, only Master and the others have the connections. This amount was completely beyond his expectations. The Saint Spirit world still had a lot of Origin Power Divine Sand. 150 kilograms of Origin Power Divine Sand can unlock part of my physical body's upper limit. Even though it was only 25 kilograms, Lin Fei was still very happy. He activated the array formation, took out the Origin Power Divine Sand, and began to absorb it. As he absorbed more and more, his physical body's upper limit was also released. After refining another 25 kilograms of Origin Power Divine Sand, the second batch of Origin Power Divine Sand was also in his hands. It was a full 120 kilograms and Lin Fei agreed to some restrictions. The remaining 120 kilograms took a long time to refine. Proud Heaven's physical body had clearly brought about a huge improvement. Lin Fei could clearly feel that Proud Heaven Tier 8 and Proud Heaven Tier 9 seemed to be a huge improvement. He believed that once he improved, his strength would explode. The most obvious change was that Lin Fei could see through his divine sense that the depths of his physical body was made up of particles. They were unbelievably sturdy, and they formed a powerful barrier. It was very different from before. Chapter 2944. With 170 kilograms of godly energy sand, Lin Fei could see the particles deep in his flesh. Each particle was extremely powerful, but there was still a large portion that did not become powerful. I still need 130 kilograms of godly energy sand. He needed 150 kilograms of godly energy sand to go from world-defying Sky Tier 8 to world-defying Sky Tier 9. Even though it was only a threefold increase from 100 kilograms to 150 kilograms, it did not seem like much. If Lin Fei did not agree to the Dark Shadow Palace's terms and sold the tenfold strength technique, he might be able to get more godly energy sand. If that was the case, Lin Fei believed that the higher-ups would not be happy. Although the 5 great supremacies did not seem to care about anything, he knew that there were still a few decision-makers above the 5 great supremacies. They rarely showed themselves, and together with the 5 great supremacies, they formed the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace. A secret technique that could raise a supremacy's battle power to that of a supremacy, even if it was only for an hour, was a terrifying threat to the enemy. Lin Fei was not the only one who knew about this secret technique. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was afraid. He urgently wanted Ao Tian to break through to world-defying Sky Tier 9 and use the crystals of life he had accumulated to rush to the peak of world-defying Sky Tier 9. At that time, the upper echelons would not matter. Luckily, there are still 80 to 90 years to go to the Demon Motherland. I still have hope of gathering the remaining 50 kilograms of godly energy sand. After his physique improved again, Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. When no one was paying attention, he left the Dark Shadow Palace and went to the Sky River Nation. His identity changed too. Ao Tian Lord. The Sky River Nation had 100,000 years. Maybe he could get some godly energy sand. A kilogram would be good, after all, it was godly energy sand. If there was none, Lin Fei had to think of other ways. Even though he had the location of the Sky Feather Nation, he would not go there unless it was absolutely necessary. The place that could refine the pardonable scepter was definitely not ordinary. Lin Fei didn't dare to go over rashly. The Sky Feather Nation hadn't released any information yet, but he knew that their strength wasn't ordinary. He even suspected that there might be an expert that surpassed the peak of the Great Supremacy. Regardless of whether it was the Merciless Scepter or the illusory Black Tower, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of their might. With the Merciless Scepter, he could ignore all attacks, and the illusory Black Tower was even more terrifying. It could directly trap a person within, and without them realizing it. Jianghu Kingdom. That heavenly river still existed, giving off an ancient aura. This time Lin Fei quietly entered the Li family. Ancestor Li Mo's aura was much stronger than it was 100,000 years ago, and he could be considered to have the strength of a peak High Lord, but it was still a long way off for him to enter the great High Lord realm. Master Li, long time no see. Lin Fei's sudden appearance had given Li Mo quite a fright. When he heard that it was Aotian Lord, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was even more fearful of Lin Fei, especially the aura that was released from his body. It was extremely terrifying, causing his hair to stand on end. Oh, it's Brother Ao. Ancestor Li Mo did not dare to put on airs, as Aotian had set off a reign of terror in the Saint Spirit world. Until now, when those forces heard Aotian's name, they were terrified. The number of High Lords that had died in his hands was not as simple as one or two. I was wondering who could come in quietly. No one in the Jianghu Kingdom could do it. Brother Ao's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Good luck, I've gained something. Lin Fei smiled and said, how is the Jianghu Kingdom now? Everything is fine, but the Zhao family has been hit hard, especially when Brother Aotian was killing everywhere. We took the opportunity to swallow up a lot of the Zhao family's territory. Now they are struggling at death's door, and many forces have their eyes on the Zhao family. I guess the Zhao family will soon be eliminated. Li Mo first explained the situation, and when he thought of the Zhao family's situation, he could not help but sigh. Lin Fei was not interested in the Zhao family anymore. By the way, this time I came to buy something from you, God Origin Sand. I don't know if you still have it. Lin Fei chatted for a while, then went straight to the point. Ancestor Li Mo's expression changed slightly and he smiled bitterly. Brother Ao, if you came earlier, our Li family would really have God Origin Sand, but not long ago, a mysterious person came and bought all the God Origin Sand in our hands. I'm sorry, it's not easy to collect. Lin Fei showed a trace of disappointment. Someone actually got it first. Who has such a big appetite to buy the God Origin Sand produced by the Jianghu Kingdom? Can you tell me who it is? Lin Fei was very surprised, but he also wanted to know what force suppressed the forces of the Jianghu Kingdom and swept everything away. Ancestor Li Mo sighed, although our Jianghu Kingdom is not a big country, and we also have treasures that can threaten supremacies, the person who came this time is a bit big. He was accompanied by people from the Temporal Temple. You also know that the people from the Temporal Temple are very overbearing, and we have no choice but to agree. The person accompanying him is a peak supremacy, and he also brought a space-time team with him. Lin Fei really didn't think that it would be people from the Temporal Temple. This was really a big mountain. In front of a behemoth like the Temporal Temple, the Jianghu Kingdom was really vulnerable, especially when the Temporal Temple had a genius supremacy named Kongwen. In the past 100,000 years, supremacy Kongwen's space-time Tao had become more proficient, and he was ahead of all the geniuses in the Saint Spirit domain. It was rumored that he had the battle power of a great supremacy, and he was the number one. It was unknown how many forces had been beheaded by supremacy Kongwen. The number of supremacies killed by him was even more uncountable, and he became famous. The Temporal Temple, our Jianghu Kingdom, can't afford to offend them. Ancestor Li Mo was full of fear. Their small kingdom really couldn't afford to offend such a behemoth. Lin Fei was quite curious. It was certain that the Essence Force God Sand was precious, but in the Saint Spirit domain, according to the Shadow Devil Lord, there weren't many people who could refine complete Essence Force God weapons. Then why would the Temporal Temple want to find them? After confirming again and again, Lin Fei's trip to the Jianghu Kingdom was in vain. The Essence Force God Sand was all collected, which was equivalent to a wasted trip. Brother Ao, although our Jianghu Kingdom doesn't have the Essence Force God Sand anymore, there is still a place that should have it. You can try your luck there. Aomo clenched his teeth and said, however, I reckon that the people from the Temporal Temple will also go to that place. You have to be mentally prepared. I can see that they are determined to get it. What place? Lin Fei was quite curious. Could it be the Sky Feather Kingdom? If it was, then it would be meaningless. He didn't forget the words of the Shadow Devil Lord. Those people were not easy to deal with, and they were a group of lunatics. Chapter 2945. Azura Kingdom? 10,000 Treasure Meeting. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a place in the Saint Spirit world. Patriarch Li, what sort of place is this Azura Kingdom? How come I've never heard of it before? The Saint Spirit world was a place with many countries. Lin Fei had heard of all of them before. But this Azura Kingdom was something he had never heard of before. It was an extremely unfamiliar place. Li Mo had an indifferent expression on his face. He smiled and explained, "When I first heard of the Azura Kingdom, I was the same as you. Most people don't know of this place. The Azura Kingdom is in the Saint Spirit world, but that is only a general statement. Its true location is within the Black Domain." Lin Fei's eyes brightened. Black Domain. If it was the Black Domain, then it was normal not to know. In the Saint Spirit world, the most special place was the Black Domain. There were many countries within, each forming their own world. But they didn't have any thoughts towards the Saint Spirit world. They usually minded their own business. That's right, it's the Black Domain. The Azura Kingdom is located on the periphery of the Black Domain. Every 10,000 years, they will hold a grand auction to auction off some of the treasures within the Black Domain. Brother Ao, if you want to find the God Essence Sand, then the Azura Kingdom is your only chance. Li Mo said, "The people from the Temporal Temple are also going to participate in the auction. Perhaps they are going there for the God Essence Sand." Lin Fei really didn't know about this. He thought to himself, "I have to understand more about the Black Domain in the future. If I don't know anything, then I'll really be blind." The Azura Kingdom's auction. Calculating the time, there should still be 20 years left. You can still make it in time. After Lin Fei expressed his thanks, he quietly left the Sky River Kingdom. Azura Kingdom, I have to personally make a trip there. Lin Fei regretted not coming to the Sky River Kingdom earlier. He had missed out on a great opportunity, otherwise things wouldn't have been so troublesome. Since the Temporal Temple can go to the Black Domain, they must have some reliable information. Perhaps they really have the God Elemental Sand. Lin Fei flipped through some information that Li Mo had given him before he left. "If I hadn't improved my strength, I wouldn't have dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. But things are different now. Proud Heaven, who has reached the peak of the 8th level, is strong enough that ordinary Grand Sovereigns won't be able to break my defense. This time I'm going to get the Origin Force Sand." Lin Fei had the confidence to fight for it. There was an entrance to the Black Domain. Although it was called the entrance, it was actually the weakest place. Those below the supremacy level didn't have protective treasures, so they didn't dare to enter. Even supremacies didn't dare to enter alone. Danger lurked everywhere inside, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Fei charged into the Black Domain. Boom boom boom. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei was immediately crushed by the Black Domain. It was a special kind of energy that pierced through his physical body, attacking the physical particles in the depths of his body. One by one, his physical particles were crushed. Lin Fei didn't activate his Proud Heaven's protection. Instead, he quietly felt the physical particles in his body crumble. It's indeed terrifying. This energy is very domineering. No wonder ordinary people don't dare to come to the Black Domain. Even if they came, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. With a single thought, Lin Fei's physical body trembled. He destroyed the energy in his body and activated his Proud Heaven's protection. A ring-shaped Jingguang appeared around his body and destroyed all the invading energy. The Black Domain was very quiet. It wasn't much different from the mountains and rivers outside. The only difference was that the Black Domain would release special energy attacks on anyone. Apart from that, the structures of the continents in the Black Domain were very sturdy. Lin Fei tried to attack. In the Saint Spirit Domain he could easily destroy a mountain. However, in the Black Domain he couldn't do so easily. They were very sturdy. After that, Lin Fei examined them and confirmed that the structures of the things in the Black Domain were different. They were all very sturdy and their movement speed would be suppressed. Spatial movement? That's impossible. Anyone could only fly slowly. That's right, fly. Lin Fei's physical body was very strong, but his movement speed was also limited. He couldn't pass through the layers of energy. The layers of energy were terrifyingly hard, and he could only fly slowly. Fortunately, even with such a restriction, Lin Fei's speed far surpassed that of ordinary High Lords. Lin Fei was very helpless. He regretted not finding a treasure that could allow him to fly in the Black Domain. Using such a stupid method, Lin Fei used 15 years to arrive at the Azura Kingdom. Fortunately, the Azura Kingdom was easy to find. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted. What a large Azura Kingdom! The Azura Kingdom occupied a large area, especially the royal city. It was domineering and glorious. Black palaces of different heights emitted a sharp aura. Before entering the Azura Kingdom, Lin Fei could feel several tyrannical auras that were faintly discernible. Indeed, there are as many powerhouses as there are clouds. I can feel 7 or 8 auras, and there are even 3 or 5 auras that are faintly discernible. It really isn't simple. After paying the entrance fee, Lin Fei entered the royal city. The martial artists of the Azura Kingdom were all dressed in black, and their auras were much thicker. Lin Fei first found an inn to stay in. "Sir, I can tell that you're from the outside world with one look. Here is a secret history of the royal city. It's definitely what you need. It only costs 100,000 Saint Spirit crystals." After arranging his accommodation, a waiter immediately came up to sell his wares. 100,000 Saint Spirit crystals was not cheap at all. Lin Fei was worried that he didn't know much about the royal city, so he casually bought one. 100,000 Saint Spirit crystals was really nothing. The waiter beamed. He didn't expect to meet a local tycoon, so he came up to him again. "Sir, you must be here to participate in the Myriad Treasure Conference. You've come to the right place. This time's Myriad Treasure Conference will have some good stuff. I have a Myriad Treasure Conference procedure that will definitely suit you. It's very cheap, 200,000 Saint Spirit crystals." Lin Fei didn't look at it. He smiled and said, "Are you sure this thing is useful to me?" The waiter smiled. "Of course it's useful. Not everyone can enter the Myriad Treasure Conference. Those who are qualified will naturally not have a problem. Sir, I can tell that this is your first time here. That's all the more reason for you to buy a copy." Lin Fei didn't know much about this auction. He only knew that it was the Myriad Treasure Conference, but he didn't know the exact procedure. 200,000 it is then. Give me a copy. After spending 300,000 Saint Spirit crystals, Lin Fei realized that he didn't spend it in vain. For example, the secret history of the royal city recorded the distribution of forces in the Azura Kingdom. The royal family controlled the royal city, and they had the highest status. Behind them were other forces that submitted to the royal family. Among them, there were a few forces that one couldn't afford to offend. They were all great forces that came from the descendants of meritorious officials. Lin Fei only smiled at this. The one that caught his attention the most was the procedure of the Myriad Treasure Conference. Luckily I came early. If I came late, I really wouldn't have the chance to participate in the Myriad Treasure Conference. Lin Fei flipped through the procedure. So not everyone is qualified to participate in the Myriad Treasure Conference. First-time visitors need to obtain a qualified identity. Chapter 2946. Lin Fei used the remaining time to understand the Myriad Treasure Assembly's general situation. This process only took a month. Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the Myriad Treasure Convention. The convention was organized by the royal family, and it was rumored that the royal family had a special method to enter the depths of some uninhabited continents to search for treasures. In fact, they might even be able to obtain some great treasures. The Myriad Treasure Assembly that was held once in one's later years was extremely competitive. Whether it was a reclusive family or the ruler of a country, all of them would come here. 4 outsiders who participated for the first time, they had to obtain the royal family's recognition. Their recognition came from 2 aspects, one was strength and the other was treasures. As long as they met both criteria, they would be qualified to enter the Myriad Treasure Assembly. I need to get a qualification first. Myriad Treasure Pagoda. The most unique place in the Azura Kingdom. Here, as long as you had money, you could buy anything. It wasn't impossible to come across those legendary treasures, it just depended on whether you had the strength to do so. Thus, the Azura Kingdom's cultivators loved to go out and train, searching for treasures to exchange for the good stuff inside the Myriad Treasure Pagoda. Lin Fei arrived in front of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda in a black robe. His magnificent aura was like that of a giant. At the entrance of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda, the guards were all peak 7th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivators, clad in a black armor that exuded an extraordinary aura. It was actually a High Lord armor. There were more than 20 guards, all of them wearing supremacy armor. They were quite extraordinary. Walking into the Myriad Treasure Pagoda, Lin Fei felt as if he had arrived at a different place, as if he had entered an independent space, many times more perfect than the usual independent space. I'm here to obtain the Myriad Treasure Pagoda's qualification, Lin Fei said the moment he arrived. The Myriad Treasure Pagoda's cultivators were used to it. This way, please. Failed again. That thing is too domineering. Inside an independent space inside the Myriad Treasure Pagoda. When Lin Fei arrived, there were many people gathered here. At a glance, almost all of them were High Lords, more than a dozen of them. This is your number plate. When it's your turn, you can go up. The man handed a number plate to Lin Fei and left. Lin Fei noticed that there was a special creature on the stage in front of him. It was humanoid and its body was half bent. Its eyes were filled with an evil aura. Next, number 9. A muscular man with a naked upper body and a huge black mace charged into the arena. Those who could come here were basically foreign supremacies. All of them were here for the qualifications. The first challenge was to defeat the Azura Hunter. This should be the Azura Hunter. It specializes in speed and its power is average, but it can threaten peak supremacies. Lin Fei calmly looked at it. Relevant information also appeared. This was an Azura Hunter, a very special existence within the Azura Kingdom. The Shura Hunters are making their move. After the brawny man got on the stage, he swung his mace from top to bottom, intending to kill the Azura Hunter with brute force. Bang! After 2 sounds, the brawny man was sent flying, crashing into the arena's shield. 2 wounds were left on his chest and blood flowed out. The Azura Hunter's movements were extremely fast, and it was like an afterimage. The brawny man was tortured until he had no choice but to give up. How difficult! This speed is too hard to deal with. The speed is indeed fast and the attack is also fierce. It can really make a High Lord helpless. Lin Fei nodded inwardly. The dozen High Lords quickly went up the stage. So far, only one had killed the Azura Hunter, but he was also in a sorry state. Next, number 17. It was Lin Fei's turn. Lin Fei walked up the stage unhurriedly and nodded to the people outside, indicating that they could begin. Woohoo! A strong stench assaulted Lin Fei's nostrils. The Azura Hunter moved, turning into a black dot and disappearing from sight. 2 sharp rays of light appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the Azura Hunter's neck. A surge of energy surged out and struck the Azura Hunter's body, killing it on the spot. Who is this fellow? He's too fast. He killed the Azura Hunter with a single strike. Where did this expert come from? The people who hadn't left earlier were shocked when they saw this scene. This was the first time they had seen such efficiency. Everyone knew how terrifying the Azura Hunter was. If you met one in the Shura Kingdom, you would definitely be in trouble. No one could escape from their pursuit. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Azura Hunter's speed was starting to slow down, and its physical defense was also average. Lin Fei directly used his energy to penetrate into the depths of the Azura Hunter's body, shattering the particles domineeringly. The person in charge of registration became very enthusiastic at this moment. Clearly, he was very surprised by the other party's strength. To be able to kill the Azura Hunter so easily, that person was definitely a peak supremacy powerhouse. This black-robed man's talent was definitely not bad. To be able to kill the Azura Hunter so easily, it was not common. He immediately went up to greet Lin Fei. Congratulations, brother. You have passed the first round. You can go to the next place. Someone came up and said enthusiastically, handing another number plate to Lin Fei. The number plate was proof of clearing the round. The next round was to verify the treasure. The quality of the treasure would determine whether one was qualified to enter the Myriad Treasure meeting. This was also a test of one's ability. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally had its reasons for setting up such a rule. After Lin Fei easily killed the Azura Hunter, the relevant recording was sent to the Myriad Treasure Tower's Deputy Tower Lord. Deputy Tower Lord Tang, this person's performance today is the most outstanding. He should have great potential and is worthy of being roped in by our Shura Kingdom. In a small independent space on the top floor, a sharp voice sounded. The recording began to replay the battle on the stage. It was the recording of how Lin Fei easily killed the Azura Hunter. Deputy Tower Lord Tang was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. His body exuded a noble aura, and his eyes were fixed on the recording. A body tempering supremacy. His speed is very fast, and his strength is stronger than in ordinary supremacies. He's very domineering and ferocious, but he's passable. He seemed a little disappointed. However, it's worth roping him in. He should be a supremacy from the Saint Spirit world. I'll immediately arrange for someone to investigate. There are only a few body-tempering supremacies in the Saint Spirit world. It'll be easy to find out who they are. Lin Fei came to a small room. In the room, a white-haired old man was sitting. He looked solemn and shrewd. Take out your treasure. As long as this old man approves of it, you can obtain the qualifications to participate in the Myriad Treasure meeting. The white-haired old man said in a businesslike manner. What if I want the top-grade qualifications? Chapter 2947. 10,000 Treasure Towers qualifications were divided into several grades. When he came, Lin Fei decided that he must get a top-level qualification. In 10,000 Treasure Tower with this top-level qualification he could avoid a lot of trouble. As for outside, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. With his current strength, whoever came up to be unlucky he did not mind killing. The white-haired old man glanced at the man in black and said formally, "If the item meets the requirements then you can get a top-level qualification. Honest to all." As an appraiser, the white-haired old man could encounter this kind of thing almost every day. A guy who was biting off more than he could chew, see if he had that qualification. This is what I prepared. What Lin Fei took out was none other than the life crystal stone. He did not have many things now, only the life crystal stone. As for the other things, they were really not worth much. Behind 10,000 Treasure Tower was the royal family. In the Black Domain they had great influence, were more fair and would keep secrets. 10,000 Treasure Tower could always stand tall, and this had a great impact on how they did things. Everyone was happy to come here. Lin Fei studied 10,000 Treasure Tower before he dared to take out the life crystal stone. The life crystal stone is not small in size. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up. It's a good thing. The life crystal stone was not a circulating currency, but it had always been deeply loved by everyone. It could be used to heal at critical moments. Unfortunately, the life crystal stone was not easy to find now. Except for some special places, it was almost difficult to find the life crystal stone. The life crystal stone that Lin Fei took out was not small in size and looked quite heavy. It contained thick life energy inside. The white-haired old man grabbed one of the life crystal stone and examined it carefully. He was very serious. The whole process lasted for a long time. Life crystal stone, top grade, without a trace of impurities. It can be listed as a first-class treasure of 10,000 Treasure Tower. The white-haired old man put down the life crystal stone. You can get a top-level qualification. These were all extracted by Lin Fei himself. The quality was naturally superior. It was not the life crystal stone dropped by the Shadow Demon General. There was a certain gap. The white-haired old man took out a dark golden card and handed it to Lin Fei. As long as you drip your blood on it and refine it, you will be a top member of 10,000 Treasure Tower. Lin Fei did not hesitate and chose to refine it. A lifelike portrait appeared on the dark golden card. At the same time there was a corresponding aura. No one could imitate it. This is our 10,000 Treasure Towers 10,000 treasure card. With this card you can spend anything in 10,000 Treasure Tower, and you can also enjoy the benefits of a 20% discount. Lin Fei put away the million treasure card and turned to leave the room. To be able to take out such a top-notch life crystal stone, I must report this to the Tower Master. The white-haired old man muttered to himself. I've finally gotten the spot. Lin Fei left the 10,000 Treasure Tower and returned to the inn room, playing with the 10,000 treasure card in his hand. It was quite an extraordinary treasure. This craftsmanship is difficult for others to forge. Just the material of the 10,000 treasure card can block 99% of people. He still had this little bit of eyesight. Now, all that's left is to wait for the 10,000 Treasure Tower's myriad treasure meet to begin. As for whether the life crystal stone would bring trouble, Lin Fei was not very worried. If the 10,000 Treasure Tower took a fancy to it they could talk nicely and everything could be discussed. If they used violence it was not certain who would take care of who. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the myriad treasure meet to begin. Ever since Lin Fei obtained the top-notch qualification, he basically stayed in the inn. As the myriad treasure meet was about to begin, the number of people in the monarch city began to increase. The inns began to be full, and all of them came to participate in the myriad treasure meet. Lin Fei observed for a while and found that those who came to participate in the myriad treasure meet were basically powerhouses in the Black Domain. The Saint Spirit World supremacies outside could be counted on one hand. On the day of the myriad treasure meet's opening, Lin Fei woke up early and came to the 10,000 Treasure Tower. Compared to the past, the atmosphere of the 10,000 Treasure Tower today was different. Those should be special warships that can fly in the Black Domain. Outside the Monarch City, there were tall and majestic black warships, giving people a heavy aura. Lin Fei casually glanced at them before entering the 10,000 Treasure Tower. Honored guest, your seat is over here, please follow me. A beautiful 7th Order Heavenly God Realm young lady took the initiative to lead the way after looking at the 10,000 treasure card, arriving at a private room of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. The private room's area was not small, and the decorations were luxurious. Not long after Lin Fei sat down, a beautiful young lady walked in, standing respectfully in front of him. "Hello, I am the person in charge of this private room, specially at your service. If you have any needs, please feel free to ask." "Your service is quite attentive." Lin Fei laughed. The young lady was well-mannered with a smile on her face. As one of the top 10 trading houses in the Black Domain, the 10,000 Treasure Tower pursues meticulous service. The auction has not started yet, so you can taste our Azura country's special tea, and then look through the items that will be auctioned today. Okay. Lin Fei nodded with a smile. Soon Huang Xiaolong tasted the Azura country's special tea. It was quite domineering and had a unique taste. "This is the list of items that will be auctioned today. If there's anything you don't understand, you can call me." The young lady passed a soft book to Huang Xiaolong with both hands, standing to the side. Lin Fei flipped through the book. When the book was flipped open, a vivid and lifelike drawing appeared. "Good heavens, the top qualification is really worth the money. Let me see what kind of good things are here." Lin Fei did not have much interest in weapons, pills and the like. A semi-finished divine weapon actually costs more than 10 billion Saint Spirit crystals. This is really shady. How many people can buy something like this? Looking at the semi-finished divine weapon, Lin Fei couldn't help ridiculing the price. It was many times higher than he had imagined. Looking at the introduction, semi-finished divine weapons were not easy to come by. A semi-finished divine weapon is worth 10 billion Saint Spirit crystals. Then if I take out the merciless scepter, wouldn't everyone's eyes be blinded? The merciless scepter that he had obtained from the Dark Shadow Demon Lord had been thoroughly deciphered by the little fiend. Now, it truly belonged to Lin Fei and he did not plan to sell it. This was a good thing and he would keep it for future use. Huang Xiaolong continued to look. Special pills, treasures of the world and so on were all available. Lin Fei's eyes widened. The Myriad Treasures Tower truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the Black Domain. If the items on this list were to be placed outside, who knew how big of a storm it would cause? The corpse of an elemental destruction creature, or the corpse of a soul beast for short. Lin Fei soon saw a huge corpse. The starting price was actually 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals, which gave Lin Fei a fright. This price was even more expensive than a semi-finished divine weapon. "What is this soul beast corpse?" Lin Fei asked. Chapter 2948. Lin Fei was taken aback by the young lady's words. From the Dark Shadow Devil General, he knew about the existence of the foreign lands, and also knew that there was a special substance outside the foreign lands called Yuanmia. It enveloped the Saint Spirit world and formed a unique defense. Anyone who wanted to leave the Saint Spirit world and go to another foreign lands must be able to withstand the invasion of Yuanmia. It was a terrifying existence that made people feel fear. A special life form that was born from Yuanmia, absorbing its energy to grow was simply unbelievable. Due to absorbing Yuanmia to grow, the Essence Beasts have become a unique existence. The Essence Beast corpse can be used to create a terrifying puppet. Once refined, the puppet is equivalent to half a Hierarch Realm Master, almost impossible to kill. Other than that, the Essence Beasts have a unique Emperor's Will that can be used to comprehend the Emperor's will. The strongest Essence Beast strength can rival a 10th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. Lin Fei finally understood. This soul beast life form was really different. A 10th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. Even a peak Great Supremacy was no match for the corpse of a puppet. Just the thought of it sent chills down one's spine. The price of 30 billion Saint Spirit crystals was too normal. "This is for you." Lin Fei threw 2 life crystals to the young lady. These were the life crystals that the Dark Shadow Devil General dropped. "Thank you." The young lady covered her mouth, suppressing her excitement. This was the first time she met such a generous person, actually using life crystals to reward her. Lin Fei quickly found what he wanted. 150 caddies of Origin Energy Divine Sand. It was more than rumored. The starting price is 8 billion Saint Spirit crystals. It's not that high, but I wonder how many people will bid. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He did not have many Saint Spirit crystals on him, but he had life crystals. He believed that the Myriad Treasure Tower would be happy to buy them. This was also where Lin Fei's confidence came from. There were a total of 100 private rooms prepared by the Myriad Treasure Tower, and they were quickly filled. Every private room was served by a dedicated person, and the private rooms were equipped with arrays that could isolate all divine senses from invading, ensuring safety. As for those who didn't get a top-class private room, they could only sit below. Even so, the private rooms were filled with people in circles. The entire Myriad Treasure Towers auction had several tens of thousands of people who came. The Myriad Treasure meeting that was held once every 10,000 years had officially begun. A middle-aged man ascended the stage. He was a peak supremacy powerhouse. I'm glad that everyone is here to participate in the Myriad Treasure Meet. I'm Gao Bai, an old acquaintance of everyone. I'll be hosting the Myriad Treasure Meet again. This Gao Bai supremacy started to greet everyone as soon as he came up, and the atmosphere was livened up. There's no time to lose. Let's start today's auction. High Supremacy Gao Bai waved his hand. Now, please bring out the first auction item. The first things he took out were all small things, but the quality was quite good. Each item was sold for tens of millions of Saint Spirit crystals, nearing 100 million. Soon the first good item was brought out. It was an Emperor's Will protective technique, which had a certain degree of immunity from injury. It had the power of a 9th stage Saint Spirit secret technique, and attracted a lot of competition. In the end, it was won by someone for 300 million Saint Spirit crystals. The good items were brought out one by one. In the private room, Lin Fei was very calm as he watched quietly. Now, the auction item is a weapon that came from a special place. It's a semi-finished source energy weapon. The Heavenly Halberd. It's a semi-finished source energy weapon, and its power goes without saying. This Heavenly Halberd has the sharpening ability, and the starting price is 15 billion Saint Spirit crystals. High Supremacy Gauda introduced a half-finished source energy divine weapon that was truly precious. Right now, there were basically no more people who could refine elemental energy divine weapons. Having a semi-finished product was at least enough to increase one's strength by 1 or 2 times. The price of the item quickly shot up. In a short time, it reached 80 billion Saint Spirit crystals. We, the Sky Sea Dragon, bid 85 billion. An arrogant voice came from one of the private rooms. Whoever dares to continue bidding is not giving the Sky Sea Dragon any face. The Sky Sea Dragon's name seemed to be quite a threat, and a few private rooms quickly gave up. What's the background of the Sky Sea Dragon? Lin Fei asked curiously. The young woman said, the Sky Sea Dragon has a terrible reputation in the Black Realm. He specializes in doing things that cost nothing, and he has a peak great sovereign lord backing him up. Therefore no one dares to offend him. Lin Fei frowned slightly. A peak great supremacy shouldn't be afraid of him. A peak great supremacy's battle strength was at most on par with a dark shadow demon general. Not only does that great sovereign have a semi-finished origin energy divine weapon, but he's also an expert in escaping. Up until now, no one has been able to kill that great sovereign of the Sky Sea Dragon clan. Lin Fei could imagine how powerful such a great supremacy was. 85. 1 billion. The Temporal Temple wants it. At this time, a calm voice came from another private room. It was a voice that could not be refused. Within the Black Domain, the Sky Sea Dragon was a huge threat. However, in front of the Temporal Temple, he paled in comparison. Every heavenly god expert from the Temporal Temple was easy to deal with, especially after Kong Wen appeared. The Sky Sea Dragon's private room that had previously been arrogant also fell silent. They dared to kill people but not the Temporal Temple. After all, the Temporal Temple was best at tracking people. Even if they ran to the ends of the earth, they would not be able to escape the Temporal Temple's pursuit. In the end, the halberd fell into the hands of the Temporal Temple. Following that, several items were auctioned off one after another. There was not a single item that caught Lin Fei's interest. However, he had to admit that they were all good items. They were not commonly found in ordinary places. For example, there were all sorts of natural treasures that could protect one's life. Now we're auctioning the Origin Force God Sand. It wasn't easy for our Myriad Treasure Tower to obtain it. There's a total of 75 kilograms, and the starting price is 8 billion Saint Spirit crystals. When the 75 kilograms of Origin Force God Sand was taken out, it was extremely eye-catching. Finally, it's the Origin Force God Sand's turn. If not for the fact that the refining method of the Origin Force God weapons had been lost, this thing would not have become a useless item and be auctioned off behind the semi-finished Origin Force God weapons. 9 billion. 9. 1 billion. 12. 1 billion. The Origin Force God weapon was a useless item, but it still attracted the attention of several people in the private rooms. Lin Fei watched quietly and did not choose to make a move. Instead of bidding slowly, it was better to wait until the right time to bid an extremely high price. The bidding for the Origin Force God Sand was not as intense as the semi-finished Origin Force God weapons. After all, not many people knew how to refine them, and even if they got their hands on them, they would be useless. Thus, the price was pushed to 26 billion Saint Spirit crystals, and it began to slow down. The temporal temple bids 26.5 billion. The private room of the temporal temple once again made a bid. In the private room, a pale-faced, middle-aged man exuded an ethereal aura as if he did not exist in the private room. He was the one who called out the bid of 26.5 billion. Since the temporal temple has spoken, no one will fight with us. The 75 kilograms of origin force god sand will definitely be ours. This sentence was directed at the man in the large cloak beside him. Chapter 29:49. Another domineering voice rang out. The temporal temple's bid was outbid by someone else. The expressions of many people in the 100 top-class private rooms changed. The Devil Motherland was very famous in the Saint Spirit domain. It was also very famous in the Black domain. Basically, no one dared to find trouble with the Devil Motherland. That was because the Devil Motherland had a powerful ally to support him in the Black domain. He was also very strong. 27.5 billion, 28 billion. The people of the Temporal Temple and the Devil Motherland began to compete. The price soared to 32.3 billion in a short period of time, and it seemed like it wouldn't stop anytime soon. No one was willing to miss out on this opportunity. Haha, the Devil Motherland should give the Temporal Temple a good beating. The Temporal Temple isn't invincible in the Black region. The Devil Motherland is going to fight. I wonder who will win in the end. The Devil Motherland and the Temporal Temple had a deep grudge, and it was a well-known fact in the entire Saint Spirit world and the Black region. Now that both sides were competing, ordinary people wouldn't interfere. Neither side could be offended easily. In the private room where Lin Fei was, he frowned deeply when he saw the two sides fighting. Why are they fighting? This is great. It won't be easy to get the essence force sand. It's really a hot potato. This was something that Lin Fei didn't want to see. The Temporal Temple alone was a big problem. The Devil Motherland wasn't easy to deal with either. From the looks of it, they were very interested in the essence force sand. As the bidding continued, the price became higher and higher. Lin Fei was considering whether he should make a move or not. The essence force sand was too important to him. He was just one step away from the proud heaven realm. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get it again. If it's troublesome, then so be it. Lin Fei had thought of fighting back. If both sides were very strong, especially in the Black region, it would be very disadvantageous to him. He might as well buy it and break through in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Inside the Myriad Treasure Tower, even the experts of the Temporal Temple and the Devil Motherland wouldn't dare to make a move. 38 billion. Is there anyone who wants to go higher than this? The Temporal Temple called out another high price. The Devil Motherland side was silent. It seemed to be considering whether to continue bidding. This price had completely exceeded the value of the essence force sand. 40 billion. Just when the Temporal Temple thought that it was in the bag, another voice rang out from another box, raising the price by 2 billion. The price of the god's Yuanli sand was now 40 billion Saint Spirit crystals. Who's in that private room? What a grand gesture. Could it be that they are also targeting the Temporal Temple? Just when everyone thought that Mo Guogua had given up, someone else started bidding again. The first bid was 40 billion Saint Spirit crystals. How extravagant. Haha, isn't your Temporal Temple rich and overbearing? They bid 40 billion. If you have the ability, then continue. The people in Mo Guogua's private room laughed and said, we won't fight anymore. We'll let you have it. Mo Zugua's words were quite provocative. 41 billion. The Temporal Temple continued to bid. Their hearts were filled with hatred for the person in this private box. He actually dared to compete with them for the god Yuanli sand. 45 billion. The person in the private room shouted again without any hesitation. Everyone was in an uproar. He had directly raised it by 4 billion. No matter how rich he was, there was no need for him to do this. 100 million Saint Spirit crystals was still money. That despicable fellow actually dared to compete with our Temporal Temple for the god Yuanli sand. The middle-aged man in the Temporal Temple's private room was gloomy. The god Yuanli sand was one of their goals, but it wasn't the most important one. A price of 40 billion was still acceptable. If it was more than 40 billion, it would affect the rest of the auction. Looking at the other party's appearance, he was rich and overbearing, adding 20-40 in one go, and maybe even 6 billion next time. Where did this guy come from? Brother, as long as you hand over the god Yuanli sand, our Temporal Temple is willing to give you 10 billion Saint Spirit crystals for free. I hope you will give us some face. The person in the Temporal Temple's private room said. Not competing for the god Yuanli sand, but 10 billion Saint Spirit crystals for free. This was truly a great bargain. I must obtain the god Yuanli sand. You want me to give up with a mere 10 billion? Do you think I have never seen Saint Spirit crystals before? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Not giving face was not giving face. The middle-aged man in the Temporal Temple's private room was furious. We, the Temporal Temple, will remember this. The moment he said this, everyone knew that the Temporal Temple had given up on bidding. The person in the private room had also offended the Temporal Temple. It would probably be troublesome for him to bring back the God Yuanli sand. With 45 billion Saint Spirit crystals, Lin Fei successfully bid for the 150 kilograms of God Yuanli sand. Even if the price was too high. Although he had offended the Temporal Temple, Lin Fei didn't care. The people of the Temporal Temple are truly sinister. Once they spread the word, I'm afraid many people will be eyeing the item in my hands. Unfortunately, you are all destined to rejoice for nothing. The 150 kilograms of God Yuanli sand was soon in Lin Fei's hands. Wan Baolu was very happy to exchange the crystals of life. He was also interested in this mysterious black-robed man. He casually took out the crystals of life. Which clan was this young master from? Immediately arrange for people to watch that private room. The 150 kilograms of God Yuanli sand belongs to our Imoguazu. Don't let the Temporal Temple target it. Their spacetime reversal is no small matter. In Imoguazu's private room sat a burly man with a valiant aura. He had 2 horns on his head and his face was covered with black runes. His face was ferocious and terrifying. The Temporal Temple also arranged for people to watch the private room. No one dared to snatch something that the Temporal Temple had their eyes on. No matter who the person in the private room was, he would have to bear the wrath of the Temporal Temple. Moreover, they were in the black domain. Even the spacetime reversal would be suppressed. Therefore, it was very common for people to eat other people in the black domain. Countless people had perished in the black domain, and the culprit could not be found. Wan Baolo's private rooms were also arranged. Those who were strong would be seated at the front, while the private rooms at the back were reserved for individuals. The person who dared to make a move might not be someone from a large clan. He might even be a rogue cultivator. If they didn't keep a close eye on him, they might end up letting others take advantage of him. With the God Yuanli sand in hand, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. What was left was to refine it and push his Prideful Heaven 8th layer physique to Prideful Heaven 9th layer, becoming a great sovereign. For the rest of the auction, Lin Fei held the thought of watching and did not make a move. Even though a few decent treasures appeared, he did not make a move. This caused those who had been paying attention to the auction to be greatly disappointed. Chapter 2950. Towards the end, the treasures of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda were quite unique and precious. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. Not only did he obtain the Origin Energy Divine Sand on this trip, but he also gained new knowledge. There was no such opportunity in the Saint Spirit domain. As one of the top 10 chambers of commerce, the Myriad Treasure Pagoda was quite confident. As time ticked by, good things were brought out one by one. Soon, it was one of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda's final treasures, the corpse of an essence beast. Everyone should know that our Myriad Treasure Pagoda paid a huge price to obtain the corpse of an essence beast from a special place. Gao Bai released the corpse, and the huge corpse appeared in everyone's field of vision. Everyone's hair stood on end. The corpse was like a mountain, emitting a dangerous aura as if it could kill them in an instant. It was unbelievably terrifying. Even a great supremacy would have to bow before this aura. The corpse of an essence beast. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. If it were alive, it would be an invincible figure. The rumors are true. The Myriad Treasure Pagoda is so powerful to be able to obtain such a thing. I wonder who will be able to bid for the corpse of the essence beast this time. As soon as the corpse of the essence beast appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the private room, also felt the terrifying dangerous aura, which made his heart palpitate. Is this an essence beast? It's indeed terrifying. It's afraid of death, and there's a dangerous aura flowing on its body. That should be the aura of essence destruction. Only this kind of aura can give people a terrifying feeling. Lin Fei analyzed in his mind. The battle for the corpse of the essence beast was the most intense next. The price quickly soared to 300 billion Saint Spirit crystals. The private rooms that had been silent all this while began to call out bids one after another. No one was willing to give up easily, and the price quickly broke through 400 billion, 500 billion, 600 billion. Hundreds of billions of Holy Spirit crystals, and all of them belonged to famous top-notch forces. In the end, the price reached 730 billion. There were only 3 parties left. After an intense battle, the other 2 parties were defeated. The corpse of the essence beast landed in one of the private rooms. No one knew who it was, but they guessed that it was a top expert of the Black Domain. The top-notch experts of the Black Domain were not to be underestimated. They were ridiculously wealthy. While it would be difficult for them to gather a few 100 billion Saint Spirit crystals, it was still possible for them to do so. 800 billion Holy Spirit crystals. When Lin Fei heard this price, he felt a burst of excitement. The price of a corpse had actually reached such a level. Especially in the last 3 places, the competition would be very intense. The Temporal Temple is also a top-notch power, but who would have thought that they would still lose to the person in that private box? In the end, all their efforts were in vain. Lin Fei sighed. After the battle over the soul beast corpses, even though the remaining treasures were quite good, they couldn't compare to this one. The highest price was only around 200 billion. As the auction of the last treasure came to an end, the myriad treasure meeting that was held once every 10,000 years was coming to an end. Do you have a closed-door training room? Lin Fei asked. Yes. Lin Fei stood up. I want to go into seclusion here. Take me there. As soon as he came out of the private box, Lin Fei felt that he was being watched. The myriad treasure tower's private boxes could be isolated from divine senses and various treasures. However, as long as he didn't make a move, the myriad treasure tower wouldn't stop him. The Temporal Temple is really capable. They've locked onto the private box so quickly. The black-robed Lin Fei was expressionless. He was already prepared for this situation. If he underestimated the Temporal Temple, he would definitely be the one to regret it. Lin Fei had never dared to underestimate the Temporal Temple. The Tao of Spacetime was not as easy as it seemed. All along, the Tao of Spacetime was said to be the #1 Tao of Spacetime. Among the 3 ultimate gods, the ultimate god from the Temporal Temple was the strongest. No one could kill him. He was an outstanding expert in both the Tao of Spacetime and the Tao of Spacetime. You're the one who snatched food from the tiger's mouth. You've got guts. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Fei. There was also a man in a cloak blocking his way. I heard that the people of the Temporal Temple have always been narrow-minded. It seems like it's true. Lin Fei said with a look of realization. If you don't have the money, don't come to the Myriad Treasure Tower for the auction. The middle-aged man's face sank. These words were too harsh. He originally wanted to try to persuade the other party, but it seemed like this guy was a hard rock. It wasn't easy to convince him. You're making an enemy of the Temporal Temple. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly. I don't care who you are. As long as you hand over the divine Yuan Sand, you can leave Royal City alive. Otherwise, you'll definitely die once you leave Royal City. Lin Fei flicked his fingers. You've finally come to threaten me. The divine Yuan Sand is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and snatch it. I'll be waiting for you. Now, a good dog doesn't block the way. Hurry up and scram. The last sentence was directly shouted. You're courting death. The reverend beside the middle-aged man shot a cold glare at this black-robed man. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly to the people beside him. Don't do anything. This isn't our place. Don't break the rules. Even the Temporal Temple wouldn't feel good if they broke the rules of the Myriad Treasure Tower. They wouldn't be qualified to participate in the Myriad Treasure meeting in the future. It wasn't worth it. Let's wait and see. The middle-aged man was furious, but he still endured it. The eyes of the cloaked man at the side, hidden under the cloak, lingered on Lin Fei for a long time before he left. Your Myriad Treasure Tower's rules are quite useful. On the top floor of the Myriad Treasure Tower. The conflict between the Temporal Temple and the mysterious black-robed man had also reached the ears of the Myriad Treasure Tower's Vice Tower Master Tang. That black-robed man spent a certain amount of money to rent our Myriad Treasure Tower's secret room. It's said that he's going into seclusion. I reckon that he knows that the Temporal Temple and some people are eyeing his divine Yuan Sand. He's preparing to leave the royal city after the news dies down. A confidant said. Vice Tower Master Tang's man frowned slightly. As long as they don't cause trouble for the Myriad Treasure Tower, they can do whatever they want. Alright, when that person comes out of seclusion next time, please come here. Lin Fei used life crystals to exchange for more than 40 billion Saint Spirit crystals, which attracted the attention of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Vice Tower Master Tang still wanted to meet this mysterious black-robed man. Nearly 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals was nothing, but the black-robed man used life crystals to exchange for it. Apart from that, he also suspected that there was someone behind the black-robed man who had mastered the refining method of the divine Yuan weapon. This was the most crucial point. Chapter 2951. Myriad Treasure Pagoda, one of the seclusion rooms. Lin Fei rented a seclusion room on the spot, paid a fee and entered the room. After checking that there were no problems, he took out 60 kilograms of essence force sand. There's time acceleration in this place. No wonder the rent isn't cheap. Ordinary people really can't afford it. Lin Fei quickly focused his attention on refining the essence force sand. After I refine the essence force sand, if you guys are still here, I won't stand on ceremony. He grabbed the essence force sand and began to refine it. Traces of special energy entered his body, strengthening the particles of his physical body. 500 kilograms of essence force sand. 500 kilograms of essence force sand. In everyone's eyes, this thing that couldn't be refined quickly melted in Lin Fei's hands. Caddy after caddy of origin energy divine sand was quickly refined. Time passed minute by minute. Outside Myriad Treasure Pagoda, 80 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the courtyard of an inn. He's not out yet? Yes, I heard he's in seclusion. You can go out now. Alright, continue to keep an eye on him. I want to know immediately when he comes out. The middle-aged man from the temporal temple stayed in the courtyard. He hadn't left in 80 years because that guy hadn't come out yet. 150 kilograms of essence force sand. No one could snatch it away. At the same time, there were also people keeping an eye on the other courtyards. The matter of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda conference was no secret. A guy who popped out of nowhere had snatched a treasure from the temporal temple, a full 150 kilograms of essence force sand. Now he was being targeted by the temporal temple, the demonic motherland and the sky sea dragon. This was worth 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals. That guy might be able to casually take out tens of billions of Saint Spirit crystals. This was worth being tempted. Outside Myriad Treasure Pagoda, various spies were keeping an eye on him. Once that person came out, they would immediately report the news. Myriad Treasure Pagoda's deputy tower head Tang also received the news. He knew best who the spies outside were keeping an eye on. Myriad Treasure Pagoda was very secretive about its customers' information, but it couldn't withstand investigations. Especially when they found out that this person came alone, they were even more relieved. In the Black Realm, there was a special energy that prevented the flow of time, making it very difficult to find the murderer. So, it became everyone's favorite thing to do in the Black Domain. So long as it was done carefully, there was no need to worry about being found. Without a special flying treasure, it was impossible to move an inch in the Black Domain. 1 year's journey in the Saint Spirit Domain would take at least 10 years in the Black Domain. That was the difference. Myriad Treasure Tower, inside the seclusion room. The last handful of origin energy divine sand was completely refined. A dazzling golden light appeared around Lin Fei, filling the entire seclusion room and turning it into a jingguang. Aotian 9 levels, break for me. Lin Fei, who had been sitting cross-legged all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. The golden light that had spread out flowed back into his body. After a series of rumbling sounds, Lin Fei's body erupted with a terrifying aura. When this aura appeared, Lin Fei asked Little Devil to shield it so that not a trace of it leaked out. Finally, Aotian 9 levels, it's even stronger than I imagined. Those particles became incomparably huge, like a huge space filled with a powerful aura. This was the biggest difference between the 8th and 9th levels. If the 8th level physical body particles were children, then after Aotian 9 levels, each physical body particle would grow into an adult, possessing valiant strength. Now the attacks of the Supremes were like scratching an itch without any threat. Boom. Lin Fei casually punched the air and the void was revealed. A huge force rushed down, and the void was constantly torn apart, forming a bottomless black hole. The power of the void was unable to stop the power that erupted from this punch. Deeper and deeper. Soon Lin Fei sensed that at the end of the void, a barrier appeared, emitting an abnormally thick aura. At the same time he also felt an even more palpitating and terrifying aura. The force that rushed down was instantly wrapped by another force, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The black hole slowly healed. Lin Fei once again activated his power, which was even thicker than the last time. Like a sharp knife stabbing down, it once again split open the void, came to the end of the depths and collided with the balls of black and white power. The force that was released only lasted for a moment, and was quickly disintegrated by the black and white power. If I'm not wrong, this should be the barrier of the continent. The black and white power is the power of Yuan extermination. It's filled with overbearing destructive power. The power of my attack just now was much stronger than when my strength was increased by 5 times, but in front of the power of Yuan extermination, it was easily disintegrated. This was the first time that Lin Fei had come into close contact with the power of Yuan extermination. The Saint Spirit Realm was a continent, and it was protected by the power of Yuan extermination. Therefore, it was very difficult for outsiders to invade, and similarly, it was very difficult to leave. The tyrannical power of Yuan extermination coexisted with the continent, and many people might not be able to feel it in their entire lives. The barrier of the continent was very thick. Lin Fei had tried before, but unfortunately he was unable to shake the barrier. The difference in strength was too great. This time, a casual attack pierced through the void, broke the barrier, and saw the power of the black and white power of Yuan extermination. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even if he was at the 9th level of the Proud Heaven Realm, he would not dare to barge in. If he did, there would only be one outcome, and not even his bones would be left. I have to be at the 10th level of the Proud Heaven Realm to be able to withstand the attack of the power of Yuan extermination. After observing for a while, Lin Fei did not attack anymore, and allowed the black hole to close up, and everything returned to its original state. I'm at the 9th level of the Proud Heaven Realm, and I can also push it to the peak of the 9th level. Lin Fei took out the Saint Spirit Crystal and began to refine and absorb it. One by one the life crystals were used up. These were all top-grade life crystals that Lin Fei had prepared. Any one of them would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. The late stage of the 9th level of the Proud Heaven Realm, barely enough. Even though he did not reach the peak, Lin Fei was not surprised. To be able to push to the late stage, he was satisfied. It was also thanks to the contribution of the Dark Shadow Devil Lord, which made him want to make another trip to thank the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. From the 9th level of the Proud Heaven Realm to the 10th level, he needed 2,000 kilograms of God Energy Sand, which was not something that Lin Fei could consider for the time being. 300 kilograms of God Energy Sand to 2,000 kilograms, this gap was a bit big. Lin Fei was helpless. The 9th and 8th levels of the Proud Heaven Realm would double his strength. If he used his strength to support it, he would be able to explode with 5 times his strength. No, it should be 10 times his strength. Lin Fei could now learn the 2nd level, which allowed him to use 10 times his strength for 2 hours. This was 1 hour longer than the 1st level, and if he used the 1st level he would be able to use it for 4 hours. 4 hours, 5 times his strength. That was also very scary. He was very satisfied. Chapter 2952. Another 10 years passed. In the Myriad Treasure Tower, Lin Fei stayed for a total of almost 90 years. The stone door that had been closed finally opened. A young black-clothed man walked out. The people who had been watching immediately sent a message, telling Deputy Tower Master Tang that the man came out of seclusion and seemed to be ready to leave the Myriad Treasure Tower. Respected guest, our Deputy Tower Master Tang of the Myriad Treasure Tower wants to see you. The people who had been watching took the initiative to greet him. This was the task given by the higher-ups. It seems that I don't know your Deputy Tower Master. I don't think there's anything to see. Lin Fei was not surprised that someone would wait for him here. The only thing he didn't expect was Deputy Tower Master Tang of the Myriad Treasure Tower, whose status was quite high. The people of the Myriad Treasure Tower were stunned. Someone actually refused the Deputy Tower Master's summons. Countless people wanted to see him. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? Okay, don't block my way. The people of the Myriad Treasure Tower could only take the initiative to make way. They really didn't have the guts to block the way and could only watch the other party. Tower Master, he left. I couldn't stop him. Deputy Tower Master Tang saw that the man in black didn't appear and knew what was going on. He didn't blame him. It seems that this guy is a proud and arrogant person. I wanted to recruit him, but it seems that there is no need. I am quite interested to know how he will resist a group of hungry wolves and tigers outside. Deputy Tower Master Tang didn't care if the other party didn't accept his good intentions. After all, he gave the other party a chance. He came out. That person came out. It must be this guy. When Lin Fei came out of the Myriad Treasure Tower in black, he was immediately targeted. 1 to 13. Without needing to look, Lin Fei knew that he was targeted by 13 people. The skill of tracking was quite good. Even a High Lord might not be able to discover it so easily. It seems that there are more than I expected. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth raised slightly. He went directly to an inn near the Myriad Treasure Tower and enjoyed a delicious meal with peace of mind. At this time, the news of Lin Fei coming out also fell into the ears of the forces that were tracking him. Everyone was overjoyed. He finally came out. They thought that they would have to wait for hundreds or thousands of years. That guy is dead meat. Everyone rubbed their palms together, waiting for the other party to leave Royal City. Lin Fei pretended not to know anything and swaggered out of the royal city after a feast of good wine and delicacies. After Lin Fei left, 3 people were the first to catch up to him. Aha, we're the luckiest. Rumor has it that that guy has 150 kilograms of divine Yuanli sand, which is worth 50 billion Holy Spirit crystals. If the 3 of us join hands and kill that guy, we might be able to get a few 100 billion Holy Spirit crystals. Then we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a while. A burly man said sinisterly. Big brother, let's give chase. Don't worry, that guy is probably a newbie. He got hit by the special mark I left behind, so he can't run away. These 3 were the 3 brothers who were famous for their dog-eat-dog behavior. It was unknown how many people had fallen into their hands. They quickly followed him out. Haha, the Su family's 3 brothers are experts in joint attacks. They can even threaten grand monarchs. This is a good opportunity to test that guy. On the royal city's walls, a middle-aged man from the temporal temple laughed. I reckon that many people are like us, planning to wait and see. There were indeed a few people standing on the royal city's walls. They were all staring in the direction that the black-robed man had left. Although the Myriad Treasures Tower did not reveal its whereabouts, it was not difficult to find out who it was. This was especially true for those who had obtained the privilege of a top-class private room. As long as they were willing to pay the price, they would be able to obtain something. Lin Fei did not use a flying ship. Within the Black Domain, the fastest-moving ship was the Black Domain Flying Ship. As for the Black Domain Flying Ship, it was not cheap. The most common one cost 1 billion Holy Spirit crystals, the precious one cost 5 billion, and the rare one cost more than 10 billion. Within the Black Domain, it was extremely tiring to travel alone without a flying ship. At the same time, the consumption was also great. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Outside the Azura Royal City, Lin Fei's speed was not very fast. 3 people, they have guts. It seems like they are very confident in their own strength. Lin Fei easily knew that there were people chasing after him. Once he left the royal city, no one would care if he committed murder or arson. No matter where one was in the Black Domain, it was extremely dangerous to travel alone. This was because there was no guarantee that one would be killed at any time and all their wealth would be plundered. For instance, right now the 3 Su brothers had caught up. Big brother, I'll go first. If I can't do it, you guys go after him. Once we steal his things, we can use the Black Domain flying ship to leave. They might not be able to catch up. Susan said. Suda and Susan had no objections. It was good to test the waters. To be able to survive from the betrayal, the 3 brothers were famous for being cautious. Although the other party was at the High Lord realm, they would not let down their guard. This was the result of many years of experience. Oh, Susan was the first to attack. He turned into a massive rain of black raindrops that fell upon Lin Fei's area. Each raindrop was the size of a fingernail and was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Each strike was at the peak of the High Lord realm and could easily pierce through the opponent's defenses. This was Susan's best move. The most terrifying thing about this move was the continuous attack. The power of each strike could easily pulverize the particles of one's body. More often than not, a single move could heavily injure one. The strength of the 3 Su brothers is indeed not weak, especially this Susan. This move is extremely threatening. I wonder how that fellow will block it. This secret technique is indeed extraordinary. It can silently pulverize one's body. It's not easy to defend against. That fellow is dead for sure. He's so weak, but he still dares to come out. Lin Fei stopped and the corners of his lips curled up. That's all you've got? A faint golden halo appeared around his body, forming a barrier. The black raindrops that fell from the sky were repelled when they collided with the barrier. Not a single black raindrop could penetrate it. Again. The sky full of raindrops swept over once more. Lin Fei waved his hand and a huge force surged over. Wherever it passed, there would be endless banging sounds. The black raindrops were smashed into pieces on the spot, as if someone had smashed them into pieces with a single palm strike. This was just a casual attack from him. Not good. Third brother has met his match. He easily blocked third brother's attack. The 2 Su brothers had been paying attention to the situation. When the black raindrops exploded, they realized that the situation was not good. They had met their match and it seemed like they were injured. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Suda disappeared into the sky with a whoosh, concealing all of his aura. Chapter 2953. When the 3 brothers of the Su family joined hands, their power increased greatly. One walked the dark world, one could turn into black raindrops that could penetrate deep into the body's particles, and the last one was skilled in saber arts. Each saber strike was accompanied by a green poison that paralyzed space in the body, affecting the speed to a certain extent. In the Black Domain, the three brothers of the Su family had a certain reputation, and it wasn't an undeserved reputation. Even peak supremacies might not be able to easily block them. The most terrifying was the Dark World Walker Suda. He was the most terrifying. When one's flaws were the most obvious, he could kill them in one strike. No one knew when he would act. The experts of the Black Domain are truly amazing. With the three of them joining hands, even a peak supremacies would have a hard time dealing with them. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Lin Fei thought, "Unfortunately you met me." Dark World Walker Suda Lin Fei could see through space and see him clearly. He was lying in ambush beside him like a hunter. He could deliver a fatal blow at any moment. "Let's kill them first." Lin Fei laughed. He stepped out and pierced through the air. He stretched out his hand, causing a gigantic palm to blot out the sky, grabbing all the black raindrops. Su San's body appeared and he was grabbed by the neck. "Continue?" Su San was shocked, desperately trying to escape. It was like he had lost control of his body. Hua hua hua. The life energy in his body began to leak out. With a pang, Su San exploded into nothingness. Lin Fei also instantly plundered the other party's life energy and used force to kill him. The two happened at the same time and no one could see the changes. Su San was the first to die. Third brother. Suda and Su Er's eyes were scarlet, their minds shaken. Their third brother, who was extremely good at escaping, had actually been killed. "Now it's your turn." Lin Fei took another step forward. The void of the Black Domain did not have such a strong blocking ability. Furthermore, he was at such a close distance. The saber light that filled the sky moved over. When the green poisonous creatures touched Lin Fei's body, they were automatically repelled. Lin Fei also stretched out his hand, passing through the dangerous saber light and grabbing Su Er's neck. Kacha. Su Er collapsed and was instantly killed. Lin Fei had killed two experts from the Black Domain in a row. It was as if he had done something insignificant. "Your brothers are all dead, you can go down with them." Lin Fei looked at the Dark World. His palm expanded and struck the Dark World. "Not good, we've been discovered." Suda knew that he was in big trouble. His second and third brothers had been killed in an instant. Even a peak supremacy couldn't do such a thing. He turned around and ran for his life. He couldn't care less. He's fast. Lin Fei's attacks were even faster. A huge palm whizzed over. It slapped onto Suda's body, smashing him into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the three Su brothers were dead. Lin Fei looked up at the sky and smirked. "Those who want something from me, open your eyes and look carefully. If you want to die, come at me. I don't mind fulfilling your wishes. If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can." At this moment, Lin Fei was filled with dominance. With the death of the three Su brothers, the surrounding hidden forces as well as the experts who had betrayed them, all changed their expressions. Clearly, they hadn't expected such a situation. "Damn it, the three brothers of the Su family are actually dead. Am I seeing things? That's too fast." Su San and Su Er are a bit weaker, but Suda can travel in the Dark World. He's an expert at survival, but he still died. What's that guy's background? He's only a supremacy. Should we make a move? He's too scary. The three Su brothers were able to survive the joint attack of three peak supremacies. That black-robed guy is too terrifying. The three Su brothers died so quickly that it completely exceeded everyone's expectations. For a moment, no one dared to move. The three Su brothers were a lesson to be learned. Even now they couldn't tell anything. They could barely tell that the black-robed guy was a physique cultivator. There was no trace of emperor intent on his body, and his strength was extremely condensed and powerful. Such a physique cultivator was equivalent to a peak supremacy, and he was very difficult to deal with. The three Su brothers didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of the black-robed guy, so it was useless for them to go up. "How arrogant. Let me try you." The black-robed guy had tens of billions of treasures on him, so some people still took the risk. A gray-robed middle-aged supremacy put away his treasure and appeared. With a long spear in hand, he slashed down in Lin Fei's direction. The void between them was instantly torn apart by the spear, and a huge black line appeared. I didn't expect the wandering spear king of the Dark Domain to make a move. The power of this spear is extraordinary. It tore apart the void of the Dark Domain. The Quicksand Spear King's strength has increased again. A peak supremacy versus a peak supremacy. This time the victor will be decided. After the gray-robed supremacy's wandering Spear King used his spear, he easily shook the void, displaying his extraordinary strength. His use of strength was also fierce and domineering. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered an opponent who used a spear. This move was huge and the strength was condensed into a single line. It was indeed very terrifying, and it had the strength of a peak supremacy. Your strength isn't enough. It's a bit lacking. Lin Fei didn't even look at it. He met the black line with his fist, and the void shattered infinitely, turning into a huge black hole. This is real strength. Lin Fei casually slashed with his palm. With a loud rumble, the same black line appeared, and it was even more powerful than the Wandering Spear King's spear. The Quicksand Spear King gripped the spear in his hand tightly, and he kept thrusting, bringing with him waves of power. In the end, a black whirlpool was formed in front of him. His whole body flickered with flowing light and he kept retreating. This attack was life-threatening. The black line rushed forward and everywhere it passed, the void was torn apart. The Wandering Spear King's attack was easily disintegrated, and the whirlpool in front of him was also split in two. The flowing light on his body blocked it, but it was broken by the black line, and the black line passed through his body. The Wandering Spear King was dead. In terms of strength, no one could compete with Lin Fei. The Wandering Spear King, a peak supremacy powerhouse, never thought that he would die from another kind of terrifying strength. A peak supremacy powerhouse was killed, and the surrounding area fell silent once again. This black-robed man was definitely a genuine peak supremacy powerhouse. The strength of his palm was so terrifying that it scared the other supremacies so much that they turned around and ran. If each of them used a palm, they would definitely die. Quickly run. That fellow is too terrifying. In just a few moments, all the experts who tried to attack had fled. Apart from a few people from a few forces, there was no one else in the sky. Pa 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 pa. After they left, there was a round of applause. Young man, is this your strength? No wonder you dared to snatch the things of our temporal temple. After the applause, a group of people appeared in the sky. A black warship appeared, and it was black and exuded a domineering aura. The warship was completely black and it flickered with luster. Chapter 2954. Someone from the temporal temple had finally come out. At the beginning, the middle-aged supremacy wanted to see how capable the other party was, and he was shocked. To be able to defeat the three brothers of the Su family and the famous Wandering Spear King so easily, this person could be considered a monster. It was not difficult for a supremacy to defeat another supremacy, but it would be difficult to kill the other party in a short period of time, unless one was stronger and had greater strength. The performance of the black-robed man had piqued the interest of the temporal temple's middle-aged supremacy. You guys finally came out. I thought you were going to continue waiting. That was really a waste of my time. Lin Fei laughed. Facing the temporal temple, you can still speak in such a tone. You are quite good. The middle-aged exalt said coolly, now I'll give you a chance. Become my servant, and I can spare you from death and not fuss about the myriad treasure towers matter. After all, it's too much of a pity for an expert like you to die. As one of the three peak powers, the temporal temple would definitely try to recruit powerful experts if they were able to. As a result, the temporal temple's strength had increased imperceptibly. This black-robed man was so powerful that in the eyes of the middle-aged supremacy, he was a rare warrior. If he could take him in, he would be of great help in the future. A servant who could kill a peak supremacy was not easy to find. In the Saint Spirit world, including the Black region, there were only a few powerful experts who trained in the body. It was impossible for someone from a top faction to join them. If he had a powerful background, he would have brought it out long ago instead of staying in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Ha, you want me to be your servant? You are really stupid. How about this? You can be my servant, and I will not make things difficult for you today. After all, your strength is not bad. On the battleship, the faces of the people from the temporal temple turned gloomy. Great one, let this little one bring some people down to eliminate this fella. One of the trusted aides at his side was clad in armor, taking the initiative to volunteer, going up to execute the other party. The middle-aged supremacy's position in the temporal temple was not low. Now that he was ignored by a young man, the thought of recruiting him faded. No matter how powerful he was, it was useless to keep an arrogant and unruly person by his side. Jianghu, bring your team up there and meet them, the middle-aged High Lord said lightly. The ferocious-looking fellow clad in armor was one of his trusted aides. He was in charge of a space-time battle team. In the space-time temple, a space-time battle team wasn't something an ordinary person could lead. Without status and experience, one could forget about it. The space-time battle team could not be compared to the lower realm battle teams. In the Saint Spirit domain, This was an existence whose name spread far and wide. No one wanted to run into a space-time battle team. Every space-time battle team had a battle strength that surpassed a peak supremacy. Even an early-stage great supremacy would not be able to defeat a space-time battle team. Space-time battle team was just that powerful. Not far away in the sky there was also a warship. It was on par with the Temporal Temple. Looks like Fan Haoyin has met with quite a bit of trouble. That fellow is really surprising. His strength is so tyrannical, but there is actually no news of him being in the Saint Spirit domain. It is really a little strange. This was a demon from the demon motherland. A cold aura flickered on this demon's body, and he had a thoughtful look on his face. This person must be quite famous. My intuition is never wrong. If things go wrong, Fan Haoyin will have to suffer a lot. My lord, is that black-robed fellow really that powerful? The space-time battle team is not an ordinary battle team. Even those that are ranked at the bottom of the Great Sovereign Divine list cannot defeat the space-time battle team. Haha, this seat's eyes aren't grown for nothing. You guys watch closely. The demon from the demon motherland laughed sinisterly. It's best if both sides fight to the death. I don't mind destroying them and monopolizing the benefits. Ah! How dare you disrespect my lord? Now I will let you witness the power of the space-time battle team. Jianghu rushed down with an aggressive aura. At the same time, 16 black-armored men descended from behind him. Every single one of them wore a mask, and the weapons they used were very special, like a bright moon. They carried a murderous aura. Lin Fei had heard of the space-time battle team before. Every space-time battle team was extremely famous, and they were known as the Reaper of Supremacies. Countless supremacies had died in the hands of the space-time battle team. I didn't expect to meet the space-time battle team here. That middle-aged man on the battleship is not simple. Since he can lead a space-time battle team, I can witness the power of the space-time battle team. Oh! Jianghu led the space-time battle team down. In mid-air, the battle formation opened up, turning into a perfect whole. Jianghu became the leader, and the members of the space-time battle team behind him seemed to turn illusory, becoming blurry. However, Jianghu's aura became stronger and stronger, rising to a peak. Wah wah wah. Their figures became blurry. A huge moon appeared in the sky, faintly discernible. On the moon, streams of energy flowed down, starting to affect the space-time of this region. Lin Fei also began to feel the suppression of the space-time energy. No, it should be the power of space. Time and space belonged to two different paths. The former was more difficult, while the control of space was much easier. The surrounding space began to solidify. Lin Fei also felt like he was being squeezed in space, unable to move. It seemed like nothing, but in fact he was being suppressed. This was the power of space. It could easily affect a region of space. In this region he had to endure the power of this power, and his strength would also be reduced by more than half. How could he block the opponent's killer move? The power is not bad. Directly freezing space has the power of a peak supremacy. No wonder ordinary supremacies would run as far as they can when they meet the space-time battle team. This kind of space freezing is very difficult to resist. Lin Fei silently felt the power of the space compression. The strands of power invaded the particles of his body, trying to affect them. With a thought, the particles of his body exploded with terrifying power, strangling the power until it condensed outside his body, forming a golden halo, blocking all the space power outside. Stupid guy, you should feel the space freezing. This is the power of our space-time battle team, but that is just the most ordinary level. Jianghu laughed dryly. Later, I will suppress you alive. Solidify. Wah wah wah. The space solidified again and the power was even stronger. Under the power of this solidification, all living things would be killed. He controlled a space domain. Chapter 2955. Jianghu commanded the space-time battle team and controlled the space-time energy in the surrounding area, forming a massive solidified energy. Massive energy surged over from all directions, vast and boundless. At this moment, it made people feel even more insignificant. Lin Fei immediately became the target of the space-time solidification attack. The power of this move surpassed the peak of the supremacy stage and reached the level of a great supremacy. Furthermore, it was an attack that couldn't be neutralized. You weren't fighting against a person but the power of space. Good timing, I can test the endurance of a world-defying 9th-stage fleshly body. Lin Fei didn't retaliate, allowing the power of space to penetrate him. This was the first time he was truly facing the power of space. The golden ring of defense on the surface of his body didn't block the compression of the power of space, and it directly penetrated into his body. Out of 100% of the power, 20% was blocked, and the remaining 80% seeped in. The power of space collided with the particles of his body, and it was tyrannical and terrifying, as if it wanted to flatten everything. The endless pressure kept invading him. The particles of his body were incomparably huge, and no matter how the power of space collided with them, they didn't move at all. When I was at the 8th stage I might have been injured, but after the 9th stage the particles of my body are incomparably huge, and they are as sturdy as a boulder. How can a mere compression force shake them? Lin Fei observed and revealed a smile. The reputation of the world-defying 9th stage was well-deserved. Jianghu commanded the battle team to attack, and when he saw that the other party didn't resist, he felt that the other party had given up. In front of the spacetime battle team, once one was trapped in this area, their strength would be greatly reduced, and any resistance would be futile. This was something that everyone knew. Jianghu didn't think that the other party had the strength to block such a terrifying attack. Everyone knew that the spacetime battle team was the most difficult to deal with, and they would be facing the endless power of space. You can't take it anymore, but it's a pity that you've done the stupidest thing. Jianghu sneered, let me send you on your final journey. If you can reincarnate, remember that you can offend anyone but the spacetime temple. The power of space compression surged forth once more, and it was even more terrifying than before. The place where Lin Fei was immediately engulfed by this wave of power. Any living creature in this space would not be able to survive this attack. All of them would die. You dare to fight against us, Jianghu said disdainfully and prepared to collect the items. In front of the spacetime battle team's attack, there was really no one who could withstand it. Every single one of them was killed instantly. The power of space was no joke. Ha ha ha, so this is the strength of your spacetime battle team? You're just tickling me, how annoying. Just as he stepped forward, a lazy voice rang out. The guy who had been imprisoned by the spatial shackles was actually still there, and he was looking over lazily. You actually blocked it? Jianghu was shocked. The other party didn't seem to be injured at all. Immediately he looked like he had seen a ghost. Too weak. It's really disappointing. Lin Fei complained, if this is the strength of the spacetime team, then it's way too different from what I imagined. In the sky, the people on the warship wavered slightly. It was really surprising that he could withstand the attack so easily. Jianghu shook his head. He must be faking it. In front of the spacetime battle team's attack, he must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Yes, that must be it. No one can come out unscathed. Continue attacking. The spacetime battle team moved again. They also seemed to feel insulted. To actually look down on the spacetime battle team, he was simply courting death. Even without Captain Jianghu's order, the 16 of them would take action themselves and kill this guy. The huge spacetime wheel appeared again. Wave after wave of spatial compression force attacked. Facing a physique cultivator, such an attack method was the most suitable. Even the wandering gun king was easily killed, so they wouldn't approach him. Come. You're not strong enough. Bigger, you haven't eaten yet. Sigh, what a disappointment. It seems like the treatment in the spacetime temple isn't good. You can't even eat your fill. No wonder you're so weak. Why don't you follow me? I guarantee that you'll eat to your heart's content and have women. How about it? Think about it. Such opportunities don't come often. Hearing these taunts, the members of the spacetime battle team almost vomited blood. What a shame. Too shameless. They attacked with all their might, guiding the battle formation to unleash its strongest power. Yet, that person seemed to be fine and continued to say whatever he wanted, causing their faces to turn green and red. Jianghu was about to go crazy. Every word the other party said was like a huge slap to his face, causing him to feel a burning pain. Every time he felt like he was about to succeed, the other party seemed to be fine. How can he keep holding on? Jianghu couldn't understand. The other party was just a peak supremacy. Even if his physical body was strong, it was the same. Since when could a physique cultivator resist for such a long time? Aha, Fan Haoyin, your spacetime battle team is too weak. You can't even deal with a single person. Is it because you've been squeezed too much that you can't even eat your fill? On the Devil Ancestor Nation's warship, the demon laughed loudly. Seeing the spacetime temple suffer a setback, the Devil Ancestor Nation's side was gloating. Fortunately, they didn't attack immediately. Otherwise, they would be the ones getting slapped in the face. Fan Haoyin's expression was very ugly. A peak supremacy cultivator was actually so difficult to deal with. It was really strange that he could resist the spacetime battle team's attacks. Isn't it just a physical body? In front of the spacetime battle team, no matter how strong he is, it's just that. Fan Haoyin said solemnly, Little Jiang, use your killer move. The space-time battle team's dignity can't be lost. If the previous attack didn't work, then he would change to a stronger one. Jianghu changed the way he controlled the battle team. The space-time wheel behind him suddenly became solid, shining brightly and emitting a terrifying and dangerous aura. Slash. The space-time wheel disappeared with a swoosh. Lin Fei was instantly targeted by a terrifying aura. A domineering aura crushed down. The sky-splitting rod appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He swung it horizontally and the space-time wheel slashed onto the rod. A huge force directly erupted, destroying the surrounding space. Especially behind him, a huge black hole split open. This killer move is really terrifying. The sky-splitting rod resisted 70% of the force, but 30% still penetrated, and the last 10% landed on the particles of the body. The surrounding space collapsed, and the squeezing force of the space disappeared. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei used his movement technique and pounced toward the space-time battle team. In just 2 breaths he grabbed the sky-splitting rod and slashed down. Condense. Space-time battle team also had a method. The surrounding space started to condense, forming an invisible protection. Chapter 2956. The power of Lin Fei's strike was not small. It forcefully broke open the frozen space, and a huge force penetrated into their bodies, sending them flying. All of them were seriously injured. The violent power ravaged their bodies, and cracks appeared all over their bodies, including their armors. As the leader, Jianghu was the most seriously injured, and he kept vomiting blood. When the Essence Force Divine weapon was half open, the power was not that easy to block. After stepping into the proud Sky 9-tier body, Lin Fei's casual power had the power of the 8-tier body, which was 5 times the power of the 8-tier body. He had experienced the attack of the space-time battle team, and he naturally had no interest in continuing to play. Space-time battle team can't withstand a single blow. Lin Fei looked at the black warship in the sky, and with a shuttle, he came near the warship and slashed down with the rod again. A huge light appeared and hit the black warship heavily. A shield appeared on the black warship immediately, wrapping it up. Just as the shield appeared, with a crack, the shield broke, and the sky-splitting rod directly hit the warship. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power exploded, and the black field warship was torn apart and it almost fell. Fan Haoyan was also caught off guard. A huge force swept over, and the space in front of him condensed, forming a spatial wall, and he was forced to retreat. The dispersed power penetrated all the way, and the defense of the spatial wall was directly broken. It was extremely fast and it penetrated Fan Haoyan's body. This is not the strength of a peak supremacy. This guy is a great supremacy. Even though there was a layer of spatial energy on the surface of Zhang Xian's body to block it, it still managed to seep in and destroy the particles of his physical body. Zhang Xian's face changed drastically as he looked at the other party with fear and disbelief. The person in front of him was a great supremacy. Only the strength of a great supremacy could easily penetrate, and his spatial defense couldn't stop it. The opponent's power exceeded the limits of his defense. Since when did a great supremacy appear in the Saint Spirit realm? What a joke. Fan Haoyan wasn't afraid of supremacies, even peak supremacies. That was why he wanted to recruit him. A peak supremacy could deal with 2 or 3 peak supremacies without a problem. However, he had never expected that the person they were so certain of would be a great supremacy. His frightening strength was even greater than an ordinary great supremacy's. Their spatial protection wasn't that easy to break. The other party's strength was tyrannical and thick, directly crushing over, walking the path of absolute strength. You're the great sovereign. Who are you? Fan Haoyan kept retreating, fear and dread rising in his heart. The space around him seemed like it was about to collapse and a large part of it caved in. However, he was unable to force back the black-clothed man who was chasing after him. The staff in the black-clothed man's hand chopped down again and again. The power of the staff pierced through the air, giving him no chance to retaliate at all. He could only passively defend. Under Xiao Chen's passive defense, the tyrannical energy seeped into his body, shattering the particles of his physical body and worsening his injuries. Great Sovereign, no wonder you're so confident. On the warship of the ancestral devil kingdom, the devils were also shocked. The person he was casually dealing with was a great sovereign, a close combat great sovereign with terrifying combat strength. Even on the warship they could feel the might of the power he displayed. We're in luck. A great exalted lord like him is indeed terrifying. Fan Haoyan is in big trouble. A strength-type great exalted lord is at least at the mid-great exalted lord realm. If he unleashes his full power, he would have the strength of a late great exalted lord. No wonder he's so confident to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. With such strength, even if the temporal temple wants to retaliate, they'll have to consider whether they can bear the losses they suffered. Fan Haoyin was having a hard time resisting. His vitality was constantly being consumed. The energy that seeped into his body was constantly destroying him, but he didn't have the time to disperse it. He could only barely suppress it. His strength was inferior to the other party, so it was extremely difficult for him to resist. This great sovereign, I'm willing to apologize for this matter. What do you think? We don't want the Yuan Force Divine Sand anymore. Fan Haoyin's body was enveloped by spatial energy, but he couldn't stop the energy from seeping into his body. His face turned pale and he could only choose to make peace. It didn't matter if he lost face to a great sovereign, as the other party was strong. What was important was that he could survive. If he knew that the other party was a great sovereign, Fan Haoyin wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. The spacetime battle team was heavily injured and he was also having a hard time. His passive defense wasn't able to block all the attacks. Fan Haoyin didn't know how many methods he used, but he failed every time. The other party's strength was terrifying. Even the spatial energy that specialized in defense couldn't block the ferocious attacks of such power. Fan Haoyin had no choice but to lower his head. Fan Haoyin was proud, but he also knew that he didn't have any qualifications in front of this great sovereign. Lin Fei was very disappointed with this expert from the Temporal Temple. Originally he could still interact with him, but from the looks of it, this expert was only SOSO. This expert's method of defending back and forth might be effective against ordinary supremacies, but against a strength-type expert like him, the difference was like night and day. Now you know how to beg for mercy. With a loud shout, Lin Fei's sky splitter pierced forward like a spear, piercing through Fan Haoyin's defense and stabbing into his chest. Half of Fan Haoyin's body exploded on the spot. Lin Fei didn't continue to attack this temporal temple's great sovereign. After Fan Haoyin was defeated, half of his body recovered, but he still couldn't get rid of the power. His flesh was still bleeding and he couldn't control himself for a moment. I can spare your life. Give me 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals and I can let you go. Lin Fei grabbed the sky splitter and said indifferently, you only have one chance. Fan Haoyin was very clear about the power of that sky splitter. A few more hits and the other party could easily kill him. 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals was also a huge number. It seems like you're prepared to die. A wave of killing intent locked onto Fan Haoyin. Wait, this great sovereign, are you sure about 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals? You should know that our temporal temple is. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow whipped over, and the sky splitter hit Fan Haoyin's body. Pung. Under the second attack, Fan Haoyin's body exploded on the spot. Don't use the temporal temple to threaten me. Are you going to give it or not? Lin Fei said indifferently, the next time I attack it won't be easy. I'm afraid you'll die. Fan Haoyin also understood that if he didn't hand over 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals today, he probably wouldn't be able to leave this place. He couldn't afford such a loss. I'll give it. Chapter 2957. After handing over 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals, Fan Haoyin felt rather helpless. This person's strength was ridiculously strong. Even the power of space could not stop his power from seeping in. This battle was a very humiliating loss. Sir, you are not afraid of the temporal temple. Can you leave your name so that we can know which great supremacy you lost to? Fan Haoyin gritted his teeth and said. Lin Fei was quite surprised. You guys are not willing to give up. You want to know my name? I don't mind telling you. My name is Aotian. Your temporal temple is very good at finding people. Come if you have the ability. Next time I won't be so polite. You're Aotian. Fan Haoyin could not immediately associate this person with the Aotian Lord. What? Can't I? Lin Fei laughed. As a member of the temporal temple, Fan Haoyin had heard of the Aotian Lord's name. He was an extremely powerful supremacy of the body tempering school. Now, it seemed that this person was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even though he did not reveal the aura of a great supremacy, his strength was definitely that of a great supremacy. In the supremacy realm, he was an invincible existence. His cultivation speed was too monstrous. Fan Haoyin knew the name and felt that his loss was not unjustified. However, this guy had offended the temporal temple and that other power. His days in the Saint Spirit world would not be so good. The Aotian Lord's strength is more powerful than I imagined. However, even though you have suppressed me, you have also offended another power. I believe that they will come knocking on your door soon. I hope that you can still be so calm at that time. Fan Haoyan left with the injured and disabled soldiers. Lin Fei did not plan to stop him. He recalled the last sentence. It should be that I have indirectly offended another power by blocking the god Yuan Qi Sand. It seems that their background is not small. So what if they really come? I'm now a great supremacy. No matter how many come, I will kill them all. After his fleshly body advanced from the 8th layer to the 9th layer, his powerful fleshly body strength and defense became Lin Fei's greatest confidence. Moreover, he also had the no-pardon scepter, shadow stealth, and other cultivation techniques. Even if a great sovereign came, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. Brother Ao, you're really strong. Even Fan Haoyan was forced to flee by you. The temporal temple has lost a lot of face this time. On another warship belonging to the Demon Empire, a tall black-armored demon said to Lin Fei. This was the second time Lin Fei had seen a demon from the demon country up close. He had to admit that the devils of the Devil Nation all had very powerful auras, giving off a very oppressive feeling. Lin Fei pondered whether or not he should get rid of the devils of the Devil Motherland so that he could contribute to his proud heaven. If you have something to say, just say it. The black-armored demon said. Brother Ao, with your strength, you can get the treatment of a great sovereign if you join any power. I wonder if you are interested in joining our demon empire? Our demon empire is willing to give you the treatment of a great devil. Lin Fei laughed. The temporal temple didn't even succeed in recruiting me. Your demon empire seems to be quite confident. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy all of you? The devils on the Devil Ancestor country's warship instantly felt a chill spreading out from their bodies. Although our demon empire is hated by everyone in the Saint Spirit world, those powers might not dare to do anything in the Black Domain. As for us and you, we have no enmity. I believe Brother Ao won't harm us. The black-armored demon said slowly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can send you a piece of news. The power that Fan Haoyan mentioned before he left is indeed mysterious and special. He is the group of forging maniacs from the Sky Feather Nation. Forging maniacs, Sky Feather Nation. When Lin Fei heard what he wanted to hear, he was startled. It can't be. This is too much of a coincidence. Thinking about it carefully, the Saint Spirit world was huge. The amount of Essence Force God sand was limited. Those who could refine Essence Force God weapons or even complete Essence Force God weapons were few and far between. Lin Fei had also relied on the system's help to master the refinement of elemental energy weapons. It was indeed very difficult. Without knowing the refining method, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. After thinking about it, it seemed like the mysterious Sky Feather Nation was the only place that could buy Essence Force God sand in large quantities. Lin Fei realized that his reaction was a little slow. It seemed like there was no other place besides the Sky Feather Nation that would care so much about the Essence Force God sand. The Temporal Temple must want to build a relationship with the Sky Feather Nation. The Sky Feather Nation's strength is not to be underestimated. I reckon that they might have a powerful treasure that can fight against a hierarch expert. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had obtained the Essence Force God sand in advance. The Temporal Temple must think that I am easy to deal with. They have tens of billions of Saint Spirit crystals left. In the end, they did not expect me to be more powerful than them. They have lost a lot of face. If Lin Fei had wanted to take advantage of them, he would have had to pay a huge price. Now that Ao Tian was at the 9th level, there was nothing to worry about. Before he had a clear grasp of his own strength, they would be the unlucky ones. You definitely don't know those lunatics from the Sky Feather Nation. You definitely don't know how powerful they are. Let me give you a piece of advice. The Sky Feather Nation has the strength to fight against a hierarch. Even the 3 hierarchs outside have to give them face. The black-armored demon wanted to let the other party know how powerful the Sky Feather Nation was. If you are willing to join our Devil Nation, the Sky Feather Nation will have to think twice before taking revenge on you. The black-armored demon really wanted to rope the other party into the Devil Nation. The Devil Nation needed such experts. Such a hierarch expert had the strength of an early-stage great hierarch, or even a middle-stage great hierarch. This kind of strength was absolutely terrifying. The Devil Nation has always been hunted by others. If I join you, I don't want to be hunted by the 3 major forces. Lin Fei shook his head. I also know that the 3 major forces will besiege your Devil Nation soon to weaken your strength. I have no interest in becoming cannon fodder. It would have been fine if he didn't mention anything else. But the moment he mentioned this, the black-armored demon laughed sinisterly and said arrogantly, "How can you know the strength of our Devil Nation? I might as well tell you. This time, the 3 major forces will join hands, but it is destined to be for naught. You can just wait and see." Lin Fei frowned slightly. From what you said, it seems like the Devil Nation has something to rely on. I am interested to see what the Devil Nation is capable of. Hua. Lin Fei used shadow stealth and disappeared in front of the Devil Nation. What a powerful movement technique. He completely concealed his figure and aura. This is probably the power of a 10th level Saint Spirit Realm secret technique. The black armored demon was very surprised. It's great that such an expert didn't join the Temporal Temple. I believe that in the upcoming battle, the Devil Nation will once again shake the Saint Spirit world. The shadow stealth was provided by the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. It allowed him to travel through the Dark Realm, and his movement technique was even more concealed. Within the Dark Realm was still affected to a certain extent. His movement speed was infinitely suppressed. The Devil Nation should have prepared something. When they besiege me, I will have to be careful lest I fall for their trap. Chapter 2958. The battle outside Azura King City fell into the eyes of many forces. Daring to snatch something left behind by the Temporal Temple, especially in the Black Domain, once one left this place, it was normal to be robbed. If it was outside, the Temporal Temple wouldn't be so unscrupulous, but it was different in the Black Domain. No one was optimistic that that person could withstand the attack. After waiting for a few decades, that person left the King City. Everyone paid attention to him, wanting to see how he dared to snatch something from the Temporal Temple. From the three brothers of the Su family, to the Wandering Spear King, and finally to the Temporal Temple, the black-robed man who they didn't have high hopes for had displayed the extraordinary strength of a great sovereign master, easily suppressing the Temporal Temple to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. This was a huge setback. Those forces that were not optimistic about the outcome were also dumbfounded at this moment. Aotian Lord? A new expert from the outside. This body tempering technique is definitely top-notch. No wonder he has the ability. Luckily I didn't go back then or I wouldn't even know death. His strength is ridiculously strong, he's an outstanding expert in body tempering. Aotian's name quietly spread in Azura King City. However, it would take a long time for it to spread throughout the Black Domain. King City, Thousand Treasure Tower. Vice Tower Master Tang watched the entire process from his treasure, and his expression changed from sneering to shock. This Paragon Lord Aotian is actually so powerful. Fan Haoyin is also a famous Paragon, and he even brought the Spacetime Battle Squad, but he still couldn't defeat him. This Paragon Lord's strength is comparable to the ancient Paragon Lords. It's not the aura of a great Paragon, but with the combat strength of a great Paragon. No wonder he isn't afraid of the Temporal Temple. Vice Tower Master Tang was very surprised, and a trace of regret rose in him. Such an expert should have been recruited. He would be a huge help to the Thousand Treasure Tower and the royal family of the King City. Go and investigate Paragon Lord Aotian's background immediately. I believe that such an expert will shine in the Saint Spirit domain very soon. Vice Tower Master Tang called for his trusted aide. This person's name will probably be on the God list very soon. The confidant was shocked. That person could be on the God list? Similarly, in an inconspicuous place in Royal City, the fight between Lin Fei and the Temporal Temple's Fan Haoyin was being replayed in a small house. A middle-aged man revealed an excited expression. My luck is too good. I can't believe I'm able to encounter a martial monarch with the strength of a great monarch here. This is too heaven-defying. The middle-aged man maintained his excitement as he took out a document and began to jot it down. Suspected to be a top-notch body tempering art. The details are unknown, but it might be self-created. Extremely powerful. Close combat. Very fast. Mysterious background. High Lord Strength, Grand High Lord's Battle Prowess, 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. The middle-aged man kept recording. It's finally done. It can be passed on. Such a strong martial artist is completely qualified to enter the top 1,000 of the Sacred Spirit Domain's God list. After Lin Fei activated Shadow Stealth, the system had been monitoring his surroundings. After confirming that there was no one around, Zhang Xian took out the Blackfield battleship he had bought and headed out. There were a few ambushes along the way, but Lin Fei sent them straight to hell. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The journey back to the Blackfield battleship took half the time it took to arrive. This was the power of the Blackfield battleship. Lin Fei quietly returned to the Dark Shadow Palace. In just a few decades, no one had paid attention to him. A simple reason to go into seclusion was enough. He completely concealed his aura, maintaining his peak proud Heaven 8th Order physique. He still couldn't break through to 9th Order Heavenly God Realm. That would be too dazzling. Especially when it came to the physique cultivation path, it was notoriously difficult. Once it was revealed, many experts would be attracted. Now that he was at peak Proud Heaven 8th Order, Lin Fei's control over his strength had become more thorough. Even if he were to encounter a great monarch, he would be invincible just by relying on his moves. Lin Fei understood this point better than anyone else. The moment he came out from seclusion, Lin Fei had only enjoyed a few days. His eldest senior apprentice brother Chongyang had arrived. Junior apprentice brother, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, senior apprentice brother would have come looking for you, Chongyang said the moment he arrived. What happened? Lin Fei could hear the urgency in his senior apprentice brother's voice. Master wants to see you, come with me. Leaving the cultivation dwelling, Lin Fei and Chongyang arrived at their master's cultivation ground. Just as they arrived, a giant hand descended from the sky without any warning, exuding boundless power as if space itself was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Fei raised his hand and countered with a palm strike. The two collided heavily. Boom. After a loud explosion, a giant black hole appeared in the air. After several decades of seclusion, your strength has risen again. Not bad, not bad. Grand Venerable Hantian's voice came from the pavilion. The two came to the pavilion, and Grand Venerable Hantian looked at Lin Fei with joy in his eyes. You're getting stronger and stronger. I really don't know what body tempering method you've cultivated. My palm strike is so powerful that even an early-stage great supremacy might not be able to withstand it. I'm relieved that you can deal with it so easily. Grand Venerable Hantian had thought that Lin Fei's cultivation was monstrous, but now it seemed that he was too abnormal. The Shadow Throne has comprehended something after returning, so it's here, Lin Fei said. It seems that you'll be able to enter the divine list soon. At that time, you'll be a real figure in the Saint Spirit realm, an overlord. Grand Venerable Hantian said with a smile. Back then, it took me more than 30 million years to enter the divine list. You're much more powerful than me. I can't even imagine it. In the future, you might even be able to enter the top 100 of the divine list. Chongyang said enviously, Congratulations, junior apprentice brother. After so many years, you're still wandering outside the divine list. Now that you're on it, you'll be a real expert in the Saint Spirit realm. God ranking list. Lin Fei was stunned. He contacted the little devil and asked him to pull up the information on the divine list. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't looked at it, but the moment he did, he jumped in fright. Due to the large amount of information he had copied from the Dark Shadow Palace, most of it was directly stored in the system. He could pull it up when he needed it. Only after reading through the information did Lin Fei realize the importance of the divine list. Only those who had stepped into the Great Supremacy realm would know about this list. The divine list contained 500 Saint Spirit World's 9th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters, including those from the Saint Spirit World and the Black Realm. Those who could enter this list were considered real experts in the Saint Spirit World. Any one of them could be considered an overlord of a region, an existence that could establish a sect or sect. Master, my strength is not bad, but it won't be that easy to enter the divine list, Lin Fei said casually. After all, anyone on the list has the strength of a great supremacy. Chapter 2959. The divine list has been updated. Grand Venerate Hantian and Lin Fei paused for a moment and said something unexpected. Both High Lord Chongyang and Lin Fei were surprised. High Lord Chongyang was surprised that the divine list had been updated, while Lin Fei was confused. Lin Fei didn't know where to look at the divine list. It was a very mysterious list. Look, the divine list has just been updated. Grand Venerate Hantian waved his hand and a list appeared. At the bottom of the list, a name appeared. I was surprised when I heard this person's name. Where did this expert come from? I didn't expect him to enter the divine list so quickly. He's ranked at the bottom 1000. Master, I know this person too. His background is very mysterious. Let's see what it says. High Lord Chongyang was also interested. Lin Fei looked at the name at the bottom of the list and was very surprised that his clone's name was on the divine list. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My clone, Proud Heaven, has entered the divine list before my true self. Even though he's ranked at the bottom of the divine list, he's still a top expert in the Saint Spirit World and the Black Realm. Lin Fei hadn't actually thought about entering the divine list. The list didn't just contain the cultivation techniques and strength, but also the battle records. It was obvious at a glance that Proud Heaven's clone had entered the divine list by relying on his strength and not by taking a shortcut. This Proud Heaven's body is very strong. He doesn't have the aura of a Grand Venerate, but his strength is at the level of a Grand Venerate. I really don't know how he cultivated. Junior brother, your opponent is here. He's a match for you. It seems that your battle prowess is very close to that of a Grand Venerate. High Lord Chongyang said. Almost, but compared to him I'm still far behind. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. The identity of Ao Tian has always been kept very mysterious. Even if someone suspected, they would not suspect him. This person is an expert. Great Supremacy Han Tian also nodded and said, he is indeed very powerful. Every expert who can get on the divine list is a genius, and only a few supremacies can get on the divine list. At present, only Supremacy Kong 1 and a few others are qualified to get on the list. I didn't expect that Ao Tian Lord would come out of nowhere and suppress the Spacetime Battle Team and Fan Haotian. He is really the young generation now. Lin Fei began to look through the names on the list, from the bottom to the top. Only the ultimate gods from the 3 top forces in the Sacred Spirit domain are in the top 10 of the Divine Leaderboard. The one in first place is called Yuan Mia. What a strange name. The Divine List reached the top 10. Looking at the names on it, Lin Fei was shocked. The strongest person in the Saint Spirit domain was not one of the 3 ultimate gods. There was still a gap between them inside. Hierarch Dark Shadow, 10th Order Heavenly God Realm, ranked 9th. Hierarch Slaughter, 10th Order Heavenly God Realm, ranked 7th. Hierarch Spacetime, 10th Order Heavenly God Realm, ranked 3rd. The one in first place was a name that Lin Fei had never heard of, Yuan Mia. It made people think of the special energy that coexisted with the mainland Yuan Mia. What shocked Lin Fei the most was that there were very few records about Yuan Mia. There were only a few sentences. However, the records were very scary. It was a black-clothed man who alternated between the void and the void, facing thousands of experts. Each of those experts exuded a terrifying and invincible aura. In front of this black-clothed man, with a light wave of his hand, he killed all of the experts. Even Lin Fei was shocked by a casual attack. This was too domineering. This is our Saint Spirit domain's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. The divine list was also created by him. No one knows Yuan Mia's origin, but we know that all the experts who challenged Yuan Mia died. In the most glorious battle, Yuan Mia single-handedly killed thousands of High Lords and hundreds of Great High Lords. This is the scene that the divine list can see. Great Venerable Shaker sighed. It's a pity that I was born too late. Otherwise, I could have seen this battle of invincible experts. High Lord Chongyang said with a smile, every time I see the elegance of the #1 expert, I am shocked by his strength. Even though the #1 Yuan Mia expert has not appeared for a long time, no one can shake his position as the #1 expert. Lin Fei was absolutely shocked. Thousands of High Lords and hundreds of High Lords. Judging from their auras, the current High Lords couldn't compare to them. This was true strength. From the records of the divine list, Lin Fei could see that this was the most direct suppression of power, which ignored all attacks and was mighty. One touch was enough to kill anyone. I wonder if I'll have this strength when I'm at the 12th level of Proud Heaven. The difference between the 8th and 9th levels was more than 5 times. Now, a casual attack of his had the strength of a great High Lord. If he used his strength to increase it, it would be even more terrifying. Another body-tempering cultivator has appeared on the divine list. Even though he's ranked at the bottom, he'll still cause a big stir. This has nothing to do with you. You just need to cultivate hard, and in the future you'll also be able to enter the divine list. Great Venerable Shaker dispersed the list and looked at Lin Fei. The encirclement of the demon motherland is about to begin. It's time for you and the Elysian Sun to set off. Perform well. In the end, Lin Fei didn't say anything about the demon motherland. They came out of their master's cultivation place. Eldest senior brother Chongyang and Lin Fei walked side by side. Junior brother, on this trip to encircle the experts of the demon motherland, you have to be especially careful. Those demons of the demon motherland are all sinister and cunning. If you're not careful, you'll fall into their trap. Lin Fei nodded. I'll be careful. If those experts of the demon motherland want to kill me, it won't be that easy. I'm not that easy to deal with. Chongyang was relieved. Besides this, you also have to be careful of the people of the Massacre God Court and the Temporal Temple. They're not that righteous, especially junior brother. They're outstanding experts of the body-tempering cultivators and have more potential than ordinary emperor will supremacies. They'll definitely play dirty tricks. Over the years, our Dark Shadow Palace has lost many experts to them, including some outstanding ones. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the Massacre God Court and the Temporal Temple. It didn't seem impossible for them to play dirty tricks in the dark. Doesn't that mean I can also play dirty tricks? Chongyang laughed. Junior brother, your way of thinking is different. You're right. As long as we don't do it openly, they won't say anything if someone dies. Although our Dark Shadow Palace, the Temporal Temple, and the Massacre God Court fight on the surface, we're actually allies. Although we're relatively loose, our target is also those people from the Black Domain. Chapter 2960. In the sky above the Saint Spirit Realm, a mighty and domineering black warship was advancing rapidly. On both sides of the warship hung a large black flag with the word Dark embroidered on it. It was the symbol of the Dark Shadow Palace. Wherever the black warship passed, everyone avoided it. The Demon Motherland is in a remote area. It would take too much time to fly there. This Black Realm warship is different. It is best for traveling. We can reach the periphery of the Demon Motherland in a month at most. A brawny man in a black cloak stood on the deck of the warship. He was Great Supremacy Black Jew, one of the 5 Great Supremacies. He was the one leading the team this time. Every time the Dark Shadow Palace and the other forces attacked the Demon Motherland, a Great Supremacy would lead the team. This time, it was Great Supremacy Black Jew's turn. Standing next to him were the geniuses of the Dark Shadow Palace. Among them, Dugu Yijian, Lin Fei, and the Elysian Sun were the most influential. They were the strongest of the younger generation in the Dark Shadow Palace. As for who ranked first, no one could guess. One had unparalleled sword Dao, one had the Buddhist Dharma, and the last had strength. This time, we brought the Dark Shadow battle team of the Dark Shadow Palace. We will definitely deal a heavy blow to the experts of the Demon Motherland. The Elysian Sun was full of fighting spirit. We will let them know that as long as the Dark Shadow Palace exists, they will never be able to take another step forward and live in that remote and barren place. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian both laughed. The Demon Motherland had always been suppressed by the 3 forces. It was very difficult for the experts of the Demon Motherland to come out in large numbers. At most they would sneak around like street rats. Great Supremacy Black Jew liked hearing this. This time, the team sent by the Dark Shadow Palace could be considered the most powerful one to encircle the Demon Nation. Not to mention anything else, there was Dugu Yijian, who was a peak supremacy, and the Elysian Sun's Buddhist Dharma, which could deliver all living things from suffering. Coupled with the powerful Lin Fei, even 10 supremacies would not be a match for the 3 of them. Great Supremacy Black Jew stood on the deck for a while, gave some instructions, and then went into the cabin. He left the matters outside to the 3 of them. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in management. After Grand Monarch Black Absolute left, he chatted with the 2 of them for a while before leaving as well. Dugu Yijian did the same. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very interested in management. When he saw that the 2 of them were not doing anything, he was quite happy and took charge of everything. A month passed in the blink of an eye. We're almost there. Grand Monarch Black Jew said, pointing at the barren land in the distance. From the Blackfield warship, one could see a completely different scene in the distance. It was a barren land with almost no signs of life. Not even a blade of grass grew on the ground. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Apart from the yellow sand that filled the sky, there was only more yellow sand. When Lin Fei arrived, he already understood the situation. This should be the Saint Spirit world's most desolate and remote Saint Spirit wilderness. Dugu Yijian said. I've also heard of this place. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed a barren land. The name wilderness is quite fitting. The energy of heaven and earth in this place is also quite sparse. It wasn't like this in the past, Grand Monarch Black Jew said. It's because a great war affected a large area, so it became like this. It'll take us a few days to reach the depths of the wilderness. The Saint Spirit wilderness was very barren. The Blackfield warship flew over the wilderness. 7 days later, they finally reached the depths of the wilderness. Rumbling energy fluctuations spread out continuously. At the same time, there was also a desolate aura. They must be training, Grand Monarch Black Jew said. In order to prevent the Devil Empire from coming out of the wilderness, the 3 of us gathered a large amount of resources and set up a battle line to trap them in the depths of the wilderness. An army camp appeared in front of them. That's right, they were army camps. The barracks were lined up in a row across the wildlands, forming a huge battlefront. It was just as Grand Monarch Black Jew had said. The huge army was training continuously. Dense, baleful auras gathered together, forming a terrifying aura that surged into the sky, covering the sun. It was extremely obvious. The Dark Shadow Palace's Blackfield warship arrived at the army camps. In a huge army camp, a figure boarded the Dark Shadow Palace's warship, revealing a strong body that was brimming with killing intent. His eyes were bright and piercing. Brother Black Jew, I didn't expect you to lead the team this time. We can fight together again. The newcomer was very familiar with Grand Monarch Black Jew. The two hugged as soon as they boarded. I remember the last time I led a team here was 50 million years ago. Grand Monarch Black Jew sighed. He quickly recovered and introduced to Lin Fei and the others. This is Imperial Wind Beitang, a member of the Imperial Wind clan in the Saint Spirit world. He's a Grand Monarch. The Imperial Wind clan was quite influential in the Saint Spirit world, occupying 3 positions on the divine list. At the same time they were attached to the Dark Shadow Palace, so their status was not low. Lin Fei and the others stepped forward. Greetings, Grand Monarch Imperial Wind. Imperial Wind Beitang said straightforwardly. The 3 of them should be the most outstanding members of this generation in the Dark Shadow Palace. One of them is the Solitary Sword, which should be you, and the other is the Elysian Son of Heaven, who is skilled in the merciful arc of salvation. You should be Lin Fei, who has recently risen to fame. As a supporting force, Imperial Wind Beitang knew about the changes in the Dark Shadow Palace, especially Lin Fei, who was an outstanding body-tempering cultivator. Recently, it was said that this guy, who had become a Grand Monarch after cultivating for 100,000 years, had entered the last level of the Shadow Throne and obtained a lot of good things. Just for this, it was worth everyone's attention. After greeting them, Imperial Wind Beitang led Grand Monarch Black Jew to a military camp. This was just arranged. While Grand Monarch Black Jew arranged for people to take care of the following matters, they also went to a large camp in the military camp. You have to be careful this time. This time, the commander is Grand Monarch Killing Emperor of the Massacre God Court. You'd better follow the rules. Imperial Wind Beitang said as he set up a formation. That guy loves to find fault. Grand Monarch Black Jew's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect it to be his turn. Years ago I fought with him and I won by a bit. That guy is narrow-minded and has always held grudges against me. I guess this time he's really going to do something. Lin Fei and the others could tell that something was wrong. Before coming, they had learned about the situation on the battlefield. The subordinate forces of the 3 major forces were all gathered here. This required a commander. The commanders were Grand Monarchs sent by the 3 major forces in rotation. They carried supreme treasures, and with the formation of the military camp, their strength would increase infinitely. These commanders changed every 5,000 years. This time, it was Grand Monarch Killing Emperor of the Massacre God Court's turn to be the commander. Chapter 2961. Now that the person in charge of the Wildlands had become a member of the Massacre Court and was hostile to the Dark Shadow Palace, everyone was in a bad mood. Imperial Wind Beitang left after sitting for a while. Another peak supremacy expert from the Dark Shadow Palace had arrived. The Dark Shadow Palace had also arranged for an expert with the strength of a peak supremacy. With the help of treasures, he had the battle prowess of an early Grand Supremacy. Unfortunately, he hadn't entered the God list yet. The moment this peak supremacy arrived, he lowered his pride. After meeting Grand Monarch Black Absolute and listening to the introduction, he became very interested in Lin Fei and the others. It's great that the 3 geniuses could come. High Lord Mo Yang said in a good mood, it's time for the Dark Shadow Palace's younger generation to perform. Lin Fei and the others could hear the unintentional grievance in High Lord Mo Yang's voice. So could Grand Monarch Black Absolute. Tell me about the Dark Shadow Palace's situation in the camp. With Imperial Wind Beitang's reminder, Grand Monarch Black Absolute was prepared to learn about the Dark Shadow Palace's situation in the camp so that he could be prepared in advance. Exalted Sovereign, said High Lord Mo Yang, the Dark Shadow Palace's forces in the Wildlands have been doing well these past few years. However, after the departure of the previous commander, the new commander was replaced by the Exalted Sovereign. Exalted Sovereign. Our Dark Shadow Palace? High Lord Mo Yang began to speak in great detail. Exalted Sovereign, our Dark Shadow Palace can't take this lying down. Their methods are clearly against the rules. Hearing this, Grand Monarch Black Absolute's face darkened. Everyone could feel the anger emanating from Grand Monarch Black Absolute. The Imperial Exterminator is really shameless. He actually dares to suppress our Dark Shadow Palace. From Mo Yang's words, everyone could tell that after the Imperial Exterminator took over, the Dark Shadow Palace's influence had been suppressed. The number of injured had also begun to increase. It was obvious that the Dark Shadow Palace's strength was being consumed. Elysian Son of Heaven was the first to be displeased. Lin Fei and Dugui Jin didn't speak. This matter was left to Grand Monarch Black Absolute. I'm here. If the Imperial Exterminator wants to do anything, he will have to think twice. Tell them that even if they have other ideas, they shouldn't break the rules and get caught by them. High Lord Mo Yang finally relaxed. Facing a great supremacy on the god list actually put a lot of pressure on him. The encirclement and annihilation of the demon motherland hasn't started yet. You guys stay in the Dark Shadow Palace's barracks and rest well. When you're free you can go to the front line to take a look. Lin Fei and the other two came out of the barracks. Almost immediately, a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master came up, leading them to the prepared camp to rest. The people from the Court of Massacre are too arrogant. I don't even know who set up this rule. I really want to find the people from the Court of Massacre and have a good fight with them. The Elysian Sun exclaimed. From High Lord Mo Yang's words, everyone could tell that the Dark Shadow Palace had always been suppressed here. Their strength had also been weakened to a certain extent. Over a long period of time, it had also been a huge drain. However, the Dark Shadow Palace had no reason to pursue this matter. Everyone suffered losses. It was just that the Dark Shadow Palace's enemies were stronger, so they suffered more. This grievance was hard to say. Dugu Yijin was quite open-minded. The three forces have always wanted to compete for the #1 spot. This is normal. The Court of Massacre has quite a number of experts among the younger generation. When can we spar and teach them a lesson to vent our anger? I like this idea. Lin Fei added, we can't act recklessly within the rules, but we still have a chance to teach them a lesson. On the wilderness battlefront, inside the largest barracks, also the Alliance's headquarters. It was currently under the control of the Massacre God Court. The Imperial Exterminator was personally overseeing this place. Commander, they're here. The one leading them, Great Supremacy Black Supremacy, is staying in their own barracks. The three strongest young generation masters are here. One of the subordinates reported in a low voice. Sitting at the top was a black-armored brawny man. His entire body was covered in ice-cold black armor, revealing only his hideous face, which exuded a gloomy aura. Black supremacy, ha! Unbridled laughter rang out. You've come, this seat has been waiting for this day for a long time. After settling down in the barracks of the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei did not remain idle. He first observed the barracks and then, under the guidance of the Heavenly God, he arrived at the front line of the wilderness battlefront. A huge city wall stretched out like a black line on the ground. From the top of the city wall, one could see that it was a barren land outside. Apart from that, there were countless piles of bones. In the farthest place he could vaguely see a huge city. That was one of the cities of the Devil Motherland. There were a total of 6 such huge cities in the entire Devil Motherland, and they formed the infamous Devil Motherland. Despite being besieged by the 3 major forces, they had persisted until now. The Devil Motherland is really different from the rest. With just a glance, Lin Fei could see the problem. Even if it was just one of the big cities, it had a special and rich aura, as if it was a part of some great formation. The Devil Motherland itself is a treasure, or it has set up a terrifying formation. Within this formation, the strength of the leader will be greatly enhanced, and he can be said to be an invincible existence. Lin Fei could feel his heart palpitating. After reaching the proud Sky 9th layer, he was even more sensitive to dangerous auras. The Devil Motherland was a huge threat to him. Lin Fei came to the city wall almost every day. He also saw the Heavenly God experts of the barracks forming small teams and fighting with the Devil Generals of the Devil Motherland in the war zone outside. The battle situation was extremely tragic. The Devil Generals and other experts of the Devil Motherland were very strong. In a one-on-one fight they had no advantage. They had to form teams to have a chance of winning. Small-scale battles like this happened almost every day outside the Wildlands barracks. Therefore this place was also a place where Heavenly God experts fought and trained. Compared to the Heavenly God disciples cultivating in the Dark Shadow Palace, the Heavenly God disciples in the Wilderness Battlefront had a clear improvement in both aura and strength. In a one-on-one fight the difference was quite big. Even though this was a very good place to train, the death rate was too high. This was because the enemy was not just anyone, but the Devil Generals and Devil Gods of the Devil Motherland. All of them were strong and had strong defenses. The people from the Temporal Temple are here. Lin Fei saw a black warship appear. It was the special flag of the Temporal Temple, and it was hard not to recognize it. The black warship arrived at a military camp in the distance, which happened to be the camp of the Temporal Temple.